Pokemon North America International Championships, and we've got a showdown between Emilio Forbes and Marco Silva.
Yeah, we're starting it off with a bang. Both players who have won regional championships very recently, and two of our most threatening players to take home the tournament are having to go up against each other immediately in round one.
We're also going to see a lot of familiar Pokemon, both of them locking in some of the best performing Pokemon in the format so far. Charizard Y Mega Evolution on both teams. There's going to be a secondary Mega for Emilio Forbes, that Mega Floette that we were just talking about, as a standout star for the usage.
Yeah, one of the most used Megas in the format. Matches up very well some of these Pokemon, but has more difficulty with Charizard, so we may see Charizard from both sides. On Marco's side, there is no secondary Mega. This is just a dedication to Charizard and its usual partners, Aerodactyl just holding a Focus Sash on this team.
But you're supported on this team by a lot of the Pokemon that you would expect to see given the usage stats that we saw from Indianapolis as well as Turin. But let's take a deeper look into the team that Emilio Forbes has brought.
One of the things that jumps out to me quickly are these speed boosting stat alignments. We saw very much Pokemon slowing down in the first couple of tournaments on Pokemon Champions, but Garchomp and Floette both here with speed boosting alignments means that they're going to be threatening to outspeed a bunch of the stuff on Marco's side. But otherwise, this looks like a pretty aggressive Charizard team. Has Whimsicott for Tailwind support, can pump out a bunch of damage. Basculegion, always present in Pokemon Champions, one of the most used Pokemon. It can also put out a ton of damage.
We're also taking a look at the Kingambit, and we're seeing a difference in the berry. Usually a Chople Berry on this Kingambit.
Yeah, for those of you who can't recognize your berry sprites, that's an Aqua Berry, so going to be fire resistant. Pretty helpful against Marco's team. There's no fighting offense on the other side, but there's definitely plenty of fire offense from Charizard. So the Aqua Berry can let you take a hit and respond back with Kowtow Cleave, and then maybe threaten a KO with Sucker Punch. Also helpful because there's Protect dropped here. Kingambit, really a Pokemon that struggles in this format with which four moves to use. You're usually picking between Iron Head and Low Kick. In this case, picking both at the cost of Protect.
You also have a Whimsicott. Whimsicott can be one of the peskiest Pokemon in the format. Things like Tailwind and the Prankster ability means that you get to use that right away, give your side speed control. But you also have moves like Encore, which if you fake out or you protect in front of that Pokemon, or even try to go for setup, you might be a little sad.
You might be in trouble. Also, the Focus Sash indication is a more offensive Whimsicott, means it can actually put out damage with Moonblast. That might be a threat to the Garchomp on the other side, especially because as we'll see in a second, Marco's Garchomp also opting for a speed boost alignment that might indicate it is a little bit less bulky.
We're going to see Jolly alignment on the Aerodactyl as well, so that's going to be speed boosting natures for both of those physical attackers. Tailwind's still available, but it's not going to be Prankster, so Aerodactyl's just going to use its natural speed if it wants to set up that support.
Of course, Pokemon that jumps out here is the Frigoraph, offers a Trick Room mode as well to the team. Brave Incineroar is a speed dropping alignment, so you can see there's some investment to the Trick Room mode there. And then Charcoal as well on Incineroar. So if you can get in the sun with Trick Room up, those Flare Blitzes suddenly really threaten to hurt. Incineroar, not just a utility piece here, can pump out some damage. And then Sylveon, a lot of times we see Charizard paired with Floette, like on the other side. In this case, instead of a secondary Mega, you just have Sylveon, meaning you can bring them both together if you want both the Fairy offense and Charizard.
Yeah, because Mega Floette, the downside is that it doesn't do very much if it's not Mega Evolved, so it feels like you really do have to expend that resource, but that means that that's not available for your Charizard. So there is definitely a double-edged sword here, bringing one Mega Evolution for Marco Silva. You kind of know exactly what he's going to be bringing, but you do have the ability to have that Fairy damage alongside of it without that Mega.
Right, you still have to be prepared for the Fairy offense, even though you know it is going to be Mega Charizard on the other side. One more call out here, Garchomp has no Rock Slide, so not able to threaten the Charizard on the other side as significantly, but does have the Soft Sand, so it's giving a 20% boost to both of those ground moves, both Stomping Tantrum and Earthquake.
But don't worry, because the Aerodactyl has the Rock Slide for it, so there's still going to be some Rock-type offense available. But let's get into game number one between Emilio Forbes and Marco Silva to kick off the Pokemon North America International Championships. Marco has that Aerodactyl and the Charizard, so two flying types on the field, and the Floette and Whimsicott is going to be the Pokemon of choice for Emilio.
So when Whimsicott and Aerodactyl hit the field opposite each other, immediately that's normally some advantage over to the Whimsicott side. Emilio can click Tailwind, and then Floette will move before either the Aerodactyl or the Charizard does. but in this case isn't actually threatening a KO. You can put out a lot of damage, but then that damage is just going to come back right back. If you take a Rock Slide in a Heat Wave with Floette and Whimsicott, they're both just going to go down. So this is not an easy situation to just click Tailwind and attack. Immediately, Emilio has to be thinking about how to pivot out of it.
And the Floette doesn't actually have Calm Mind, something that would have been nice to be able to go for like a speed increase, as well as having that setup on the Floette, so it's not going to take as much damage from something like a Heat Wave. So there's going to be a switch out. Floette leaves the field. Garchomp comes in to take its place. We see the first Mega Evolution of the tournament go over to Charizard Y.
Immediately trying to get the offense ready. The sun is going to start and damage is coming.
Whimsicott protects itself, does not want to take any damage on this turn, especially knowing that it's going to be threatened by a knockout. But the Tailwind from the Aerodactyl is going to kind of punish this passive play. You have the Heat Wave come out here from the Charizard, kind of connect onto the Garchomp, and at least deal a little bit of damage. That Sun is going to boost that up so much, so even though that's a resisted hit, you still take this Garchomp down to about half.
Right, Garchomp taking a lot of damage there. These Garchomps are not as bulky as they were about a month ago. Trying to invest a little bit more in speed, but that speed is going to be helpful here because it means if Whimsicott can match the Tailwind, Garchomp should be moving before the Charizard. On the other side, can threaten really significant Rock Slide damage. Aerodactyl, on the other hand, has difficulty doing any damage back to Garchomp. There's no dual Wing Beat on this Aerodactyl, so it only has resisted Rock Slide to go back with. And so Garchomp pretty well positioned here. Charizard going to have to get out of harm's way.
Still did a lot of damage, though, before you are expecting to have to take a return attack. Sylveon is going to be the defensive switch of choice to have to take that Rock Slide or maybe even a Dragon type attack. The Aerodactyl still gets to use Rock Slide first, naturally faster than this Garchomp. It's able to land on both targets, and we know that Rock Slide has a 30% chance to flinch, so Garchomp can't move this turn.
Flinch it does. I want to call one dynamic out from that last turn. Aerodactyl was also threatening Wide Guard that could have blocked the Rock Slide, and so you might think that means Garchomp is going to Dragon Claw, which makes the Sylveon switch even more potent there, but instead, we never find out what Garchomp was going to do because it just flinches through the turn, and now Sylveon is in a great position. Not having to worry about being KO'd here, doesn't matter the speed. If it manages to get a Hyper Voice off, that will just be 2 KOs into Garchomp and Whimsicott. So similar to that first turn, it's very difficult, even though you can move first, get some damage off, it's difficult to go for that, and so Whimsicott having to get out into the back, kick Kingambit on the field instead.
And Aerodactyl protecting itself, so there's no Wide Guard on this turn, and there's not even additional offense. This Garchomp is going to do the same. With that Sylveon across the way, it does not want to faint on this turn, and Kingambit is the perfect switch in to have to take this Hyper Voice.
So these switches keep putting Emilio back into the threatening position, but keep giving up a lot of health in the meantime. So Kingambit comes onto the field, takes a big chunk of its health bar, but is now threatening Iron Head back into Sylveon in a way that means Sylveon can't just comfortably click Hyper Voice again. But if Marco can keep kind of repositioning at a lesser cost than Emilio is having to spend for his reposition, eventually he's going to take a lead. Because you can see Garchomp took so much damage from the Heat Wave because of the first reposition. And already the Wide Guard down, trying to block the damage on the other side.
It just takes one turn, and Emilio is going to miss a window of opportunity because of that Wide Guard. Rock Slide doesn't come out. Sylveon still gets to move first before this Kingambit, knocks out the Garchomp, and just barely misses the KO onto that opposing threat. So Kingambit can still weave in an attack here. It's going to be the Iron Head, a super effective attack into the Sylveon, but that Sylveon training, wow, he loves Marco so much to hang on through that.
Crucial that the Rock Slide was blocked would have been the extra damage against the Sylveon. The Tailwind now expires just on Marco's side, though. Remember that he clicked Tailwind a turn earlier than the Whimsicott did, and so now the Kingambit should be moving before the Sylveon, of course. Floette moving before either thing on the other side, and Kingambit has Sucker Punch pressure as well. So this is a turn for Emilio to go out on the offense, but it's very easy for Marco to defuse it, has Double Protect available to kill that last turn of Tailwind, which would make Aerodactyl the fastest thing on the field once again. And it's also pretty easy to set up Tailwind again here. Even in Tailwind, even in Tailwind for Kingambit, Aerodactyl will be moving first, so you can always get access to that next Tailwind, and that Charizard is looking to be a problem in the future for Emilio.
There's not really a great way to punish a Double Protect here either. Since this Floette doesn't have a setup option in Calm Mind, there isn't really something that you can do that is valuable if the Pokemon are going to be both protecting. And so we do see the Mega Evolution here from the Floette, and the Whimsicott switches in, but Sylveon doesn't even protect itself. It just goes for an attack into the Whimsicott. I was really hoping that that quick attack would have dealt the finishing blow to that Kingambit, but it switched out. Dazzling Gleam is going to pick off the Sylveon and also chip down this Aerodactyl, and what could have been a passive turn from Marco ends up being a Tailwind turn.
I think this was a really smart turn from Marco. Could have fallen into a trap pretty easily there. You said there wasn't much to take advantage of a double protect turn, but there was. The Whimsicott coming in and threatening Encore would have been a huge problem if you had double protected. But Marco covers for that. He wants Aerodactyl to not protect and go for Tailwind, but he doesn't want to risk losing the Aerodactyl in the meantime. If you take a Dazzling Gleam and an Iron Head, your Aerodactyl just goes down. So the quick attack helps cover for that. If King Gambit tries to stay in and go after damage on Aerodactyl, the quick attack will just take it out. So while you give up Sylveon in this process, you successfully get yourself a Tailwind and don't end up in a back-footed position. Now Charizard comes in an excellent position here. Its #1 enemy, Garchomp, is already down on the other side. Floette having to protect itself because the damage is coming.
Now, Whimsicott can use a Tailwind here, but that's probably the last move it's clicking in this first game, as there is an option for a Rock Slide on the Aerodactyl, as well as a follow-up of a Heat Wave from this Charizard. Rock Slide's going to do it, though. Don't even need to see a second attack from the partner on Marco's side to get that knockout and bring in Emilio's final Pokemon. That King Gambit has no choice except to come in the face of this Charizard.
No choice but to come in front of Charizard, and no choice to protect on the following turn either. Can get out a Sucker Punch and get some valuable chip in, but things are looking really difficult for Emilio at this point. Marco has all of the tools it seems like he'll need, and has one unrevealed Pokemon yet to show that can still help close out this position. Aerodactyl has to be a little bit worried here about Sucker Punch coming in, but can of course just wide guard. It makes it really difficult for Emilio to capitalize on this turn because you can't Sucker Punch as easily, you can't Dazzling Gleam as easily, but no wide guard, just Rock Slide, immediately the damage back.
Wow, Rock Slide is going to just narrowly miss out on this King Gambit, but you still have the chance to flinch a Pokemon on the other side. But Floette's going to fire off a Light of Ruin, a super powerful attack into the Charizard that already took that damage from the Sucker Punch, but it doesn't pick up the knockout. Floette's going to have to take 50% of recoil back, and it still has to take an attack from this Charizard. Double connect of the Heat Wave is going to send King Gambit and Floette packing, and Marco Silva takes game 1.
You could see Marco breathe a sigh of relief in the player cam there. Maybe wasn't thinking about the Sucker Punch Light of Ruin double up as a possibility after the Rock Slide didn't pick up the KO on King Gambit. If that had been a KO back into Charizard, things might have looked a little bit risky there depending on what the last Pokemon was, but Charizard has just the training it needs, hangs on with 4 hit points and gets the game-winning Heat Wave.
Let's take a look back at some of the plays that happened in that first game. It was really that positioning masterclass, especially when Emilio felt like he was on the back foot at the start of the game. He needed to find the right window to actually weave in attacks from this Floette. Use that Mega Evolution after getting caught off guard by that Aerodactyl Charizard lead.
Right, I think that's the key moment. In a matchup like this that can be so damage trading back and forth, if you have the disadvantage in the lead position, it can be really difficult to recover. Marco immediately had damage threat with Charizard and Aerodactyl on turn 1, and then was able to reset it after Emilio's reposition, so that now Sylveon was threatening the offense. And it was really just those 2 hits that he needed, the Heat Wave into the force of the Garchomp on the field, and then the Hyper Voice into the King Gambit a couple of times to bust this game open and take a pretty clean Game 1 win.
I wonder what Marco had brought in the back. That's going to be a mystery that serves Marco a bit of an advantage, I would think.
Right, because if it had been Garchomp, which is good into a lot of Pokemon, that would be all the more reason to have focused on Floette. But if it wasn't Garchomp and you're not worried about Garchomp on the other side, then maybe it's easier to go to Charizard. For now, Emilio isn't going to show us which Mega he's chosen, instead just Whimsicott and Basculete.
And we do see a switch up from Marco on the other side. He's got the Farigiraf and Incineroar, but maybe Trick Room on the table.
Trick Room certainly a possibility here. You can Trick Room a little more safely in front of Whimsicott with Farigiraf than most setters, because you don't have to worry about the Encore on the following turn, because Armor Tail will still prevent it. Meanwhile, Incineroar finds a pretty good spot, getting to intimidate the Basculegion on the other side. Does have to worry about water offense back into Incineroar, depending on how it's trained. We looked at how Incineroar had the plus attack stat alignment, had the plus attack item, may not be as bulky, may not be wanting to take a Wave Crash in this position.
We do see a switch out of both Pokemon. The Gambit coming in for the Whimsicott, and the Sylveon now coming in for that Incineroar. That Sylveon's going to have to take this Wave Crash, which does a considerable amount of damage. We can see how that Intimidate drop from the Incineroar helped out a lot. As Farigiraf gets away with a Trick Room, we're off to the races.
Trick Room down means that because Sylveon will be moving before the Basket Legion, but it isn't as clear for the King Gambit on the other side. We don't know, I don't think the speed relationship between the two yet, and so if the King Gambit can take advantage of this Trick Room that just came up, it's in a really strong position. We already saw that Hyper Voice is not a 2-hit KO. It can swing into Fergraph for a ton of damage, into Sylveon for a ton of damage, and we know Incineroar is in the back, so it's difficult to reposition there because you would just give over a Defiant boost. So that turn 1 King Gambit switch as Trick Room goes up looks like it's so valuable here. And Sylveon takes so much damage from that Wave Crash. It was -1, but it didn't look like it. So much damage back.
Well, we know for sure that Fergraph is the slowest Pokemon on this field for now, as Sylveon actually moving before this King Gambit gets the knockout onto the Basket Legion, and then the King Gambit is able to move next. Iron Head into the Sylveon, picks it off, and it's a 1-for-1 Pokemon trade on this second turn.
So Sylveon moving first in Trick Room, really important for Marco there because it finishes off the KO into Basket Legion and gets really good damage into King Gambit, but Sylveon does have to get traded back, goes down to Iron Head in the meantime. That's not always what you're looking for in Trick Room, and the King Gambit still stays a really big problem. Pretty healthy here, and Incineroar are going to be forced back out on the field, probably moving before the King Gambit on the other side, but has to give up a Defiant boost in the meantime.
You at least have Fake Out for one turn. But I think the other thing about this Incineroar is you've got kind of two pretty difficult targets. At this position, does Flare Blitz with the Charcoal boost from the Incineroar actually knock out the King Gambit?
Oh, certainly. It probably comes close to one-hit KOing the King Gambit.
With the Aqua Berry.
Oh, the Aqua Berry is going to reduce the damage quite a bit. Yeah, you're right. That would create a problem. If you have it, you probably don't have Aerodactyl as a way to unnerve that berry in the back. Based on what we've seen so far, you'd expect it to be Charizard as the last Pokemon, but the Sun boost, if you can get to that position in a couple of turns, you of course can't switch it in because you have to Mega Evolve, would be a problem. But for now, Whimsicott coming into where it might be the Flare Blitz slot. The Focus Sash will help it take it, but only the Focus Sash.
Yeah, you can see a double up of a Psychic from the Ferrograph to finish off the Whimsicott if that's the case. But first things first, Floette, Mega Evolving. Incineroar moves next. It is going to be the Flare Blitz to bring that Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash, but a secondary attack from this Ferrograph would be able to do the trick. Interesting as well that the Incineroar is actually slower than the Ferrograph in Trick Room, as we see the Psychic actually go into the Floette instead.
Yeah, the Incineroar, the only Pokemon on this team with the -speed alignment, and so moving even before the Ferrograph here.
Moonblast is not going to be able to pick up the Incineroar, but it's so close that I feel like this is just an easy Dazzling Gleam angle, and Trick Room is almost over.
And the other thing it means is that you have one more Flare Blitz. Unless that Flare Blitz is into Whimsicott, the recoil on any other target is going to take Incineroar down. So while you can threaten a ton of damage into the Floette on the other side, you'd be giving up Charizard in the process.
Well, Marco might be giving up his Incineroar here. So let's see the Flare Blitz. I was actually going to be into the Floette. Would have loved to be able to land that attack while you still had that speed advantage. But it's going to be a Flare Blitz into a Protect and a Psychic into a Dark-type King Gambit.
A great turn for killing one turn of Trick Room here, getting a Protect and an Immune switch in. Marco showing that he's willing to trade the Floette for the Incineroar. Incineroar trying to get a Flare Blitz. It might have been enough damage to KO the Floette. Probably is, but would have taken Incineroar down in the meantime. Interesting prioritization. Like you might not expect that that's the key thing if you have Charizard in the back. So for Emilio's shoes, you're trying to figure out what that fourth Pokemon is, and you're trying to use signals based on the targeting to understand that. It could be, though, that it was just the vulnerable thing. If you know that you're putting Psychic into Whimsicott, then the other place to put damage, if you're not trying to cover for the King Gambit switch, is just to make sure and put some targeting into Floette for that turn, even if it's likely to protect.
Well, it's going to be the King Gambit as the next revolving door of Pokemon resumes. Got the Whimsicott now going to take its place as Ferrograph protects itself. This Pokemon is still full HP. Ferrograph is not taking any damage yet. As the Flare Blitz goes into the Whimsicott and finishes it off for good in the second game. I wonder if this Ferrograph just protected itself from something like a Light of Ruin. Let's find out as the Floette is going to just use Moonblast. That's a great protect for the Ferrograph.
Great Protect from the Ferrograph keeps it healthy enough to likely set a second Trick Room if it wants it, because it'd be very dangerous to not put any targeting into the Incineroar on the other side. Maybe Dazzling Gleam plus Kowtow just picks up the Ferrograph. So you have to be watching out for that. But Incineroar really difficult, in a really difficult spot now, likely moving after King Gambit and Floette without Trick Room up. It's such low health that it's just kind of waiting to be KO'd by Dazzling Gleam. Really crucial now at this point what that last Pokemon is for Marco. If it's Charizard, it probably comes in and just has a really nice time cleaning up this game. If it's not Charizard, I'm not sure any of the other Pokemon can accomplish it.
Let's find out. Incineroar is going to take a reprieve, and Charizard now on the field. Marco's Mega Evolution has to come in and take this Dazzling Gleam, as that's going to also be spread damage into the Farigiraf, and the Kingambit's able to follow that up with a Kowtow Cleave. A big priority here for Emilio. Actually gets a critical hit into the Charizard to knock it out. But does that mean the Farigiraf is able to get something done on this turn? Trick Room. Wow, Marco had to give up his Charizard for Trick Room.
Yeah, wow, this is such an interesting turn. So, a huge risk taken from Marco there, probably expecting that it's Kowtow into the Farigiraf, trying to block the Trick Room, and so you get Charizard in for free and tries to preserve the Incineroar to have Incineroar next to Charizard on the following turn. But instead, Emilio makes the really smart play, gets the Kowtow Cleave into Charizard. May have also needed a critical hit on that Kowtow Cleave to actually clean up the KO into Charizard, but now things look really difficult for Marco, because yes, you have Trick Room up, both of your Pokemon are going to move first, but Incineroar at such low health can probably go down to Sucker Punch here. There's no Sucker Punch. Armor Tail would protect that, but you actually have the damage with his Flare Blitz.
Let's see if the Okaberry can help it out here, and it doesn't. Kingambit goes down without a fight as the Incineroar uses the Flare Blitz.
But this trades back Incineroar. Can Farigiraf realistically win a damage trade back and forth with Floette?
Its only move is Psychic, so potentially you're able to get this in a couple of turns, but Psychic first, it looks like it's going to take about 4 Psychics to get this job done.
Certainly not going to take 4 Moonblasts. No. I think Floette is going to be able to clean this up.
Citrus Berry, though, is going to make sure this Farigiraf for sure stays around for the next, now, but...
I don't know, that last Moonblast looked like one more Moonblast is plenty of damage. I'm not even sure a critical hit Psychic cleans it up. For now, Floette, though, just going to protect itself.
Just have to make sure that you're going through the motions here. Emilio knows that this game is all but locked up, and you want to take this time to actually think about how you're going to approach Game 3.
Right. You want to find what the next path is going to be, how you recreate the success from Game 1.
Trick Room looked really great here from Marco, but Emilio played through that with such a smart defensive switches, as he tried to do in that first game, but just had too much damage going his way.
A lot of times if you're playing against Trick Room, even when it's not a Trick Room team, but a team that decides to go into its Trick Room mode, it's all about what you do on that first turn without Trick Room. Are you ready to pounce as soon as the Trick Room falls? And Emilio was in that position. Had the Incineroar so low on the other side. And one thing I want to call out about that Kowtow Cleave targeting as well is that if Incineroar had stayed in, Dazzling Gleam would have KO'd Incineroar, which could not protect itself. The Kowtow Cleave would have just redirected into the Farigiraf and picked up that KO anyway. So there was no risk of targeting it into the Charizard slot. You would have gotten the damage into Farigiraf one way or another. So just a smart play, be ready to be on top and capitalize on Trick Room expiring.
I also wonder maybe what would have happened if Marco had actually used Flare Blitz into the Whimsicott slot, even if it was at 1 HP. Would have caught that Kingambit on the switch in, and then it's just down to Whimsicott and Floette.
Right, you're talking about the turn where Floette protected itself and Whimsicott cycled out the Kingambit to take the Psychic. A lot of times from the Trick Room side, you really have to make sure you capitalize on all 4 turns of Trick Room that you have, and then if the opponent can successfully disrupt it with the right switches and right protects, it almost always feels like in a close Trick Room game, you can point back to one turn during that Trick Room where if the targeting had been different, then it all works out. And this game is no different. If that had been Flare Blitz and Psychic as a double up into Whimsicott, then you probably take this home for Marco. So yeah, definitely not enough evidence to say the Trick Room mode is impossible, but also from Marco's shoes, you don't have to go back to it. You won Game 1 without Trick Room. You can just go back to Aerodactyl once again.
And that's what we're going to see. It's going to be the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon from Marco as leads in this Game 3, and back to the Basculegion and Whimsicott for Emilio.
Basculegion and Whimsicott are a lot more stable in this position than the Floette we saw in Game 1 was against Aerodactyl. Like, not at too much damage risk here. You can, Tailwind and Hyper Voice to get damage into Basculegion, but you're not threatening a KO. Maybe Rock Slide plus Hyper Voice is threatening a KO, but then you're not getting the speed control. Basculegion should be moving before Sylveon in that situation. And Moonblast, we saw the Wave Crash damage at -1. Wave Crash might just be a one-hit KO against Sylveon. So if you're not getting speed control, you're not necessarily getting to attack with Sylveon. And certainly if Wave Crash on its own is not enough to pick up the KO, Moon Blast plus Wave Crash is enough to pick up that KO. So a pretty difficult position here for Marco, because then you might think about, like, do I protect Sylveon and just get Tailwind that way? Well, then you're in all sorts of Encore risk, and you might be vulnerable to a double up into the Aerodactyl slot.
Well, one thing's for sure, this Whimsicott can guarantee the Tailwind, and the Basculegion follows that up with the Wave Crash. That is a one-hit knockout into the Sylveon. That Intimidate did matter in that second game, and so Sylveon's not going to be able to accomplish anything on this turn except recoil damage over to the Basculegion. Aerodactyl lets loose a Rock Slide, misses out the Basculegion, but does get connection onto the Whimsicott.
In a pretty disastrous turn one for Marco. A difficult lead position leads to a poor turn one. Then the Rock Slide miss adds the cherry on top to make this a pretty difficult position. Is kind of scared away from Tailwind there because of the threat of Encore on future turns. Wants to get Rock Slide, break the Focus Sash, chip damage into Basculegion. Is not willing to protect the Sylveon and try to keep it safe, and so just lets it go down really simply there. Just a lot of free damage from Emilio's side. Now Garchomp comes in and is at risk. We talked about the Garchomps becoming faster. That means that they're less bulky. The Whimsicott on the other side holding Focus Sash may mean it's more offensively trained. Could just be immediately threatening a Moonblast KO here. And even if that's not enough on its own, Basculegion can certainly finish that KO. And then you aren't necessarily guaranteed Tailwind if you want it right now either. Whimsicott and Basculegion can both just move before that Aerodactyl and pick up the KO there. And that's the first target.
Wow.
Aqua Jet all the way into 1 HP on Aerodactyl.
Yeah, that Focus Sash is going to be very handy here. It's why we like to see that item sometimes over the Aerodactylite. But Moonblast from this Whimsicott gets to follow up and confirm the KO. A double up into this Aerodactyl means no Tailwind, no speed control. Marco is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game. This is free and clear to go for this Earthquake, but Whimsicott and Basculegion are going to need another one in order to get knocked out.
Right, the Earthquake just isn't impactful enough at this point in time to be giving up Aerodactyl in trade for it. Marco forced into that position because of the pressure that Emilio has, but you haven't done anything to solve the threats on the other side. Garchomp still very threatened. Charizard now threatened as well. Even in the sun, a Wave Crash is going to do a ton of damage over to Charizard, and there's no matched Tailwind, so Marco's Pokemon are both going to be moving after the 2 on the other side. I think a really crucial turn of Protect here. If you can successfully get Garchomp out to attack without a Moonblast coming into it, you're maybe starting to come back. If Marco can protect Charizard from an attack, it's really important. But for now, just the Basculegion actually going to protect itself, and Encore going to lock that Garchomp into Earthquake.
Possible there is a Garchomp sneaking around in the back, or even that Charizard that would be immune to that Earthquake. And there's you have a couple of turns now. You're going to need to try to fight through that. Whimsicott eating the dust is actually going to give a free switch here for Emilio to still take advantage of these final couple of turns of Trick Room, or of Tailwind.
To some extent, there's smart plays from Emilio's side about limiting your opponent's options. If you're really trying to capitalize on your Tailwind, you want to take away the guessing game of the targeting on the other side. And so by encoring the Garchomp, if it had protected on that turn, that means that Floette knows it can just target Garchomp because it can't successfully protect guaranteed the next turn. If you encore into Earthquake, then it can't protect itself. Either way, that you know that you can land the Floette offense into Garchomp on this next turn and continue to simplify the game. Instead of playing the guessing game about targeting, Emilio just finds a way to lock in one more KO and continue to simplify this. When you have a big 4-2 lead like Emilio had, finding ways to take the guessing games out of it is so important. Emilio did a great job at that here.
There's still going to be Mega Evolution on the table for Marco, and it's just going to be a Mega Evolution and Protect. You know that this Basculegion is still threatening with things like that Wave Crash, so it can help take a little bit of that work out, but a one-hit knockout into the Garchomp. This Charizard's going to have 3 Pokemon to get through if it wants to bring Marco Silva this first-round victory.
Garchomp, of course, could not protect itself on this turn because it was encored into Earthquake. And Earthquake, it would have loved to land. Would have been a KO into Basculegion, a bunch of damage into Floette, but there was no opportunity to make that happen. Tailwind making sure that Floette can move first and just KO Garchomp, and now it's Charizard against the world. 3 Pokemon on the other side for Emilio. Charizard's going to have its work cut out for it.
A Protect for the Floette keeps itself safe on this turn, and the Basculegion as well. Don't want to take any risks here to try to stall out as many turns of the Sun as possible. If for some reason something unusual happens, like a critical hit.
Right, still have to be watching out. Floette's going to get some damage back. Basket Legion might be able to get some damage back with Aqua Jet, but it's not like you're going to immediately threaten a KO here.
Yeah, I mean, the Moonbosses can still do a lot, and so that's where Floette's going to take advantage of that Fairy Aura, get a nice chunk into that Charizard, but it takes one more in order to secure that knockout. So can Charizard actually do enough work here while it still has both Pokemon, and that Floette is very close to getting knocked out. The critical hit going to make that blow even softer on the next turn.
Yeah, you almost asked for it there with the critical hit, but Floette should be able to just move first, and the Sucker Punch will be enough to make sure that that cleans up the KO. And so Emilio's lead is big enough to withstand that critical hit. Floette bulky enough to withstand that critical hit, and Marco didn't have enough to take down Emilio in this round one.
Look, even if the Floette had gone down there, Sucker Punch almost certainly finishes up the job. And congratulations to Emilio Forbes for winning the first round of the North America International Championships for 2026.
Such great adjustments, was back-footed on turn one, game one, and never could recover in game, holding a Mega Stone as well. So it's going to be a potent special attacker that keeps multi-scale after the Mega Evolution. And then Frostlass can also provide defense with Aurora Veil once it Mega Evolves, gets the Snow Warning, and has Snow set up. And then both players bringing Sneasler, both players bringing Kingambit, some of these top meta threats that can put out so much damage. I think the question when you see a matchup like this is always, can Geo prevent the setup or withstand the setup once it happens? It can be a little bit difficult when you're playing a more passive team. You don't want to trade a turn of Aurora Veil for a turn of Nasty Plot or Calm Mind. You don't want to necessarily trade be relying just on multi-scale if you're going to have to take these massive hits in the future. And so this can immediately be somewhat of an advantage for Teotime.
Teotime has a lot of experience with this team, just came off the back of a top 64 at Turin with this exact 6. So maybe either he has made some minor adjustments to make this a little bit more impactful in the meta, or this is like a, hey, I think I was so close to being able to make it to the top cut, I'm gonna run it back.
Their team also has the Swords Dance on Kingambit, so adding a third setup option to the mix so that if you don't feel like Floette's in a good position or you don't feel like Delphox is in position, you can use those supportive tools to enable Swords Dance as well. And then sometimes a play you can make is just to present both of them and say, maybe you can stop one of these, but if I'm going to threaten both at once, you don't have the tools to stop that. So Kingambit rounds out the setup options on this team. And then some interesting little text here. Sneasler has Quick Guard, able to block some priority moves on the other side. Can be really helpful for keeping Delphox safe from Aqua Jet, for instance. You don't commit all the way to having a Frigoraph on the team, but if you have Quick Guard, you have another tool to try to keep Delphox safe without having to rely just on Sinistcha.
I was going to say, what's the secret 7th Pokemon that Teotime has on his team? Well, Giovanni, I think, has some great tools to be able to work with this, and against the setup Pokemon that Teotime has access to. Giovanni's team, this is actually going to be a pretty strong departure from what he ended up using to get top 32 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Back there, he was using Charizard Y alongside Mega Aerodactyl and the Basket Legion Kingambit, all the good stuff that you would have expected to see in this meta, but has since switched over to this Mega Dragonite and the Mega Frostlass with the other strong partner Pokemon around it.
Right, lots of strong supportive Pokemon around. Not many with surprising sets. Kingambit again has Swords Dance, so we talked earlier about all the different move options on Kingambit, but has no coverage move here, neither the low kick or the Iron Head. Instead has Protect and Swords Dance. Sneasler kind of interesting with Poison Jab, saying, I don't need Dire Claw. I'm not after sleep, so I'm not after paralysis. And then Poison Touch as well. So really trying to commit to, if I land a Poison Jab on you, there's a really high chance that that poison's coming through.
I think that makes a lot of sense, though. When you think about the changes that have happened to status conditions in Pokemon Champions, I think having a paralysis is way less impactful and valuable than a poison.
Paralysis was nerfed, sleep was nerfed, poison wasn't nerfed, still does tons of damage. And if onto something like Sinistcha, that can be really impactful if you're getting that extra 12.5% per turn. And then Incineroar has a special defense boosting stat alignment, so showing it's not offensive like we saw in Marco's team in the last round. And then Citrus Berry on top of that is really going to be about trying to keep Dragonite and Frostlass, Basket Legion, and Kingambit safe, providing more of a support role on this team. Dragonite opts for Tailwind here. Dragonite Pokemon that can have a lot of different moves. Sometimes we see the Mega Dragonite only on Rain teams so that you can run Hurricane. Instead, no flying offense on this one. Instead, using the multi-scale to make sure you can get a Tailwind when you want it, and then using Dragon Pulse and Heat Wave Dragon and Fire together, pretty potent offense. You can hit neutrally with Dragon Pulse, and then when there's a steal on the other side, like the King Gambit, the Heat Wave helps round out the damage.
Dragonite is another one of those new megas I thought was so fun from ZA. Gets that nice boost to its special attack to make it a really potent special attacker. But if you were tuning into Scarlet and Violet, you might be wondering, where's the extreme speed, you know? Where are the outrages? And that's because it's a special attacker now with that Mega Stone.
Right. When the Mega Evolution gives you a bunch of special attack, then the option to go physical isn't really there anymore. You might see some ordinary Dragonites out in the field as physical attackers, but the Mega Dragonite always going to be special and threatens a lot of damage back with Dragon Pulse.
Moments away from getting into Game 1 of Swiss Round 2 at the 2026 North America International Championships between Team Masao and Giovanni Siski. Only one competitor can keep the undefeated record. I know it's still early in the day, but every win that you get is one step closer to making it to Phase 2 of the competition. A lot of very familiar Pokemon on either side, but I'm very curious about this Mega Delphox versus the Mega Dragonite on Gio's team.
Right, I think it's going to be a really crucial decision for both players which Mega to bring. When you have this kind of supportive setup option, the Mega choice is the first really crucial one. I think the Floette probably more likely for their team. The Delphox is likely to have a really difficult time ever breaking through the Dragonite. On the other side, you're not going to do it with Heat Waves, you're going to have to spend turns on Psychic. Floette has a much easier time there. But then from Gio's side, do you even go for the Dragonite? The Frostlass can be really disruptive. It's Floette on the other side. You can just immediately start going out for damage with Blizzard.
Let's get into Game 1 and see what Pokemon both of our trainers have selected. On the leads, it's going to be the Frostlass as the Mega Evolution of choice for Gio, alongside that Sneasler, and it's going to be the Mega Floette for Teo team.
So maybe neither Mega choice too surprising here. Both players opting for Sneasler as the supportive option next to them. Of course, anytime you see two Sneaslers up against each other, the immediate question is which is faster. Both of these showed speed boosting stat alignments, so maybe all the way to max speed. We've also seen some pretty slow speed boosting stat alignment Sneaslers just trying to at least present the threat. We'll probably learn pretty quickly here which is moving. But of course, Frostlass is a ghost type, not threatened by Fake Out, so can just opt to Mega and Aurora Veil, or Mega and Blizzard immediately go out on the offense here. Isn't all that threatening, but you probably have to worry about Poison Jab plus Moonblast being quite a bit of damage back if you just expose Frostlass too much here.
Well, it's going to be an immediate switch out of the Sneasler. You don't want to play into a potential speed tie knowing that Jolly does exist.
And you don't want to take too much from a Blizzard here, and Incineroar a great switch in if you think the offense is going to come quick from Gio's side.
You still have an option, though, for the Aurora Veil, something that the Frostlass could do that doesn't necessarily unleash an attack right now, but could set you up for the long game. But the Mega Evolutions are going to match. Gio with the Frostlass and Teo team with this Mega Floette, both ready to go out on the offense. But what does the Sneasler do? Going to be one of the faster Pokemon on the field. Floette, though, with that increased priority on the Protect, will make sure that it protects itself first before it sees the rest of this turn. Sneasler was trying to go for the Fake Out to stop this Floette in his tracks, but Frostlass does unleash that Blizzard. Incineroar going to take that a little bit nicer.
Yeah, if you're not willing to opt into the speed tie, which a Fake Out speed tie is so risky. If you're going after a Fake Out into the other Fake Out, well, they're just going into your partner Pokemon. If you lose it, then you accomplish nothing on the turn. Then switching the Incineroar in and protecting makes a lot of sense. You don't take that much damage from Blizzard. Floette doesn't risk taking a Poison Jab from the other side. But now things are really risky. We talked about the high chance of poison. Like, Floette can take a Poison Jab at -1, no problem. But if you get poisoned and you take a Blizzard as well, then all that damage is going to start to add up. It's really difficult to actually play your normal game plan of setting up in front of these two Pokemon. Meanwhile, Incineroar has to be worried too. A close combat will do quite a bit of damage here. Maybe the -1 means that you can take it, but if the Blizzard comes first, then can you actually take a Blizzard and then a close combat afterwards? So Gio continues to have the pressure here. For now, though, Incineroar has Fake Out. That's going to be really helpful. It can try to stop the Sneasler for a turn, or if you think the Protects are coming, you can just get Incineroar back off the field, get Sneasler back in instead, and oh man, the Poison Jab.
It's so risky. The Poison Jab does come out from the Sneasler, super effective into that Floette, but there's actually not going to be a poison that comes through for this Floette. Aurora Veil set up by the Frostlass is going to help out versus these incoming attacks as Floette tries to get a Calm Mind boost to override some of that special defense from Aurora Veil.
Yeah, poison, about a coin flip there, whether it's going to be a poison or not. So Floette escapes without that one and escapes without a Blizzard coming in as well. Sneasler and Floette taking a Blizzard there would have been really difficult for TO Team. But now the Floette has the boost, but where do you go from here? You still are threatened by a KO from Poison Jab, even at -1. That kind of funnels the Sneasler fake out into the Sneasler on the other side instead. Blizzard still, even at +1 special defense, it's going to add up quickly on Floette. Are you actually threatening a 1-hit KO back into Frostlass? With Aurora Veil up, certainly not.
I feel like it's an easy Blizzard, though, and then whether or not the fake up comes out, I think, is going to be what ends up throwing the wrench into the plans.
Right, I mean, I think from Geo's side, it's pretty easy. You know a fake out's coming to Sneasler, so you're able to make this pivot. You know that you can get the Blizzard if you want it. It's how do you respond from TO Team's side.
I think the Intimidate makes a lot of sense, though, because that's going to be a nice attack drop onto the Sneasler. But we're seeing the rotation. So TO Team's Incineroar comes in, gets the Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar, and that is just a full rotation of Pokemon here. Floette protects itself, its nose, it's under threat by this Blizzard. The Blizzard comes back out into the Incineroar.
Yeah, TO Team is way more interested in threatening fake out and trying to create a position with a really safe fake out than he is in immediately landing one. That's going to disrupt plans even further. So what I was saying is that what TO Team is looking for is that Sneasler protects itself, you rotate Incineroar in, and then you have a certain fake out into the Incineroar on the other side. But Geo is not letting that happen. He was making pivots of his own, so Incineroar comes in instead, threatening now fake out on the other side. And then to add more difficulty on top of that, TO Team gets the freeze on his own. Incineroar can't even guaranteed to fake out. But
he can Flare Blitz to thaw out of the freeze, so that is going to be at least a nice attack into the Frostlass, right?
It's difficult. If you spend a turn just Flare Blitzing with Incineroar, Floette starts to look like it is on an island all by itself, already at such low health. Would, of course, go down to an attack from Incineroar, has to be worried about a couple Blizzards being a KO. You have Aurora Veil on the other side. You have the speed advantage for the Frostlass on the other side. It's going to be a double protect because the threat is so big.
As Blizzard comes out, it's just going to barely miss the knockout onto the Floette. So maybe you're kicking yourself, hoping that you would have been able to get an attack off with this Floette before it goes down. But Incineroar is able to use the Flare Blitz to thaw itself out and deal some major damage to the Frostlass on the other side. But this Incineroar for Geo still gets a chance to move. And it's going to be a Flare Blitz in return to get the final blow onto that Floette.
The freeze forces Incineroar to play selfishly for one turn, and one turn of selfishness is all it takes for Floette to go down. Stuck by itself, the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard is more than enough damage, and that is not what you need to accomplish with your Mega with this type of archetype. You're going to put all this investment into supporting around it. You really want a lot more than Floette was able to accomplish there. Ends up getting the Calm Mind, protecting, trying a double protect, not getting it, and just getting KO'd, having no impact on this game. Geo at this point is so far ahead, but doesn't necessarily have it closed out yet. Incineroar and Sneasler can still put out a lot of damage. Sneasler comes in unintimidated, is threatening a close combat into Incineroar on the other side. We just saw the damage from Incineroar into Frostlass on the other side, would be able to close out a KO now. Geo has to make the right moves to close it out now that he's established such a big lead.
Well, Basket Legion with that ghost typing would be immune to incoming close combat, but the Sneasler picks Dire Claw instead. Still a small chance to roll for status condition, but one is not afforded to the Sneasler. Frostlass unleashes another Blizzard with a critical hit on the Sneasler. It feels like it's just adding insult to injury at this point, but just how far ahead Geo is. The Throat Chop isn't even going to pick up the KO onto the Frostlass.
Yeah, TO Team knows his resources left at this point are so minimal that giving up health to Flare Blitz would make it more difficult, and tries to reach, tries to get that KO with Throat Chop instead, but that also covers if Basket Legion had been coming in on that side instead with Snow expiring. Maybe you're thinking Geo's mindset is get Frostlass out and come back in later when it can have more impact. Instead, doesn't manage to close out the KO onto Frostlass, and probably is going to have to take another Blizzard in the future. But at least on this turn, you can expect Frostlass is pretty likely to switch out with the Snow expiring, but maybe you just look for a Shadow Ball, just closing out damage into Sneasler.
I think you'd be happy to just go for a Shadow Ball and then get the Basket Legion to get a secondary KO onto that Incineroar. But for now, we're going to see the Incineroar disappear into a Pokeball as Sinistra comes out with a little bit of hospitality healing over to Sneasler. Sneasler is actually going to use Dire Claw first, outspeeding the Frostlass and going to get the knockout.
Geo opts not to try to preserve that Frostlass, just lets it take a hit because he knows if it takes a hit, that means that Basket Legion is going to get to swing for free, but not into the Incineroar. So a pretty strong turn for TO Team there to respond and get a little bit back in this game.
That's still only one KO that TO team has been able to get out of Giovanni. You still have 3 more Pokemon in the back to play around with, and this is a free Intimidate now onto the opposing Sneasler.
Right, Incineroar is able to come back in if it wants to here and get an Intimidate down. I think the Hospitality may have taken Sneasler out of Aqua Jet KO range, which means that Sneasler may continue to get attacks off in the future. And then the rotation is still available. Once your team is down to 2 Pokemon, it's going to be much easier for Geo to pin him in one spot, make Intimidate stick. But if your team can keep up with these 3 Pokemon, keep the pivots going, there's still a chance, even now, both players down the Mega.
Geo took some time to think about his decision before bringing back in the Incineroar, because it is really about how do you close out this game. Felt like the lead that Giovanni had is starting to close a little bit.
Close a little bit, but he's still massively ahead. Think about the situation here. The Basculegion not threatened by the Sneasler at all and can just swing into the Sinistcha on the other side. Sinistcha has opted for Aqua Berry, not the Ghost Resist that we saw in similar teams to this archetype before. So Last Respect's likely just threatening a KO here now that Frostlass went down on the previous turn. So it may look as simple as fake out the Sneasler and throw Last Respect to Sinistcha. If you're far enough ahead, you can kind of say, you know, there are counters to that. You can try to rotate the Incineroar out, but you can't get away with it forever. So Sneasler is actually the one going into Incineroar. Let's see if it is enough to keep the Sinistcha alive.
Fake out first, and then we get to see the Last Respects come out. Sinistcha's already taken some damage, and so Last Respects looks like it was an easy knockout to pick up for that Basculegion. Down to just 2 Pokemon left. Can TO team claw his way back into this one with the Sneasler and the Incineroar? And no, actually, is going to be the answer to that question. TO team throws in the towel, and Giovanni wins game 1.
Once he was down to 2 Pokemon, just too much of an uphill battle. Geo did such a great job of withstanding the early threats from TO team, and constantly in those first few turns was trying to establish the right position for his own fake out. I think first 4 turns in a row we saw him switch that right slot between the 2 fake out Pokemon, just trying to find an opportunity. Eventually the Incineroar got frozen, switching into a Blizzard. That forced his hand to use the Flare Blitz, get the Frost, but in the meantime, the float went down, and it was such an uphill battle from there. He got a few turns right, but Geo was able to play pretty conservatively and just close out the game.
It's just so hard, right? Because it's like sometimes you wait for the perfect opportunity, but then what if that window was actually a couple of turns ago? Maybe you would have enjoyed throwing out an attack. Maybe that makes the matchup a little bit easier, but it's so hard to make that call when you have all these different facets to think about. What other Pokemon could be in the back? Geo took quite a while to actually reveal that.
Right, if you don't know what you're gonna have to deal with at the end, you don't know what resources to preserve. I think the Sneasler on Geo's side makes it really difficult to play this game plan with Floette, because you have to use Intimidate to mitigate the Poison Jab. You have to be constantly cycling, but you know there's a fake out on the other side that's often going to be faster than your own, and the Poison Jab, the threat of the poison is so huge as well when you know that Blizzard damage is going to be added on top. If it was only the Poison Jab you were going to take, well then you can say, I'll take that. Even if I get poisoned, I can Hospitality, I can recover it, but when Blizzard is adding Chip on top, it makes it so difficult for Floette. So I wonder if that will force the switch into the Delphox. If you think it's going to be the Frostlass, not the Dragonite on the other side, then Frostlass, or the Delphox makes all the sense in the world.
I think I would like to see Delphox or King Gambit as an adjustment in this game, especially when you see these 2 Ghost-type Pokemon for Geo with the Frostlass and the Basculegion. But it's going to be the Delphox as the switch up for the Mega, at least.
So gets the Mega matchup right, has the Delphox, it's still the Frostlass on the other side, but Geo knows the hedge. It knows that after winning with Frostlass, you're likely to see Delphox on the other side, so immediately presents a huge obstacle for Delphox, which is that Basculegion. Instantly just threatening a KO into Delphox and fake out immune. You're leading this type of setup team, you want to be the one with the pressure. You want to be the one saying, I'm going to fake out, you're going to do nothing, I'm going to set up. You don't want to be the one saying, I'm immediately on the back foot here. I have to react instantly. And those reactions are really difficult because you love to get Sinistcha in to try to redirect away a Wave Crash, but are you just going to switch Sinistcha into a Blizzard here? You can't afford to do that. How do you actually recover from this position? It's going to start with Sneasler going out into the back, but where does it go next? King Gambit, though, so not the full support package. Another attacker hits the field. field.
Okay, well that was an adjustment that I would have liked to see and is a very good response to something like the Frostlass and the Basket Legion. However, they can still pack a punch into this King Gambit. As we see the Delphox Mega Evolve first, we can assume that it's going to be faster than the Frostlass in this matchup. But then what comes next? This King Gambit can't protect itself on this turn, so it could be taking 2 attacks right here and now. Delphox is going to protect itself, so at the very least, it's not taking any damage on this turn. But what has Geo decided to do? Aurora Veil for safety, going to make those defenses stronger on his side of the field. But this Basket Legion can still fire off an attack. It is into that Delphox's protect, though.
So the King Gambit is a way to cover and try to keep Delphox around. You can maybe threaten the Sucker Punch plus the Side Shot KO into the Basket Legion now before it's able to move, and so you're a little bit more healthy with Delphox, but the Aurora Veil might have thrown a wrench into that plan. Might be enough to withstand those couple of hits. Meanwhile, King Gambit comes into a great position here. Of course, we'll take a bunch of damage from Wave Crash if that were ever the target, but you can't imagine in this position that would be the prioritization for Geo. And so it walks in as a Blizzard resistance, able to threaten a bunch of damage into these Pokemon. But it does mean that Delphox is now on the field with no redirection support, no fake out support. It's going to have to fight on its own a little bit here. Only the threat of Sucker Punch to try to keep Delphox healthy. I also wonder what players are thinking about the damage trade. If Delphox were to get traded for Frostlass, would either player be more unhappy with that? It looks like Tier Team is the one more worried about it, going to get the Delphox out into the back.
Yeah, I mean, because Shadow Ball is also going to do a pretty good number to this Delphox, so it ends up going into that Sneasler instead as Wave Crash splits the difference and splits the damage as King Gambit is going to be on the receiving end of that one. King Gambit gets away with a Sword Stance though, so these Sucker Punches might be just one-hit knockouts into either of these Pokemon.
Geo recognizing the threat of King Gambit, recognizes that you can't entirely focus on the Delphox because then maybe the King Gambit just runs away with this game. And immediately King Gambit much less of a threat once it has taken one big hit like that. It's a little bit easier to get rid of it, but Frostlass isn't going to be able to do that job. And Basket Legion, even with the Aurora Veil up now with a little bit of chip from Wave Crash, likely in KO range from Black Glasses +2 Sucker Punch. And so the Cold Bear Berry can help with that, and for now the Sinistcha going to try to keep King Gambit healthy so that if you miss that KO, you don't immediately go down to the Wave Crash.
Now it is really all about protecting this King Gambit. A one-hit knockout rewarded to this Pokemon onto the Frostlass. But can it hang on through another attack from this Basket Legion? Because that was not the target this time, and the Hospitality healing ensures that King Gambit gets another shot at a KO next turn.
I think that's a really strong turn for Terra Teammate. You accomplish 2 things at once. You get the Frostlass KO'd as you get Sinistcha on the field to provide redirection support for this King Gambit. Sinistcha can't provide that redirection support safely when there's Blizzard threat on the other side, but by eliminating Frostlass at the exact same time that you get the Sinistcha on the field, now you have all the redirection time in the world. Of course, the Last Respects will still pick up that KO, but if you opt for Last Respects, you may only get one opportunity further to attack with Basket Legion, whether that's taking a Sucker Punch into the Culver Berry or just taking a Kowtow Cleave that might KO despite the Culver Berry. Afterwards, you probably end up trading back.
But you do have Sneasler to offer Fake Out for at least one turn. That might help get you a KO on this one, but it's tough because you do have both Pokemon that can use Protect.
Right, both Pokemon have Protect, so your team can just kill this Fake Out pressure on this turn. But of course, in Geo's shoes, you know that that's a threat. You know you can also just take advantage of it, and then you know that Teo Team knows you could just take advantage of it, and so may not actually be willing to just click the Protect. For now, though, Sneasler out into the back, and Incineroar back on the field.
The 5T chest as the Incineroar is going to come in and give up a Defiant boost to this King Gambit. That's going to put it at +3 attack, but it's going to be a double Protect. Wow, did you just get away with that?
Oh man, for Tier Team, you have to be kicking yourself. You spent the entirety of Game 1 trying to accomplish exactly this play, trying to switch Fake Out on a double Protect from the other side. You never got it to land. Geo was always one step ahead. For the first time that you are faced with the important Fake Out pressure on the other side, you click the double Protect, and Geo hits you with exactly the same play. Gets the switch into the Fake Out pressure, rotates through those Fake Outs. Now you don't have safe Protects available to you. Geo does have Fake Out available, and it starts to look so easy to put a bunch of damage down. You can just Fake Out King Gambit, Last Respects into the Sinistcha. We saw that damage before. This time the Basket Legion unintimidated so far. We've seen all 4 Pokemon. The Intimidate is not going to be available in this game. There's no Incineroar. King Gambit over it as the Dark type. And so that Last Respect's just threatening a one-hit KO onto Sinistcha in this position, most likely.
Oh, King Gambit tries to go for the double protect, but it is going to fail. And so on the receiving end of that fake out to stop it for this turn. The Basculegion gets to go next. Last Respects finishes off this King Gambit and gets rid of that +3 threat for the second game. A huge source of damage removed from the field for Teo Team, and so has to rely on this Sinistcha to maybe get a burn or get a job done. Basculegion, though, happy to go down for its efforts. It did what it needed to do.
Maybe only because of the critical hit through the Aurora Veil, but does get the KO there and make the trade. I think a really smart input there from Geo. You want to cover for the Rage Powder, of course, because you can't just wave crash into Basculegion. We're recognizing that Last Respects is still enough damage to pick up the KO on King Gambit, so you can choose your priority target. I'd rather KO the King Gambit if he allows it, but if the redirection happens, I'll just take the Sinistcha instead. That will be okay.
I will say, though, I think Geo would have liked to actually have this Basculegion for this Delphox. I realize it's been a long time, but this Delphox has very little damage on it.
So the problem is the Incineroar has very little damage on it. Your total offensive output from Teo Team's team now is going to be relying on Sneasler, because the Sinistcha and the Delphox really can't do it into the Incineroar. So it's going to be difficult, but down to 2 Pokemon for Geo after that critical hit. Machagacha picks up the KO on Basculegion on the previous turn. Maybe there's just enough room for it.
There is Throat Chop, so that is a super effective damaging option into the Delphox to make that a little bit easier. And then, of course, the Sneasler can just do some things as well.
Yeah, I think the key piece is the Sneasler in the back for Teo Team, and then it's what damage do you prioritize in the meantime before it hits the field. You're imagining a future close combat into the Incineroar on that side, but you have to get there first.
Double protect just to ensure that you are going to be able to get through both of these Pokemon with the fake outs, but you still have to worry about the damage that's going to be coming in on the next turn. Geo, very comfortable to try to throw out a Throat Chop and a fake out into that Delphox.
Right, it's an easy play. You know there's available on this turn to go for the fake out. The Sneasler on the other side is an important problem because the Sneasler on Teo Team's side already took a bunch of damage early on in the game, and so you want to try to keep your own Sneasler around to be a threat back to that Sneasler, so you can't afford to take a Side Shock here, and so it protecting itself now, while Rage Powder covers the Incineroar tries to go after the Delphox.
Throw Trap or Flare Blitz, though, is going to do a lot as the Sneasler protects itself from the Side Shock. Of course, that's going to be a lot of super effective damage back in return, but the Throw Trap looks like it might actually miss out on that 2-hit KO.
Right, the Flare Blitz could be the extra damage to pick that up, but you take a bunch of recoil in the meantime, but then at least you're not worrying about the damage roll of whether Throat Chop is enough damage or not. And then, of course, you'd rather be after the Delphox instead, and so going after the Throat Chop is the only way to pressure in.
Double protect here was a good effort, but it's not going to happen. Sneasler cannot protect itself from a second Side Shock from the Delphox. And so Delphox gets what it wants, bringing the Sneasler down to its Focus Sash, but there's still one more attempt for the Sneasler to get something done. The Rage Powder going to redirect away the attack from this Incineroar as it goes for another Throat Chop, and yes, misses out on the knockout.
Just not quite enough damage. Of course, the Akaberry preventing Flare Blitz there, and so instead forcing Throat Chop that keeps Sinistcha around. Sneasler, though, tried to protect on the previous turn and failed it, so can now protect again through this turn. Delphox and Sinistcha can protect themselves. If you think that the protect is coming, you can burn it that way. If you can get through the Sneasler on the other side, and that kind of blocks all the obstacles for your own Sneasler to come in close combat Incineroar and clean up the game. So it does look like Teo Team is slowly making the ground that needs to be able to take this game too.
Yeah, it is too bad because Giovanni's Sneasler is Poison Touch. Sometimes you see Unburden, so if the Focus Sash had been activated, then you would actually get that increased speed to the Sneasler. But since Geo's has Poison Touch, you're not going to be able to be faster than this Delphox before it's able to knock you out. So Sneasler goes for the Protect on this turn, does not want to end up taking that risk, as the Sinistcha can go for its final Protect the Delphox with that Rage Powder to draw away the Incineroar. But Delphox knows it's got one job, to knock out this Sneasler. Throat chop from the Incineroar finally finishes off the Sinistra and brings back out this Sneasler.
As telegraphed as that Protect is, Team Team knows he's got a big lead in this game. All you have to do is make sure the Sneasler goes down. You can't afford a free turn where it doesn't Protect and you didn't actually pick up the KO on it, so you just keep targeting there. Now, the Sneasler on the other side has to worry about fake out pressure on this turn, is certainly going to have to get a double Protect to get through the other side of this. Then probably still needs to somehow like win a speed tie, KO the Sneasler on the other side. The uphill battle for Geo is so difficult at this point. And before you even get there, if you try to Protect against a possible fake out on this turn, it could just be a game-winning close combat into Incineroar instead, and so the risk starts immediately. Geo has to know this game is almost certainly lost. There's a thin thread of hope, but it can die at any moment with a wrong input on this turn.
I feel like you don't even need the fake out to try to secure the victory here. A close combat into the Incineroar would feel amazing, and I wonder even if the third drop would actually pick off the Delphox. So we're going to see the towel thrown in. No reveal of any of those damaging interactions as Teal Team wins the second game and brings us to a game 3.
Managed to not get the setup, get his game plan disrupted, but get the right damage trade at the right time. The King Gambit drew enough attention from the Basket Legion on the other side that the Sinistra got one free turn to swing. Now, really crucial for it that was a critical hit swing into the Basket Legion on the other side while Aurora Veil was up. I think this plays out very differently if Basket Legion manages to hang on in that position. But it didn't. It got critical hit. It went down. And then Teal Team just strangled out all of the remaining opportunities for Giovanni. Played it very, very carefully here.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely in the moment didn't do enough justice to that critical hit that came through. Thinking there's always that chance of burning the Basket Legion as well, so I wonder just how much time that Basket Legion would have had left if it even survived through that Matcha Gotcha. And it always does a lot more damage than I think it's going to every time that I feel like I'm on the receiving end of it. But we've got a decisive Game 3 to see which competitor will have an undefeated 2-0 record after this one.
Well, we're reset again. Both players in team preview, both players looking at 2 mega options once again. So far, Geo has stuck to Frostlass throughout this, but your team made the adjustment in that last game. Went from the Floette to the Delphox, and it paid off in Game 2. But from Geo's side, do you think, well, if it's going to be Delphox, I can just go Dragonite. Dragonite looks so clean against the 4 Pokemon that your team brought in that last game. You even have Heat Wave to cover for the King Gambit, even if it has redirection next to it. I can just Heat Wave and take that KO. There's no Akaberry on that King Gambit. So will Geo make the adjustment? Will Teal Team be preemptive for that adjustment and go back to Floette? This is really going to be the crucial thing. It is Dragonite.
Okay, so then is there a Floette on the other side? There is! A Floette and Sneasler to catch that Dragonite adjustment. One
step ahead. Floette hits the field, loves to see Dragonite on the other side, but hates to see that Sneasler on the other side. There's a question of even if you get the Mega Guess right, you see the Dragonite on the other side, is fighting against this Sneasler still such an uphill battle that Floette isn't able to capitalize on that? Before you can ever land a hit into Dragonite, you're going to have to let Sneasler on the other side act in some way, unless you try to disrupt it just with your own Sneasler and can win a speed tie there. And then one hit into Dragonite's not going to be enough. The multi-scale will at least keep it safe for a turn. This means that Sneasler has its work cut out for it. Are you trying to just fake out and break that multi-scale, or trying to Dire Claw to break that multi-scale so that Floette can get that damage? But for now, Dragonite's running out into the back. Geo trying to catch a double protect once again, get his own fake out on the field.
Incineroar would be able to pressure that on the next turn, but first we're going to see the Mega Evolution from the Floette, get that Fairy Ware activated, so those Fairy type attacks are going to be even more powerful. But what happens next? Is there a fake out from either of these Sneaslers? Geos moves first, gets the fake out into the opposing Floette, as Sneasler goes for cold combat into the option on the other side. Sneasler doesn't take too much from that, but you do end up actually dropping your defenses here.
Dropping the defenses, but I'm not sure you're that worried about it. You break the Focus Sash on the other side. Sneasler is enemy number 1, especially now that you see how this matchup is going to play out, where Floette needs to stick around to beat Dragonite in the long run. Then you have to keep it healthy, and getting the Focus Sash broken and chipped enough that you can maybe threaten a Moonblast KO immediately is really important here. There's also always the chance that Incineroar could have been coming into that Sneasler slot if you thought that it was likely that Geo was trying to pivot in this position. And so gets really valuable close combat into Sneasler. Floette didn't burn its Protect on the previous turn, so now can just Protect through the Fake Out and Poison Jab pressure on this turn.
I wonder if we're going to actually get even more speed interactions revealed, though, because have we actually seen how these Sneaslers match up against each other? We don't have the knowledge yet because there was only a Fake Out at increased priority from Geo Sneasler, and then we saw a close combat at neutral priority from Teo Team. So it's going to protect itself, knows that it could be on the receiving end of a Fake Out from that Incineroar, and the Sneasler also, of course, threatening that Poison Jab. Not going to land its target now, but you actually uses this opportunity to get a parting shot, attack drop onto the opposing Incineroar and get a pivot out.
The restraint on the turn 1 Protect pays off when you can go for the turn 2 Protect. Keep Floette safe from Poison Jab on that turn. But Geo knows there's also not much threat back to Incineroar on the other side, and so you're able to get a parting shot out and get your Basculegion in to now be a huge problem. Threatens just a one-hit KO onto the Incineroar in that slot and would force a reveal. If it's not Sinistcha as that 4th Pokemon, nothing wants to come in and take this Wave Crash. And if it is Sinistcha, I'm not sure it's the right timing where you want to really be bringing in Sinistcha now. And meanwhile, Floette has used the Protect now. It's got to be worried about Poison Jab on the other side. Even if it's not an immediate KO, we've talked about how the near about 50-50 chance of poison means that even just taking a poison jab that you can survive can have really negative long-term effects. Yes, Floette has to get off the field, does not like the position, needs to be preserved to fight Dragonite in the long run. So instead, it's going to be Sinistcha coming in on that side.
I mean, the Poison Jab's still going to hurt quite a bit, though, even if it is going to be on neutral. No poison activated, though, as that secondary effect, as the Wave Crash just one-hit knockout into this Incineroar. Going to be a lot of recoil back into that Basculegion, but you got rid of a really big threat.
Such a huge threat. To be able to get rid of that Incineroar, get rid of the threat of Intimidate. The Sinistcha wanted to be on both sides. It wanted to be able to come in and take that Poison Jab and the Wave Crash, but couldn't Rage Powder before it hit the field. It leaves Incineroar hanging. That does mean you land Floette next to Sinistcha, so you have both the redirection and the Floette on the field at the same time. Geo also hasn't given up a Pokemon yet, and so Last Respects is not boosted, still just 50 base power, and so it probably isn't threatening a KO back under the Sinistcha on this side. So from the positioning angle, KO Team makes it out okay. Gets the right position he wants, but he really has to be able to capitalize on it now because you've given up such an important tool. If you give up this position without getting much out of it, it's going to be really hard to establish a similar position without Incineroar to help you with Fake Out and Intimidate in the future. No kind of pressure valve for the damage at this point either. So I think really crucial decisions now. Does Floette try to boost because you think you need the damage? Can you call a Protect or a Switch in the right spot and land a big Moonblast? This is a key turn.
Incineroar is a good defensive switch, though, because it's going to take a lot less or something like a Moonblast as the Sinistcha redirects away the attention from the Floette, giving it some breathing room across the way from this Basculegion. Floette's first to move next, as the Moonblast is going to actually pick off this Basculegion. So there's no additional damage on this turn. What a critical Pokemon knockout to take.
Yeah, gets the position and then does capitalize on it. Finds the Basculegion not switching, not protecting, staying on the field and trying to swing out, but it fails. The Floette has enough damage after that big Wave Crash recoil into Incineroar on the previous turn to just get the KO with Moonblast to get rid of an important threat. Now, not the most important threat. Sneasler escapes to the back, gets rid of Intimidate, is going to come in the future and be a problem, but for now, Basculegion gone makes Sinistcha look much healthier here. You have to worry about Incineroar hitting into it a couple times. Heat Wave from Dragonite will do a lot of damage, but not kind of immediately threatened with a KO before it can move. Here. We saw the Throat Chop damage fail to even 2-hit KO in the previous game, and so should be fairly safe here. Floette should get a chance to either swing or boost, but does have the damage work cut out for it. Incineroar fully healthy is not that threatened. Dragonite has multi-scale, not that threatened. Difficult to break multi-scale with the Pokemon that are left either.
You could also go for Tailwind. That is an option available to this Dragonite that would give you a almost sure speed advantage versus the Pokemon on Teo Team's side. But how much do you value that versus just going for damage now? The Fake Out from the Incineroar is going to land onto its target of the Floette, so that's going to be a turn for this Dragonite to get that Tailwind off. Just ensures that speed for future turns. Sinistcha can still go for an attack, though, and it's going to use that Machagotcha to connect to the Dragonite, break the multi-scale. Now that Floette for sure can get the knockout.
Yeah, such an important 4 HP of damage there and gets it pretty cheaply. The Tailwind is helpful, but it doesn't change all that many speed relationships. The Sneasler was already moving before the Floette. Does mean that your Sneasler, you can confidently say, will move before the Sneasler on the other side, but that could be turns away. Neither of them are in the field now. There's no guarantee that Tailwind will still be active there, and you give up multi-scale in the process for it.
Yeah, but now you can kind of, I feel like that boost was more for the Incineroar than anything, because maybe that's going to actually give you the speed advantage over the Floette and Tailwind.
Right, you can probably get the Sinistcha now in exchange for whatever Floette does on this turn, but if the Sinistcha protects itself, you can't, and is there enough damage to actually threaten back into the Floette? Heat Wave's not going to do much there.
No, Heat Wave does get the ability to first spread damage, and so you get the connection onto the Floette.
Not so
Actually,
bad.
bring it down to less than half. But the Flare Blitz would have loved to land its mark into the Sinistcha, and it's not going to do that. Preserve that Akaberry for later as the Moonblast just easy one-hit knockout into this Dragonite since that multi-scale is gone, bringing Geo down to his final 2 Pokemon of the game. That Sneasler has to come back in and deal with a Rage Powder.
Immediately has the problem of Rage Powder, but does at least have Fake Out. You don't worry about giving up a Machagacha now, not that important. The Sinistcha does have Trick Room though, so if you give over 2 free of a turn, that could be a problem. But if you can get out of the Tailwind, then the Incineroar will love to be in those Trick Room environments. But meanwhile, you can see the idea from Geo. If you can get the Heat Wave and the Flare Blitz into the Sinistcha, the Heat Wave will break the Akaberry. Flare Blitz will easily pick up the KO afterwards. And if you can get rid of Sinistcha, then Sneasler comes in, just KOs the Floette. It all starts to look really easy from there. But your team is one step ahead, understands that Sinistcha is important in that position and is likely to be the target, gets it protected through the turn, and breaks the Dragonite. And now that same play isn't available anymore. I don't know that Throat Chop plus Poison Jab is actually going to be a KO into Sinistcha. And if Sinistcha can redirect for 2 turns, then that's a disaster for Geo. There's just not enough damage to win if 2 with full attacks get through into the Floette, into the Sinistcha, and it still sticks on the field.
I mean, it's a safe protect here from the Floette, so can the Sinistcha actually survive a double up? The Poison Touch does activate to get that poison onto the Sinistcha, maybe knocks it out at the end of the turn, as the Incineroar was hoping to follow up with damage to split the difference, but Sinistcha gets away scot-free. The Akaberry has not been consumed. It gets the Trick Room up, and speed advantage goes over to Teo Team.
Has the speed advantage now, but still doesn't necessarily have the damage. Definitely not into Incineroar on the other side. And the Trick Room in the long term will mean that Geo's Incineroar is going to move before the Sneasler on Teo Team's side. So you don't have that same checkmate position as before. Sinistcha not able to threaten a lot of damage here. The Poison really helpful though. Going to go down pretty quickly. I start to wonder then from Teo Teams, do you think about switches? Do you want to get more health into Floette by trying to get hospitality down so that you can get a Flare Blitz? Do you just try to swing into the Sneasler in this turn? Of course, Sneasler could just protect itself. A turn where you swing into a protecting Sneasler and Incineroar gets a free shot back as Tailwind is starting to expire, so that then the Incineroar would have the speed advantage could be really disastrous. So this is a very dangerous turn.
1 Pokemon advantage, though,
There's
for Teo Team. Feels like it's still going to give him the edge in this final couple of turns. But as you see the protect onto Geo's Sneasler, this Floette is not going to be able to actually get the KO onto that big, important Pokemon. So the Throat Chop, with that additional Poison Chip, is it going to be enough to pick out the Sinistcha, bring Teo Team down to his final 2 Pokemon?
And then the Tailwind expires, and so now Incineroar is going to be the Pokemon moving first. There's no Intimidate on it. It's probably just threatening a KO with Flare Blitz into Floette. Floette already taken half of its health down. If that's true, then you're really relying on Fake Out pressure to create the space for damage. There's still a lot of opportunity here. Sneasler can Fake Out the Incineroar. That should mean that then Floette will move before the Sneasler on the other side, is threatening a Moonblast to KO there, and then you're just fighting the Incineroar, which I think you should win in the long term. You can't. Sneasler should be healthy enough to take a Flare Blitz, but there's still risk there. If that double protect comes through, it switches everything, but no double protect.
None. So that's going to be a Fake Out going the Incineroar's way, knowing there's no attack coming out from the Sneasler, means that the Floette is free and clear to unleash a Moonblast to finish off this Pokemon. 1 Pokemon left here for Geo. The Incineroar should be able to get knocked out by a double up, and Teo Team 1 Pokemon away from defeating the 2025 World Champion.
Yeah, now should have it locked up with that protect failing, and now only 1 Pokemon left on Geo's side. Incineroar can only attack one thing at a time, and it's going to need a few turns to do it. Meanwhile, a close combat in a Moonblast, if not just a close combat by itself, is going to clean this up, especially after all this Flare Blitz recoil.
Yeah, gonna try anyway. It breaks the focus sash on the Sneasler, but this double up should do it. Moonblast, close combat. Actually, Moonblast is just enough by itself. And so, TL Team Masa wins Swiss round 2 of NAIC Phase 1.
What a fun set. Such difficult positioning. Ultimately, it felt like a lot of the games were decided by those team preview matchups. In game 1, it was really uphill.
Completely switch it up. The version of Charizard that Arsal ran at Indy was the one with the Venusaur, right? It was unlike the other Charizards we saw out in the field, but now completely switching up for a team that looks relatively good into Charizard, which I think was kind of one of the meta calls we saw last week happening and going into this week. I mean, this Dusk Form Lycanroc, the amount of damage with even something like an Accelerock is crazy.
Yeah, the Accelerock and that Tough Claws boost that it gives to those attacks is just incredible damage across the board. It's got that extra protection as well with the Focus Sash, so it does mean the opponent is going to have to commit into that slot twice, which makes it even more difficult to deal with, especially because it's very fast in general compared to the majority of the rest of the format. But you've got the nice flexibility there with the Frozlass if conditions suit bringing that, or if you need to just go a little bit support oriented, you've got the Skull Villain. There's some really nice interactions in this team as well, with a very slow, bulky Citrus Berry Basculegion, very difficult to take off the field, and will surprise opponents if they're not prepared for this team, because the interactions there where you've got the Skull Villain just outspeeding the Basculegion can throw off a lot of game plans here. We saw in Turin time and time again. And then you've got that King Gambit, kind of centerpiece of the team, I would say, outside of the Megas, where it's got that sword stance. If you allow this to get set up, it is going to be hitting so hard, turning like close knockouts into guaranteed knockouts with that Sucker Punch that just gets the supersedes in front of everything else. Other interesting option there on the Sneasler is that Gunk Shot. We don't normally see that, you know, Dire Claw is an option, Poison Jab sometimes, but that Gunk Shot will throw off those damage calcs for opponents time and time again.
We're just looking for that extra damage coming out. But now talking about Christopher's team, this is a team that we saw him pilot to the top cut of the Indianapolis Regional Championships and looking to run it back. There is a reason that Mega Charizard Y and Floette is kind of one of the teams to fear, looking at the amount of damage potential coming out. And it's also damage potential with a lot of speed on its side when you look at a Whimsicott with Tailwind to help boost up your Pokemon. Make sure they're outspeeding anything they can.
Yeah, this team is just all about the damage. Get the damage onto the opposite side of the field. Can your opponent keep pace? In this matchup, it might be a scenario where they can, and they might have the tools to be able to do it. But what better player to pilot these 6 Pokemon than Christopher, who's so well versed with these 6 Pokemon in particular. And you've got some big threats here, like you've already said. You have to be careful in front of that Whimsicott in particular because of the Encore threat, so you can't be too passive against it, and that's something that Christopher can leverage to give room to things like the Floette that are going to be so fast and so offensive, especially with that Light of Ruin that can pick up one-hit KOs against opposing threats. And then that Charizard as well that can come in and cause both Megas on Arsenal's side a lot of issues. If that Sun is active, the Heat Wave's going to pressure both of them, and Charizard, one of those Pokemon that just doesn't care about the ability on Skull Villain that so many other Pokemon do.
I'm so excited to get into this match as our trainers are ready, so let's get to it. Arsal going up against Chris. Charizard and Whimsicott right away coming out for Christopher. A very aggressive lead, but as well on the other side, Sneasler has not won to really take lightly, paired up with that Frostlass.
It's a nice lead from Arsal here, got that fake out, going to be able to go into either target the Charizard or the Whimsicott to either stop the Tailwind or prevent the Charizard from attacking. The mind games here though, which Pokemon either side is going to Omega Evolve first, and which one is going to get their weather? You would say that the Frostlass naturally would outspeed that Charizard, so if both Mega Evolve this turn, it will be the Charizard that will get its Sun up, not that Frostlass. But because of that, Arsal not wanting to enter that mind game, bringing in something that counteracts that Charizard perfectly.
Yeah, why fight into the weather war? If you can preserve that, make your opponent go for the weather and bring in something that can check it so well as Lycanroc hits the field and Mega Charizard will come out and play. Drought will be setting the Sun, so damage on this turn could be so much if not for the fake out. Charizard is not going to do anything. Whimsicott, though, not going to set up a Tailwind either, instead going on the offensive to try and chip away at some of the damage into to this Sneasler.
It's a really nice play here. I think you kind of cover the potential on-call threat that you've got this turn, and you stop the Charizard from getting any damage or breaking the sash onto the Lycanroc, and now it's in a position where it is going to threaten a knockout onto the Charizard, and it doesn't care about the Tailwind going up either on that Whimsicott. I think you have to be careful with your Sneasler if you are so. You don't want to get locked in to that fake out, so it's switching out here makes a lot of sense, but you can almost check whatever's coming in with the Lycanroc on that Charizard that is such a threat in the sun.
I mean, you're talking about that threat. Charizard wants absolutely none of it. It'll be Basculegion coming out to play instead. And of course, you got to keep it honest. So a Cellrock into the Basculegion will start dealing a little bit of damage, and Whimsicott has to get rid of this Lycanroc, dealing a good considerable amount. So if Lycanroc sticks around, another hit will take it out.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. You've got to be careful with this Pokemon, because if that is the one check that you've got to the Charizard, you need to keep it safe. You need to protect it at all costs. So it probably looks like it will switch out this next turn. It does have close combat, though, that could be useful into something other than the Charizard later in this game. We're going to see the Frostlass just come back onto the field now. He's going to take a Moonblast for its trouble, but it's into that King Gambit.
You said this Whimsicott and Chris just changing up the targets consistently. The Moonblast is the first hit. Wave Crash, not as much considering the current weather, but still a lot of damage into this King Gambit. That's looking to just set up. Sword Stance. Oh, you don't have the most health, but what you lack in health, you make up for in attack.
Yeah, and that is Cellrock damage into the Basculegion really useful now. Not that the +2 Sucker Punch is going to need any extra help, but it does threaten a knockout onto that Basculegion here. Also, you've got the ability now to Mega Evolve the Frostlass, get rid of the Sun, and then you can play that Weather Wall if you do switch it off the field. You've not really got the immediate threat onto the Whimsicott unless you go for an attack with Frostlass, but it's an option here where you could go for the Blizzard. The switch-in isn't really a thing that you can do with the Charizard just yet, but the opportunity to get that Aurora Veil up is presented right now, and it might be a good time to get that defensive boost for your side of the field.
Yeah, before all of a sudden you lose the snow and lose your opportunity to protect your side of the field. So yeah, it starts to snow. Whimsicott protecting, so maybe even just more opportune if we're going to see a little bit more of a passive turn coming out from Chris. Double protect. Was this an attack coming out, or is this the Aurora Veil? Protects all around, which kind of to me says we're going to see the screens set up. But no, actually, instead, no screens. That could have been the perfect opportunity. And instead, Frostlass doesn't really get to accomplish much, and Chris has the opportunity to override this weather.
Yeah, and now you've got the ability to switch a Charizard in, but doing that means that one of these targets that can threaten knockouts the next turn won't be attacking. So the Charizard coming in, it will get rid of that Aurora Veil potential, get rid of the snow, and this King Gambit isn't in the safest spots. A Moonblast from that Whimsicott is going to be very close to picking up a knockout here, so you don't really want to leave it too vulnerable. It's just protected as well. It's in that really awkward spot where what do you do in this scenario, knowing that the Charizard could potentially come in? Well, we're going to see an Aqua Jet from that Basculegion into it.
And not just the Aqua Jet, but it's going to be the double up with the Moonblast as well. So King Gambit, it had that boost, but it gets to do absolutely nothing with it, as Chris just goes so out on the offensive. But of course, not bringing in Charizard means the snow is up, blizzards are accurate, and that's going to bring Whimsicott all the way down to its focus sash.
Yeah, it's useful getting the Whimsicott down to that sash, because you know you've got options to bring in something like the Sneasler now. You've got that fake out, so you can get rid of that potential pretty easily, and you've also got the opportunity as well to go after that Basculegion with a Shadow Ball, which is going to be super effective, but you still haven't got that Aurora Veil. I think the turn earlier would have been the perfect time to set it up. Of course, you don't want to get yourself into a scenario where you are susceptible to an encore and you have to switch it out, and it just slows down your momentum. So you can see what Arsel did stay on the field, go for that Blizzard, because getting rid of the speed control on Christopher's side does help out in the long run.
And at this point, too, I mean, you have the snow, not wanting to be encore locked. We're kind of at the point where you can just out-damage at this point. It could just be enough, whether it is with the Blizzard, if you're not anticipating that Charizard coming in, or if it is that Shadow Ball. But it won't be a switch yet again. Snow is allowed to remain around, and Whimsicott will just protect. Needed to, we see the active Fake Out, but I'm curious with what we're going to see. And from the Frostlass, it does go for the Shadow Ball, and Basculegion sticking around means it's overstayed its welcome. But this does give Chris free swap into that weather now if he wants.
Yeah, no, I don't think Chris minds too much with the Basket Legion going down. It gives you a free switch into the Charizard. This is perfect, right? You're coming in, you're not taking any damage, and you're also getting the sun set out on the field in front of this Mega Frostlass, and you're pressuring a knockout onto essentially both of these Pokemon here. With the Whimsicott still in play, it is going to be able to get that Tailwind up this turn, and then the Charizard's got a pretty free Heat Wave. The Sneasel's taken a lot of damage so far, whereas normally you'd say it would be very close with the Heat Wave. It's definitely in range to go down from it. So all Christopher needs to do here, hit the Tailwind, hit the Heat Wave, and if Oswald doesn't switch out or have any real great switches in the back, we know the Lycanroc's there, but it's already taken damage, so not a good switch in at all. Pinned almost in this situation.
You said it out. We needed the Tailwind. We needed an attack, but instead of the Heat Wave that can miss, we're going to go for the accurate Weather Ball. Frostlass is completely cooked, and all of a sudden, Arco finds himself down to only 2 Pokemon, and Sneasler, to try and equalize, misses the gunk shot.
Really unfortunate miss there, but you can see Christopher going for the more consistent move in the Weather Ball, probably the safer of the two. Lycanroc now coming back onto the field. Now this is going to pressure that Charizard. It's all about how can Christopher adjust now. You let that Pokemon go down, of course, for free, but the Lycanroc comes in, and now the Charizard in that awkward spot where the Sneasler is going to be able to pressure the knockout onto the Whimsicott. So everything turned around here. You can see the Force protect this turn.
Yeah, Charizard is not safe when there's a Lycanroc on the opposing end of the field, and Whimsicott trying to just log this Sneasler down into something that could have been a little bit more accurate, instead not. And of course, you get the priority move, so if it is a Cell Rock into the Whimsicott, you've at least done something. But Whimsicott is down, and that still means that Lycanroc sticks around to push on this next turn, but
it might be very telling what's in the back for Christopher. It might be that King Gambit locking the Sneasler into the Gunk Shot or the Garchomp coming in. Perfect answer to both of these. You don't need to contend with that boss combat from the Sneasler anymore. The Gunk Shot's not super effective. And one Earthquake here will be enough to get rid of the Lycanroc and the Sneasler that are so threatening onto this Charizard right now.
And you've just seen how Chris, throughout this match, has divvied up the damage to even get into this point. The Moonblast that was between, you got a hit on the Lycanroc, you got a hit on Sneasler, to now find yourself in a spot where you get to the end game, you got some speed, and a Garchomp that can just wreak havoc. We will get an attempt at a double protect to make sure there's not going to be any shenanigans going on, but no double protect means Charizard does go down. It's up to Garchomp to try and finish the job here. Earthquake to try and wreak havoc on the field. Double KO coming on out. Who takes the first match?
Yeah, really great play here from Christopher right the way through from start to finish. Cool, calm, and collected to claim that first victory. And exactly what you would expect from Christopher, just has a very good instinct with this team, knows their lines, and knows exactly how to set up against many different threats, and exactly how he did it there was perfectly done, yeah, waiting for the right time and not being scared to let some of those big hitters on his side go down when you think, oh, you don't want to lose this right now, but actually it opens the door for something else to come in and disrupt even further.
I also love throughout that match, when you see like the conflicting weathers, you get the snow and you get the sun, sometimes you just get that weather war and there's that fight for the weather, right? Chris from the get-go sets the sun, Charizard leaves because it doesn't want to be around with Lycanroc there, but then what's kind of allowed Arcel to have the snow for so long, but kind of had it so well checked, right? The blizzards, they kind of stacked up, and then all of a sudden Pokemon came out, it didn't really do much up again. There was no save for Roraville because, I mean, you'd have to swap out after it was an encore threat, right? And he was just so comfortable to be able to play his own game, divvy up the damage on the board to really set him up for that end game where, yeah, you have the Tailwind, you have the Garchomp, and that's checkmate.
Yeah, that is checkmate, and I think it was really difficult to go for the Auroraville after the turn where you do Mega Evolve. Of course, that turn, if you go for the Auroraville, any switches will happen before the Mega Evolution, so you can guarantee almost getting that up, even if the Charizard decides to come back onto the field. But subsequent turns after that, Christopher, because of that early Mega Evolution on the Charizard, had the ability just to disrupt that snow at any point they wanted. And also, to a certain extent, kind of checked the Charizard coming in a lot with the Lycanroc because of that really pivotal damage that was done with the Moonblast onto it earlier in the game. I think that made it difficult to switch it in as freely as you wanted any sooner to try and check that Charizard. And when it did come in, it was just maybe a turn or two too late. The Charizard was already done the damage, and the Garchomp was set up safely to go for that all-important Earthquake and just clear the field.
Yeah, throughout the entire match, it was just like the slow journey to end up with a speedy Garchomp with an Earthquake that can devastate the field, and that's kind of it. So, I mean, we saw the Charizard try and double protect, but you just didn't need it at that point, right? Everything had kind of built up to that moment. So now, knowing how that first game went, heading into game number 2, it's time to see if Arsenal can equalize and try and take this into a game number 3. Getting into the leads, though, Whimsicott next to Basket Legion this time for Christopher. On the opposing end, Sneasler and King Gambit, the Braves.
Yeah, it's a nice lead here from Arsenal with the King Gambit out in front of this Basket Legion. You're putting a lot of pressure on it instantly to either make a decision to stay in, potentially get knocked out, or will you switch out and allow this King Gambit to start setting up? You've got to be very careful here. Of course, as well, it's got that fake out that can stop that Whimsicott in its tracks for at least one turn. And Christopher likely are going to protect the Whimsicott anyway, so it does open the door and a little bit of room for that King Gambit to get that Sword Stance off. But is Christopher going to allow it to do it and maybe try and catch the Sword Stance setup and get some value back with a Wave Crash into either of these two targets? Probably more valuable into that Sneasler for now when you can.
I mean, it was definitely well checked within that first game to make sure, even with the boost, that King Gambit couldn't do much. But Whimsicott, of course, kind of forced into a protect with that fake out. Basket Legion, that is just going to be the hit into the Sneasler to make sure fake out's the only thing it does. One hit KO, already a Pokemon gone for Arsenal. Now for the King Gambit, we do get the boost, so you are at full health. You do have the double tap going on forward, but down a Pokemon, especially for as big of a Pokemon as Sneasler is in the match, feels bad.
Yeah, now the Frozla's going to enter the field. Now it's going to have the ability to Mega Evolve, get that Auroraville, which is going to be even more important to prolonging the life of this King Gambit to allow it to take advantage of these Sword Stance boosters. It's got the Basket Legion, of course, has taken that residual damage from the Wave Crash. It will be susceptible to a Sucker Punch, but has Christopher got anything in the back that they could switch, maybe if you want to preserve the Basket Legion, to be able to take a +2 Kowtow Cleave? Because that's an easy option for Arsenal here to just Mega Evolve, get the Auroraville up, Kowtow into that slot. I just don't think you need to worry too much about the Whimsicott. Subsequent turns, you can go for the Blizzard with your Frozlast here, and you could even pressure a Blizzard here now if you're not really prioritizing an Auroraville for any extra defensive boosts.
I mean, if your King Gambit's at full health and you have the boost, any sort of longevity it has to try and run through the team can be oh so useful. But Mega Evolution does come out, Tailwind coming out from Chris, but be interesting to see where this Basket Legion wants to target down into. Aqua Jet, do what it can into the King Gambit, get around any potential Sucker Punch. Nothing from the King Gambit. And Frostlass, again, no Auroraville, is just going to go for the damage. Whimsicott again brought down to its Focus Edge, and Basket Legion down less than half.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Christopher to say, okay, well, Sucker Punch is probably what's going to come out to punish my Basket Legion if it stays in. We can supersede that with the Aqua Jet that just gets ahead of it. Now it sticks around for a turn longer than you probably would expect it to. Can go for the Aqua Jet again, and it's almost putting off this King Gambit from clicking the Sucker Punch and waste it into that slot, because another Blizzard isn't going to be enough damage into the Basket Legion. Yes, you get the Whimsicott, which is great, but then it opens the door for that Charizard to come out onto the field, and in front of the King Gambit, Frozlass is probably not what they want to force out at this particular part in the game.
At least with the Whimsicott just being on that one, you just get one hit, 1 HP of damage into it. You won't have to worry about concours, any other shenanigans for further down the line. Aqua Jet again, though, is getting you respectable damage into the King Gambit that yet again did go for this Sucker Punch. So King Gambit not able to utilize that attack boost at all. Now Moonblast into the Frostlass will deal some damage, but we will finally start to make some momentum. In retaliation, no more Blizzards, Shadow Ball instead to take care of the fish.
Yeah, it's a nice way to just definitely remove it here. If it stays on the field, you go for the Sucker Punch. If it tries to get a Wave Crash into the Frozlass, you check it. If not, then the Shadow Ball will clean it up. But this opens the door. Not the Charizard chosen. Christopher changing it up with their Mega Choice. Now the Floette coming onto the field. And in front of two Pokemon that are susceptible to fighting, we'd say the Charizard would be better here, but you can't underestimate this Floette. Has got the Tailwind, and it isn't really worried too much about that Sucker Punch that is the biggest damage-dealing move right now. And with Light of Ruin, even a Moonblast will probably be enough to get this King Gambit. So you've got to be very careful how you approach this next turn if you are. So you want to protect this King Gambit at all costs, but has the Frozlass got enough in the tank to be able to take an attack maybe from the Floette and this Whimsicott this next turn?
I mean, the Floette isn't one of the ones with calm mindset of anything else. This one is built for damage, and with the Mega Evolution, I feel we can anticipate what Chris is thinking of trying to accomplish on this turn. Of Of course, a little boost into those very tight moves. Whimsicott with the Protect on 1 HP. You want to try and stick around one more. Actually, will be just with the double Protect, though, so we'll kind of wait this one out for one. Kind of see what Arsenal's still trying to do, which is still committing to these sucker punches.
Yeah, and you remember that the Sucker Punch has only got so much PP, so it will run out eventually if they just keep getting burned by these protects or other moves that are going to not activate that move. So you've got to be very careful if that is the move that you're really looking to close things up with if you are. So can't let them go down to 0. You've got to keep at least a couple in the tank for later in this game. Now, we're in that situation again. The Tailwind's still active here. The Floette still pressuring a knockout. If it decides to go for the Light of Ruin into the Frostlass, you would expect it to be able to pick up a knockout there. And if you don't check the Whimsicott here, then a Moonblast is still going to be hitting even harder now with that Fairy Aura boost that's now supported by that Floette since it's Mega Evolved. So, yeah, both Fairies here grinding big damage in a Sucker Punch. Going to be enough just to remove the Whimsicott once and for all.
It wasn't big damage, but it was enough damage. Only 1 HP. Whimsicott finally meets its end. But Floette with this Light of Ruin, we're looking to try and get some big damage out on the board and into the Frostlass. Frostlass goes down. Arthur only 2 Pokemon left to try and take this into a game number 3. Of course, that is a lot of recoil, but still, you're been chipping away through this team, and depending on what you have in the back for Chris, like, could be enough.
Yeah, and if it is that Lycanroc, it's not going to enjoy sitting in front of a Garchomp that's coming onto the field now, and as you can see, yeah, and the Tailwind has just expired, but the Floette doesn't really care too much about Lycanroc like that Charizard would. Yes, you've got Rock Slide, but then you've just got Garchomp here where you can potentially just say, well, I protect my Floette here in Earthquake, and you'll be able to take probably, the Kingambit's going to be very close to going down to an Earthquake. The Lycanroc would definitely be down to a Sash. But yeah, what do we select to see? The priority Accelerock into the Garchomp, not going to be really doing too much, and Self getting rid of that
double
focus
priority though, the double priority coming out, the Accelerock with a Sucker Punch, and it's going to be enough to take the Garchomp down, which looked like damage-wise could be enough to try and take through the field, but if you don't survive, you can't do much. Now it's going to be Floette to try and deal the damage, but we'll be able to equalize, so it's only going to be the Lycanroc remaining, and it's such a cool Pokemon, such a cool choice for this team, but...
Yeah. Very close. It could come down to Rock Slides here. I think the Lycanroc going to kind of rely. I don't think one Rock Slide, single target, going to be very close depending on how it's flied, but it is going to get the jump and it misses the Light of Ruin.
The best, so Lycanroc gets the opportunity to respond and single target Rock Slide damage. The critical hit is going to be enough to take this Floette down and take us to one more game.
Wow. What a turnaround at the end of game 2 to take us through a game 3. That was wild, because you think the double up there really smart from Arsenal, like you mentioned there. I think you are getting rid of your focus Sash by Accelerocking into the Garchomp because of that rough skin damage, right? You kind of want to avoid that. You want to preserve that Sash at all costs, but if it means at the same time that you can get rid of the biggest threat to what's on the field, right, then it's worth doing now. The Sucker Punch did land a critical hit. I don't know if that really made too much difference. You've got to remember this, Kingambit has got the Black Glasses. It is a +2, so that Sucker Punch would have been doing a huge amount of damage. So maybe that little bit of chip with the Accelerock probably put it in range, depending on how the Garchomp has been trained. But that Light of Ruin miss there, really unfortunate for Christopher, because got them themselves into a position where they could have closed this matchup. But that move has not got the best accuracy at times, and it really came back to bite Chris in that game.
So now we've gotten to see a switch up from our trainers, specifically too with Chris, going for that Mega Charizard in game number 1. Game number 2 relying on that Mega Floette that did so much work, even if it did kind of let him down at the very end there. So for our trainers, what would you kind of anticipate for a game number 3?
I think Arsenal needs to did all the right adjustments in that game too there, leveraging the Frostlass to kind of get rid of the Basculegion, get the damage onto the Whimsicott. It probably stuck around a little bit longer than maybe would have liked, so dealing with that and getting rid of that threat, that disruption earlier on, I think will help Arsenal kind of get a bit of a better handle on this game.
One more game between these two trainers to see who's going to remain undefeated here at NAIC. Getting into it, yet again, it will be Mega Floette, soon to be Mega Floette to make an appearance with Whimsicott versus Frostlass and Sneasler for Arsenal.
Yeah, the Sneasler are in a great position, right? I think the one thing you have to worry about is a tailwind from the Whimsicott, where it is going to put that Floette into a position where it is going to be able to fire off that Light of Ruin to either the Sneasler or that Frostlass and potentially threaten a knockout there. So you need to be careful about where you target with your Fake Out that you've got, because you've got access to this for one turn. You can stop the Tailwind, you can stop the Floette, and it gives you the room as well to potentially, in this game, set up that Auroraville. It would be maybe quite useful on the defensive side of things.
I mean, so far within this series, we've only seen Blizzards and the Shadow Balls. This Frostlass has only wanted to do damage. It'll be a Mega for a Mega, though, Frostlass and Floette. Whimsicott with the Protect, of course, when you have that active Fake Out, that just makes so much sense to preserve that Focus Sash. But it will just be the double Protect, so not having to pick your targets correctly. Is this going to be the time where we do finally see that Auroraville come on out? That is going to be the question, and yes, Frostlass, Auroraville, this is going to be mitigating so much of this damage that Chris is going to be trying to throw out onto Arvel's end of the board.
Yeah, and mitigate is the right word here, because now you're susceptible to an Encore from the opposing Whimsicott on your Sneasler. You need to switch that out. So if you're switching around, you need to be able to make sure that whatever's coming in that slot can take the damage here, because Arsenal doesn't want to leave it on the field and just have it rendered useless. Now you've got the ability, though, if the Whimsicott is tied up going for that Encore, then you haven't got the Tailwind in effect. It does open the door for the Frostlass at least to get an all-important Blizzard off this next turn, which could be very useful.
Yeah, so Encore going into the Sneasler. So Sneasler, not really accomplishing much on this turn. You're sticking around, you're looking pretty, and you're going to fail your Fake Out. But it's going to be the Frostlass that has this opportunity to attack, and it's a Blizzard that brings the Whimsicott yet again down to its Focus Sash. So only 1 HP for that little guy going on forward in the match. Floette, though, does have a chance to respawn. Again, this is Floette that's built for damage, but going into the Frostlass,
critical hit.
The Auroraville doesn't matter. One hit KO and Frostlass is gone.
Yeah, that looked like it would have been able to take that, so I was surprised almost, a bit Godsmack when the Frostlass takes it down. The critical hit huge there for Christopher to remove that, because now forces you into a position where the Sneasler has to switch out, and this King Gambit is a bit of a sitting target here from the Floette and this Whimsicott that has got access to that Fairy Aura, so that Moonblast and a Light of Ruin probably be enough. Moonblast double into the King Gambit slot will probably be enough to pick up the knockout here. Or do you go after the Sneasler slot that you know has to switch out because the King Gambit feels so threatened, and then that could open the door to shut down another option it also has to be able to use at their disposal.
It kind of telegraphed having to go for a switch, and King Gambit not wanting to risk the double up does have to go for Protect. So does Chris call this, or does he keep Arsenal honest? We look like we're keeping it honest around here. Moonblast doesn't accomplish anything, Light of Ruin as well. So Arsenal knows King Gambit is the threat that Chris is trying to hunt down.
Yeah, and now the Lycanroc onto the field, coming in for free as well. You've got that Accelerock that can go into the Whimsicott, pick up that, and then you've got the ability to at least, you're going to be able to take a Light of Ruin. That's the question from full health in the King Gambit. Likely not, but do you want to switch in Sneasler into that slot as well? You want to try and remove this Whimsicott, but also you can't ignore this Floette either at the same time. You do have one turn where you could potentially go Sucker Punch into the Whimsicott if you expect it to attack here, kind of keeps that in check, and then use the Lycanroc to get maybe a Rock Slide onto the opposite side of the field. The Floette's taking quite a bit of damage, but Rock Slide plus an Accelerock the next turn could be enough to take that threat down.
I mean, we're looking to get speed for Chris's end, especially knowing that there is priority. Maybe take it down, but instead Accelerock goes into the Floette. It's going to be just the one priority, as now Light of Ruin out onto this King Gambit. So much damage, but since it isn't the double enough, isn't enough for the KO, but notably with the amount of recoil that's done, Accelerock and the recoil will take Floette down, and King Gambit, even though it's taking a bunch of damage, still looking to boost up its attack and close this out.
Yeah, that Accelerock did way more than you expected to do. Very strong, and taking the opportunity to get the Sword Stance up at the perfect time. Now this Basket Legion comes onto the field, and you're kind of almost forcing it to go for those Aqua Jets because it can't safely go for those Wave Crashes, but has Christopher conditioned Arcel enough to say, okay, well, Sucker Punch isn't an option here. Maybe choosing something else, and then a Wave Crash can come out and deal with that King Gambit, because that right now is a huge threat. The Lycanroc is in a good position where it can pick up the Whimsicott, but of course it has got its Focus Sash. If that stays intact, you can take at least one attack from this Basket Legion, but not anywhere near over at this stage.
It really isn't, but it'd be so risky to allow a +2 King Gambit to get a Sucker Punch off, especially too. You know Arsenal does want to click that button. Tried so much in that game number 2. Whimsicott, though, again, when there is the Accel Rock on the opposing end, you want to stick around. Protect needs to be what happens. Again, it's double Protect. Just scouting out yet again, get the full information. Chris has been playing this so methodically to make sure there's no misstep going on. And there's information too. Sucker Punch wasn't that turn, instead that Kowtow Cleave. Protect was also good though, because Snow is gone and Aurora Veil is gone. So you do get more damage, which could make a lot of difference here when eyeing up that last Cleave.
Yeah, especially when it is one of your remaining big hitters. You need to make sure that when it is hitting, it is getting as much damage onto the board as possible. You need to be going after this Kingambit, but like you say, Sucker Punch have chosen this time to fall for the trap and going for that Aqua Jet now. I think you have to almost go Aqua Jet, Moonblast into the Kingambit to remove it. It's just whether or not Arsenal sees through that and then tries to get around it with a Kowtow Cleave into that Basket Legion, which could be game ending, but otherwise, Protect here is perfect.
Yeah, both players really trying to preserve these pieces. Aqua Jet into the Kingambit does nothing, and Whimsicott swaps out for Garchomp to hit the field instead. Now just a little bit of damage with this Rock Slide, not really doing too much into either of them.
Yeah, now the Garchomp coming out onto the field, it is going to threaten. We know we've seen the damage already from the Accelerock and Sucker Punch. We haven't seen it without the critical hit, but you've got to imagine the Garchomp going to be susceptible to that double up. So Christopher has to be wary. He doesn't want to fall afraid like they did in game 2 here, but is pressuring an Earthquake onto both of these targets now. Put that Rock down to its sash, and the problem is you can't attack with your Basket Legion when you're Earthquaking, so you've got to make a decision here. Do you go Garchomp or do you go Basket Legion here? And Garchomp protecting this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be Protect from the Garchomp, Protect from this Lycanroc, and a Basket Legion with an Aqua Jet into the Kingambit to bring it down to just a sliver of health. But again, Sucker Punch, when one target protects, one's already used its move, it will be a fail. Kingambit, again, has not accomplished anything.
No, and Christopher again, that turn perfect there with the Aqua Jet now. That Kingambit going to be able to be an easy target of another Aqua Jet this next turn. The Garchomp as well in this spot where it doesn't really need to worry about the Lycanroc. It can go for just a Dragon Claw into that slot and just get that consistent damage up without having to worry about damaging your own Pokemon, like if you chose the Earthquake here. So really difficult spot for ourselves to find them in. Preserving the Kingambit though makes sense to get that Sneasler back onto the field. So at least the next turn you've got access to Fake Out to further support that Lycanroc.
It does mean those Sneaslers coming onto the field to just get hit with an attack, brought down to half health, and Lycanroc to suffer the same fate with that Dragon Claw. And again, Rock Slide, we're getting respectable damage. Basket Legion is down to less than half, but it's still just not quite the impact. But now you do have Fake Out pressure with the Sneasler on to the Garchomp. You also just need to get some significant damage to try and take down one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, the Basket Legion just feels like it's in such a great position for Christopher, because you just go for the Aqua Jet into that Lycanroc slot. And now if it doesn't protect, it goes down. If you switch it out to the Kingambit, it's taking so much damage, it goes down. And then the Sneasler's really stuck between a rock and a hard place to be able to get the damage you need onto that Basket Legion. Gunk Shot, it has taken a lot of damage, but you would say even at this range, it's probably not going to be enough to take down that Basket Legion. And it can't supersede, it can't fake it out, it can't go before that Aqua Jet that is such a threat right now. So Basket Legion, Garchomp in a great position to close this up and clinch victory for Christopher.
And Garchomp again staying safe. We're putting so much onto the Basket Legion. A Protect, I've seen this turn before. We get a Protect from Garchomp, a Protect from this Lycanroc, and a Basket Legion going for the Aqua Jet. But targeting into the Lycanroc means not much gets done, but Sneasler did also try and hit into a Protect. So 2 Protects. Now, you can't go for those safely. How is this one going to play out?
Yeah, well, what can you do here? Probably if you're looking at it, Kingambit in the back is really useful, right? You want to get the Accelerock off, which you will get before the Aqua Jet does fire off. So getting any damage onto that Basket Legion is really useful. But if you're Christopher, do you just say, okay, well, I'm going to Aqua Jet into your Lycanroc and then just Earthquake? Because then you can't clear the field here, but once to preserve that Garchomp, just bringing in the Whimsicott, going to be useful to take this Accelerock that was the target, potentially of a double up.
Yeah, so Whimsicott, 1 HP Accelerock is enough. Aqua Jet to respond to the Lycanroc, so a KO for a KO. Now, for the Sneasler, if it is going to be a Gunk Shot, how much are we doing? But no, instead, trying to target down into the Garchomp. Now hits into no target, and especially so, the Titan-type move does nothing into this Ghost type.
Yeah, really great switch there from Christopher once again, and just keeping in, leveraging this Aquajet pressure that they've got access to. Now the King Gambit going to come onto the field. Yes, it does have Protect, so it can at least kind of stall out one turn where it's pressured, because you just can't do anything otherwise. But it then leaves the door open for the Garchomp, right? And even I think if you do get the Garchomp with the close combat, have you got enough to be able to deal with this Basculegion? That's the big question. That's the big threat here. Could you potentially protect your King Gambit and go for a gunk shot into that Basculegion? It's risky in front of Garchomp, though, because if anything else plays out with that Garchomp does attack, it's going to take that Sneasler down.
Gotta get the call right here. King Gambit protect. You know that this Basculegion trying to hunt you down. And now just the gunk shot miss into the Basculegion, so no damage done there. Dragon Claw into the Sneasler to pick up the KO. And now we only have this one King Gambit. 6 HP will do nothing. Christopher Hans remain undefeated here at NAIC, starting his phase 1 of competition off right in a thrilling 3-game set.
Yeah, incredibly played from Christopher here, and just leveraging the Basculegion so well.
Room and talk about what Wolf is running, because Mamoswine is definitely not one of those Pokemon we've really gotten to see. Toxapex is something that we've seen a little bit of play around, but being able to, I mean, he already surprised Indy with this Mega Steelix that nobody expected, and now completely swapping it up, bringing out other unorthodox picks. I'm excited to see how Alex is going to be able to adjust to this. But I mean, we got a team full of strong options, even if it's not the team he ran. There's a reason that these types of teams have been popping off and why to kind of pivot over to it.
Yeah, and a lot of flexibility as well. If you look at the Aerodactyl, it's got access to Tailwinds. It's going to be able to put those threats like King Gambit, Sylveon, Charizard ahead of those threats on the opposite side of the field. And then if that's not a favorable matchup, you've got the Fergraph, and we've seen the Armored Tail, how useful that can be to prevent priority onto your side of the field. But you've also got the Trick Room to be able to flip the dimensions and put yourself into a more favorable position and maybe take advantage of those slow Pokemon like the King Gambit, like this Sylveon. And depending on how you've trained things like the Charizard, it can perform well in Trick Room and Tailwind, depending on what's in front of you. So a lot of flexibility from Alex, and kind of suits his playstyle as well. He's so adaptable, and he's such a great trainer. He's going to be able to utilize these sorts of Pokemon that are pretty much some of the best Pokemon in the format to the best of their ability. And I really like the Aerodactyl, the Mega Aerodactyl option here. You can use it to support with the Tailwind if you want, or you can use it as a big threat against a lot of the things that Wolf has got on this match, namely that Mega Charizard that they're piloting that is not going to want to sit in front of that Aerodactyl for too long.
See, there's so many different threats over on Wolf's side that I'm so curious to see how Alex is going to be adjusting in kind. I love that we get to see a little bit of different move choices on his Pokemon to really try and complement and round out a couple of those maybe rougher matchups. So I feel like there is so many tools at his disposal here to really try and be able to make an impact here. But where do you even start when you look at Wolf's team here? Because sure, we got a Charizard, we got an Incineroar, or we have a couple of those, you know, a typical Pokemon, but when you start to really break it down, things like that Mamoswine and Toxapex, like, does Alex have tools to, I mean, try and take those down?
I think Alex has tools to take them down. It depends how Wolf's going to play them there. But we'll take an overview of the team. We've got the Mamoswine. It's got the Oblivious ability. So that's really useful for ignoring Intimidates that would be otherwise a threat to weaken that attack stat. But with the Ice Shard, it gives you priority. And really, in particular, it's great against Charizard enemy number 1, which is Garchomp. You can really pressure knockouts with that before it is able to act. I really like the Scarfed Hydreigon here. It gives you an ability to slow down special threats with that Snarl. It also allows you just to get big damage onto the field with the Dark Pulse, the Earth Power, the Drake, or whatever suits you in that moment that it's in the field. And then you've got the Toxapex. It has got Wide Guard, so you've got a nice support line as well from any of those spread attacks, namely the Rock Slide that's going to be such a threat in this game from not only the Aerodactyl, but also the Garchomp as well that does carry that attack. Then you've got Intimidate support from the Incineroar. We know it's one of Wolf's favorite Pokemon, and he will enjoy using that in this match in particular, just for that pivot, the Fake Out support as well. And then the Sneasler, which is another option if you don't want to go with the Incineroar, that could be very useful against Alex in particular, looking at things like King Gambit. Then I'm going to want to take that close combat, and then the Diaclaw, which is so useful against the Sylveon in particular, that could be utilized in a Trick Room. Wolf's got options as well with the Toxapex, the Incineroar. If that Trick Room does go up, where you can utilize these Pokemon really effectively, and then the Infestation. It's got a way to trap opponents, poison them with the Toxic, stall things out. Baneful Bunker is really useful to poison threats as well if they attack in at the wrong time.
I think for both of these trainers, so many different modes for their team. So let's just dive into it to see what they're thinking heading into the first game here. Swiss round 4. We get aggressive and a little bit more passive coming out from Wolf. Toxapex right away hitting the field, whereas Alex is going to opt into his own Charizard next to King Gambit.
Yeah, we've got the Toxapex making the scene here, and it has the ability to go for that infestation early on in this game. The King Gambit can't really relax too easy here because it is threatened from Wolf's Charizard. There is a potential where a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball goes into that slot and picks up an easy knockout, and you don't really have a way to check the Charizard if you're Alex right here and now. Yes, you can get some good damage off with a Sucker Punch, and you do have the alleviation of that Focus Sash as well. So for at least one turn, you can try and get maybe a Kowtow Cleave, maybe a Sucker Punch onto Wolf's Charizard just to try and get damage onto it for something else to come in later in the game and potentially pick up a knockout. But if you're concentrating everything onto that side of the field, what is the Toxapex going to do? Is it going to trap something in and make things even more difficult? If you trap that Charizard on Alex's side in, it's going to mean that it's difficult to kind of switch out and constantly chip for the rest of the game.
I mean, a little eyes into what these trainers are thinking of. Mega Evolution for both. Of course, when we're not looking at a Weather War, but of course, Sun complementing both of them, might as well go ahead and click that Mega Evolution and get that boost. Opposing Charizard Heat Wave will miss onto the Charizard over on Alex's end though, but when you're eyeing up that King Gambit, that's going to be that one that won't appreciate the hit. Already brought down into its Focus Sash. Of course, we'll be able to hang on for at least a little bit longer. Alex will connect both of his Heat Waves, but not really the same damage impact, kind of chipping away 1/4 over at both of them. Kowtow Cleave now trying to take down this Charizard, but just not enough damage there as Infestation. King Gambit only had 1 HP. Infestation will be enough to take it down.
Yeah, they're a really nice play for Wolf just to cover. If the King Gambit stays on the field, I'm going to make sure that I do get the knockout onto it. So any damage onto my Charizard this time, like we saw, it's not going to be affected by that Sucker Punch going into the next turn. So a really nice play from Wolf here. Has taken a little bit of damage from the Heat Wave from Alex's side, but nothing that you need to be too concerned about. Now Alex has the ability to try and set this Trick Room up with the Farigiraf, right, where it can flip the dimensions, put things in its favor. Or if you want, you've got the immediate threat of the Psychic here into the Toxapex, which isn't going to appreciate taking that attack.
Well, especially too when you're eyeing up the Trick Room. Alex has those Tailwind options, the Trick Room options, but kind of these Pokemon are in a weird speed tier. We did see Wolf's Charizard outspeed to go first last time, but when you're still eyeing up the damage and the impact this Toxapex can have, I think maybe a little less as opposed to just kind of getting rid of the threat outright.
Yeah, and if Wolf's Charizard we saw there did outspeed, so if it gets an attack off into the Farigiraf and gets initial damage, it could be close to picking up the double up into that Farigiraf with an infestation. He's going to hit super effective as well.
Okay, just going to be a protect though. No damage done from Heat Wave into it, but will land its mark into Alex's Charizard now, as we'll have to see how much damage this Charizard can do in return. But of course, it will be enough as Connect to take down the opposing Charizard, but Toxapex still kicking around about half health. Now, did it target down into the Farigiraf or the Charizard? It will be the Toxic into the Charizard. So this is damage overtime, and it gets to be a lot of damage with that bad boy.
Yeah, it's now on a timer, of course, and as well, the Sun is on a timer, so no matter what time this Charizard has left in this battle, can it be impactful? You've seen the damage so far. The Toxapex taking this Heat Wave so comfortably, right? You've got to be careful as well. Each and every time you click that, the Toxapex does have Wide Guard. Probably not the preferable option to go for here. The Charizard, it really feels like it's not got an effective way to get damage onto the board right here, right now. And this Farigiraf does feel a little bit threatened. You can't utilize the fake out of your Wolf, but you do have options to get some big damage with things like the Throw Chop onto that Farigiraf, and then followed up with an infestation from the Toxapex right this next turn.
Yeah, the Farigiraf is definitely in a little bit of a weird spot. At least if it's being targeted down, the Charizard can do damage. But when you're sitting across the field from an Incineroar and a Toxapex that's been taking the hit so well, I mean, you're not doing anything to Incineroar, and Toxapex will surely be able to hang around for another. And even more so now that it opts into that painful bunker. So protecting itself, Weather Ball does go out instead into the Incineroar. So just trying to do what you can. A good amount, actually, bringing it down to about 1/3 of its health, despite not being very effective thanks to that critical hit. It does put it within range, though, for the Citrus Berry recovery. So we're looking a little bit better off, as no damage into the Farigiraf. Incineroar swaps out.
It's a nice parting shot here just to mitigate the damage from that Ferrograph that's potentially going to threaten that Toxapex heavily. You know, the Psychic there doing some effective damage. Now -1 not going to be as big a threat, especially when you've got another Psychic Pokemon in the back like the Sneasler that just entered the field. And this is where that Toxic chip's going to come in very useful, because we'll probably put that Toxic into range very soon, if not already, from the Diaclaw that's active on that Sneasler. Now, of course, you can't use the Fake Out because of the Armatil. It's there. So this Ferrograph giving all sorts of problems with how he would like to maybe otherwise use these supporting moves. But you do have that immediate threat where you can go for the Diaclaw. But is it enough from this range onto the Charizard that Alex has got? That's a big question. Or do you go for Protect here and maybe just stall out another turn of that Toxic?
I mean, if you're not sure if it's enough damage, Protect, so it is enough next turn's good, but I mean, Toxapex just protected, so targeting into it definitely going to be a lot safer. And when you're trying to make sure you can finish off the KO, actually no, Ferrograph targets into the Sneasler, so Toxapex, it sticks around, and that's going to be a second Pokemon for Alex that's now badly poisoned.
That Toxapex takes that Weather Ball so well then. You can see how much of a valuable Pokemon it is to be able to just get that Toxic into the Ferrograph. Now, if you can remove the Charizard on Alex's side with the Sneasler from Wolf, you're sitting in a great position where you've started the timer tick down on this Ferrograph, and it will be just a matter of time before it just drops the poison. And having the Incineroar in the back as well is a really nice option for Wolf, where they potentially could catch Alex out if they get the targeting wrong with Psychic. You don't want to land that into a Dog-type Pokemon that's just switching in, and it makes sense to switch the Incineroar in at any point here, because you can then take one of those big attacks from Charizard if it does manage to stick around through this turn. But I feel like it is going to be susceptible to going down to a Diaclaw from the range that it's at right now.
I mean, it's whether you just want to go for that damage or switch out, but it won't be the Sneasler with the swap. Instead, the Toxapex into the Incineroar. So if it is a Psychic, not much will be happening, and of course, you can try and eat up these other Fire-type attacks, as Charizard will have a chance to go for one more. The survival, now the Weather Ball into the Sneasler, is enough to just cleanly pick this Pokemon off.
Yeah, that's a big survival from Charizard, showing how well Alex had trained that. It's got a lot of defense there to be able to take that Diaclaw, and now the Ferrograph with the remaining turns is going to set up the Trick Room now, and this might be beneficial for what is left in the back now that Incineroar's hit the field. But we're going to see that tick of Toxic take down that Charizard when it has got plenty for its time on the field for Alex.
Yeah, Ferrograph, though, sticks around, though it is poison on a timer, but it's, you know, it will still be able to make use of a few more turns. Toxapex had just swapped out, so now we'll re-hit the field, but with the Trick Room, anticipating something a little bit slower coming out from Alex, and it will be the Sylveon to try and do it enough here to close us out.
Yeah, the one thing that Toxapex has got under the belt that would be really useful here is that Wide Guard. Now you can utilize that to block the potential Hyper Voice that has given the Incineroar a lot of issues here, because it is going to be the one option that would hit for big damage. But you can't ignore the fact that the Sylveon does have a single target attack. It could be that Hyper Beam that goes into Incineroar. From this range, it will be enough to pick up the knockout. It's just whether or not then you've got enough in the tank with Ferrograph to get rid of this Toxapex in time. With Psychic, it is -1. Remember, it took a parting shot drop earlier on that special attack. You'd still imagine it will be, but it would be great to see the damage interaction here, to see what we're playing with going into the latter turns of this game.
And Ferrograph is just staying safe. The Protect coming out, Infestation, attempt to target into that, won't do anything. And now this single target, we get the Sylveon Hyper Beam coming on out into this Incineroar. Is it going to be enough? It is. Incineroar goes down. Now it's only the Toxapex left to try and clean this up, but Ferrograph still has so much health. It didn't get hit with the Infestation, and Sylveon, even if it's going to be recharging, it has full health and isn't poisoned at all.
Yeah, and this Toxic tick every single turn. This might be the end. I think the Toxapex, it's going to be really interesting to see how much an Infestation does as well, and how much a Psychic can do to this Toxapex, because that will be telling. Now the Sylveon here this next turn has to take a turn to recharge, so it does mean that there is no potential of a double up, and the Toxapex, I don't think you can worry about getting knocked out, but you can just stall things out and take it easy if you're Wolf here with that Baneful Bunker, just avoiding any attacks, unless allowing that Toxic to further chip down this Ferrograph. It's probably got maybe one more turn after this, and all the time that leftovers healing up that Toxapex, making it very difficult. But of course, can't forget about this Citrus Berry that is keeping this Ferrograph in play.
I mean, the one thing too, so yeah, you get the toxic damage, you get the citrus berries. So Fergraf still has a little bit more to it. And with going for the Baneful Bunker, Sylveon had that opportunity to recharge. So again, it's still like the Sylveon, when we're eyeing up the toxic effect, have to see how much damage it can do, but it now gives it a little bit more of a fighting chance. So it now is going to be put on its own timer with Toxic. But it's time to see how much this -1 Psychic can do into the Toxic effects. And it's going to be enough to make a significant damage. Oh, that's not that much damage. And that'll be enough. Hyper Voice as the follow-up. Getting close, but with another turn of Protect. That leftovers recovery and a Fergraf that won't be down before it gets to attack again. Just still don't have enough to take it down.
I don't think it does. I think we're in the last Sinner Trick Room now for the Toxic effects. You can just go for a Baneful Bunker, and I think the Toxic take will probably be it's going to be very close on the Fergraf to taking that down, and then it's the one-on-one versus the Sylveon, right? It's been put on the timer, and then the Sylveon's going to have a hard time. It has got the Hyper Voice, and with how much damage this Toxic effects is taking, it's going to be, again, very close. It is resisting the Fairy type damage, but Sylveon with the Fairy Feather got that boost as well. It's not straightforward, this. It's going to come down really, really close to the wire, but both doing everything, putting the timers on these Pokemon. Hopefully the Fergraf, hoping this goes down now. Like you see, Trick Room's going to expire, but the Sylveon in that position where after that Baneful Bunker can click. A Hyper Beam button, and that is the biggest attack it's got access to, and with damage that Toxapex has already taken, it's going to be very close to going down to that move.
I mean, whether you risk it or maybe you should go for the double and attempt to see. I mean, this talks about, you would think, because Hyper Beam is such a powerful attack, but this thing has been bulky. If it is a Hyper Beam, it still will be able to hit through. If it's the Hyper Voice, though, the Wide Guard comes out to completely block it. But we will get the Hyper Beam yet again. 57 HP into the Toxapex is going to be enough to take it down for Alex to get the first game within this set.
Yeah, incredibly played by Alex there, and really utilizing one of the most powerful attacks in the game from little old Sylveon to lock that up. Really, really well played. And yeah, Toxapex was so close to being able to kind of lock that game out, but the Fergraf positioning, not switching it out, keeping it on the field, getting the Trick Room set up, and then just leveraging the Sylveon at the right time was great by Alex, and just made it very difficult for Wolf to get the foot over the line at the end.
Especially, too, you're looking at a Toxapex with, you know, I have 57 health, and you're just like, surely something should be able to take it down, right? But this thing is so bulky. There's a reason we get to see this Toxic Baneful Bunker infestation set on it. It is so difficult to take down with those leftovers, and so close to being able to try and do that. But this Sylveon, that Trick Room at the end for Alex to make sure that Sylveon was in the best of position. And just the pure amount of damage like these Hyper Beams are doing, even just like the first time to take down that Incineroar, you're still having to spend the next turn recharging, but a risk that was so well worth it. And Alex now 1 up and looking to try to close this out in the next.
Yeah, and I think we can see how powerful Hyper Beam is in consideration to we had the Weather Ball in the sun from the Charizard into the Toxapex, and we saw how much damage that did, and Toxapex just soaked that up and resisted that hit, so you were expecting kind of a similar situation, so it would have been very close, right down to the wire there, but Alex been brave in the decision, not wanting to get caught out with that Hyper Voice in the end game, just saying, okay, well, here we go. All or nothing in this situation, and reaping the rewards of that decision there. All for a Wolf to do here. I think you can't allow the Sylveon as much room in this next game as it had in that previous game there. Got to get something in like the Sneasler in a position and have ways to potentially shut down the Trick Room option that was such a difficult situation to get yourself out of. Even though you've got the Toxapex, it just doesn't have the offensive presence on the field. It's a really drawn-out, long game plan, whereas you want to be able to remove these threats before they're able to get that damage onto you.
Well, let's see if he can figure out how he can get it done here in game number 2 is starting this off. Again, we'll get to see the run back of these Charizard with Toxapex once again making an appearance right off the gate going up against King Gambit.
Yeah, I think that one of the options that you have here, if you're Wolf, you could go for the Wide Guard here, because then you prevent what Alex was doing in that game 1 and going for that constant heat wave damage, and then maybe try and get your own heat wave off to get that Gambit down to its Focus Sash, and then things get a bit easier. But if you don't double up into the King Gambit here, you leave it on the field for an extra turn that you didn't allow it to stick around for last turn. The other option is you could potentially just protect your own Charizard, go for the infestation onto the King Gambit, start the counter there, and then try and remove it the next turn. It's getting around this sucker punch damage is such an immediate threat, and we saw how valuable that was for Alex in that first game, especially when you've got the security blanket of the Sash to help you out here.
I mean, we'll get to see at least a run back for how game one started with yet again Mega Charizard coming on out. Sun out as well, and gonna be matched. At this point, we've seen Wolf faster every single time, but we'll have to see how this one can differ out if we do see heat waves yet again from both of these trainers, or a little bit of a deviation from the plan. Wolf, it will be a heat wave, this time connecting with both of the targets and bringing Kingambit yet again down into its focus sash. Have to see if we can get the double connect from the Charizard over on Alex's end, because notably no wide guard. Oh, the burn! Okay, we'll probably get an attack anyways, but this is going to definitely limit how much damage it can do on this turn. Heatwave can double connect, but this Kingambit, you kind of wanted to get a really powerful attack off, start chipping away at the Toxapex as most as possible, and that is just not great damage. And yeah, now Kingambit's gone.
Yeah, the burn really kind of putting the stoppers on Kato Cleave there into the Toxapex, changing target because of how problematic the Toxapex was in that game. One prioritizing that Pokemon as a target here, and the burn unfortunate, really great for Wolf here, and landing the Heat Wave now really useful because we saw how good and defensively built the Charizard is, and Alex has said so any damage onto it early on in this game is going to be so valuable going forward. Now we've seen the psychic damage into the Toxapex for -1. You've got to be very wary about this Farigiraf hitting into the Toxapex this turn around. So you are in a position where you probably want to maybe just switch out into your Incineroar here, maybe protect your own Charizard, or just leverage your own Charizard to get more Heat Wave damage off, get some initial damage onto the Farigiraf, and just keep chipping away at Alex's Charizard as well, while protecting that Toxapex for maybe the late game.
And it's not going to be with the Baneful Bunker. We're protecting by switching out, but a new Pokemon to join the battle. Hydreigon hits the field. Heat Wave double connect again, chipping away so much at Alex's Pokemon, and a Heat Wave in return. But we saw how little it's been doing to Charizard. We're up like a 1/3 now, but the Hydreigon comes in, soaks up the hit. But you know, we're trading burns for burns, but at least with the Hydreigon, it's just going to be damage over time. Now though, with that Trick Room, the dimensions are twisted, and the slower Pokemon are going to be faster going on out.
Yeah, and now getting that Trick Room up, really useful. We know that Alex has got the slow Charizard, so going to be able to fire off another attack here. A Weather Ball into the opposing Charizard on Wolf's side will be enough to pick that up, and I would even consider, might even be enough to get the Hydreigon here, and you could potentially go Weather Ball into Hydreigon if you want to get rid of that, and then try and double up with the Farigiraf, because you know it's scarfed, right? The Hydreigon, it can't protect you, so it's an easy target under Trick Room. It's not in its preferred situation where you can just get rid of it quite easily.
I mean, swapping out the Charizard, even if though Alex is assumingly slower, gonna bring in an even slower Pokemon, and Wolf also taking the opportunity to switch with Incineroar hitting the field. Farigiraf, though, not wanting to have taken a hit from that Charizard, if it's stuck around, will protect. But Snarl from this Hydreigon, it has to lock into one move, and Snarl, it doesn't do the most damage, but what it lacks in damage, it's going to make up for in, frankly, annoyingness for the Sylveon, because that special attack drop is going to be massive.
Yeah, that's not ideal here, because you want to have your Sylveon as powerful as possible. You don't really mind about the Farigiraf taking the Snarl if it takes the attack drop, because yeah, you're not going to be hitting anything in front of you right now. You're really pinned against these Dark types. Hydreigon want to be kept for later, maybe when this Trick Room expires. And Toxapex coming in to soak up this potential Hyper Voice now that comes out, but Alex catching it on the switch.
That is a lot of damage. Again, so bulky. Special defense drop as well going into it. But now Toxapex, it's getting lower.
You can see how really valuable that special defense attack drop was, and now the Incineroar reaping the rewards of the Sunbeam up and taking down a big threat to this Toxapex that just entered the field.
And that's going to be a bit of recoil, but the Toxapex is so low, but it will get a little bit of recovery. But now, where does Alex go from here? Because you lost a Pokemon that was so good within this Trick Room, and now Charizard is forced to hit the field. But again, we're looking at Charizard. It's not toxic this time, so it's not on the same sort of timer, but it still has a lot of momentum. And now you lost the thing that was stopping any fake-out pressure.
Yeah, now you've got no ability to get rid of that special attack drop on the Sylveon either. So the damage output that you've got access to now on -1 is what you're going to have to finish the battle with. Will it be enough? We know the damage from the Hyper Beam previously. It was around that 50 mark, but the Toxapex will probably be able to take a Hyper Beam here, so not even an option, and the Incineroar in a position where it can just throw a Flare Blitz into this Sylveon and do some really huge damage.
I mean, it's trying to. It certainly tried to get that damage, but Sylveon will protect on this turn. Charizard with the Weather Ball again. We have the Sun. Incineroar not going to drop to it, though. Again, not very effective. It's close, but no dice. And Citrus Berry is going to kind of put it back to where it was.
Yeah, and now that recovery probably puts it out of range from a Hyper Voice this next time around as well. Probably still in range for a Hyper Beam, but do you really want to lock yourself into Hyper Beam in this last turn of Trick Room and then kind of just leave yourself vulnerable going into the next turn, right? Wolf could just protect their own Charizard, knowing that it's the faster, get through this last turn of Trick Room, go for that all valuable Flare Blitz into the Sylveon. You know they protected last turn. Can you get it off here? If not, you take a Hyper Beam and go down, and Hydreigon can come back on and disrupt even further and support that Charizard.
We're not going to lock in anything crazy. We're going to do what damage we can, and Hyper is just not enough to get it there. So Incineroar has the chance to fire off this Flare Blitz. Less damage, now this one's not there, but Sylveon, with so many burns this match, will get burned. And Recoil, it will be enough to take down the Incineroar, but that was the last turn of Trick Room. And yeah, Charizard on Wolf's end stays safe. The dimensions are now untwisted, and he'll be able to bring out another speedier Pokemon to try and help close this out.
Yeah, it can be that Hydreigon. It will be able to pressure the opposing Charizard on Alex's side as well, which is really nice. But maybe saving that until that Sylveon goes down, so it has an easier time. It's not going to be threatened as hard. The Toxapex can enter the field now. It's got that wide guard, so it can protect the Charizard on Wolf's side, and Wolf can quite happily here just go for a Heat Wave, remove the Sylveon, and start chipping down Alex's Charizard even more. And it's not got the big, powerful one-out all attack in that Weather Ball with the Sun invaded from the field now.
So of course, as you said, wide guard. Make sure there's not going to be these Heat Waves, these Hyper Voices to be able to threaten on your side of the field. But you can threaten these Heat Waves all you want. Sylveon goes down, and Charizard 35 health left, even with that critical hit, but kind of just looks like a no ice. Now, I mean, if you go for your own Heat Wave, it does absolutely nothing. So we're one turn away from taking this into a game number 3.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be, a really nice turnaround from Wolf here and utilizing the Hydreigon, leveraging that, and how useful that one-turn Snarl was in that situation to make that Sylveon from what was such a formidable threat in game 1 to really quite passive in that game 2. And that's the ability Wolf's got to be able to kind of render some of these biggest threats useless. And yeah, really well played there, making more work out of that Toxapex rather than sticking around on the field, the switching around between everything. And yeah, very, very well played.
Especially such a different way to play it than we saw in game number 1. Because in game number 1, it was, I need to get this damage on the board with these Toxics, these infestations, to try to be annoying as possible, to be slowly chipping away at Alex's team, and it just wasn't enough damage in the end. Close, but no dice. But in game number 2, it was the wide guard, it was the protect, it was the constant pivot. And I mean, just being able to kind of pivot the game like that, you ran out of Trick Room turns for Alex. You didn't make the impact, and then this Toxic wrecked havoc for the wide guard. So knowing that there's the multiple different ways to play it, where does Alex go here into game number 3?
I would like, it's probably difficult to bring the Aerodactyl, but I would really like to see the Aerodactyl come. I think that it puts on so much pressure on to Wolf Charizard that we know that they've only got a single Mega, so you could see that come out as a lead. And then you've got the Tailwind there, but is that going to really benefit you in front of Farigiraf? But the immediate pressure that you can start putting on, I think, is really useful. And then that kind of opens up the door maybe for Farigiraf to have a little bit of a freer time against Toxapex. But we've seen an adjustment like this. The Hydreigon is going to throw up all sorts of issues.
A double adjustment, though, because Hydreigon's in the lead now as opposed to being in a Trick Room situation. But Alex also switches up to bring his own Dragon-type Pokemon as Garchomp hits the field. But we had a choice, Scarf Hydreigon for Wolf. We have the Charizard that has been outspeeding. There's a lot of speed and pressure coming out from Wolf.
Yeah, this Hydreigon putting instant pressure onto the Garchomp here. A Draco Meteor into that slot will remove it. And with that Choice Scarf giving it the speed advantage, Alex needs to switch that out. Have you got a great switch? Yes, you've got probably the Sylveon in the back. But do you really want to switch in the Sylveon on maybe a Weather Ball, double up into that slot? Like I say, before with this scenario where you've got that Pokemon out on the field, right? Alex could potentially protect there. And then that would allow Alex to get maybe some leverage with their own Charizard onto the opposing side of the field. We saw the Heat Wave damage into the Hydreigon. You need to start getting damage onto it early on in this game, putting it in range for something like Sylveon to come in later to try and help clean up.
But we're not going to get any switches for the first turn of the match. Instead, such aggressive leads from both and Megas yet again. Of course, we have options for Alex side of the field to protect either or both of these Pokemon. And Garchomp, understanding the pressure of something like a Draco Meteor, will go ahead and protect. So this Pokemon is safe for now. Hydreigon is locked in because of that Choice Scarf and will be a Heat Wave to just try to get some damage onto this opposing Charizard, as that will bring it to just about half health with that critical hit. Now Alex has a chance to respawn two Pokemon that do resist, but again, respectable damage into both is bringing, you know, a critical hit. That's fair, right? That's fair, a crit for a crit.
Even, yeah. And But now you've got the information. If you're Alex, you know what this Hydreigon's locked into, which we didn't have going into turn one, so that Draco Meteor is threatening the Garchomp. But again, at the same time, you've got to get your target right, because the Garchomp has just protected. It would be the obvious thing for Alex to switch out into the Sylveon, right? So you may not want to target into that slot there.
Double, the attempt!
For the double!
He tried to go for the double protect, and that could have been the safe swap if Sylveon's there, but instead, no protect, no chance. Garchomp drops to the Draco Meteor. That was the adjustment going into this, and it has been instantly deleted. Now, Wolf has the opportunity to follow up the Charizard once again. This is single target damage now. The Charizard down to about a fourth of its health left. And of course, you can go for your own Heat Wave, but not the most accurate. You're not going to hit the opposing Charizard. And again, Hydreigon is going to be more than easily sticking around.
Yeah, that Hydreigon doing the exact job it was brought for, to dispatch of that Garchomp. But there was such a threat to the Charizard on Wolf's side, right? Done its job now, can probably switch out. Draco Meteor is going to be useful into the Charizard, and also Hydreigon not really going to care so much about the Sucker Punch, so probably could get that off. Even -2, probably enough to get the Charizard from this range on Alex's side because of that initial damage from those Heat Waves from Wolf's side. So yeah, not in a bad spot at all, but you could preserve it, switch it out, keep it for later in this game. The King Gambit, is it got the enough to be able to get the Charizard with the Sucker Punch? It's going to be very close, you would say, depending on how Wolf trained it, but it is going to be susceptible here to take a Heat Wave. So it will get taken down to a Sash, and this is it.
We're going to go for it, but not enough. This one doesn't have the black glasses, so that damage, not enough there to drop the Charizard. It will be taken to Draco Meteor for sticking around. And of course, Wolf has the chance with the Charizard to double up yet again to try and maybe eliminate this King Gambit sooner rather than later. And of course, that Heat Wave was enough for the Charizard and King Gambit. The Focus Ash was broken, so we get the double KO.
Yeah, really smart play from Wolf, identifying that the Focus Sash is on that King Gambit. I'm doubling into it. If I land this Draco Meteor into it, just needs to do 1 HP minimum. Then I can clean it up, and there it is.
That is the match. The double KO is more than enough to secure it. And a statement of a game number 3 for Wolf Glick to take the set. I mean, that was...
Gabby, look at Giuseppe's team. You can understand that these are some really powerhouse Pokemon that, whether in Tailwind or, you know, in a difficult position, you can still find your way to success.
Exactly. And that's, again, why so many trainers have brought them to this tournament this weekend. Charizard was the most used Mega Pokemon, Charizard-wise specifically, after Floette, which I think was no surprise to a lot of people who came here this weekend. Of course, you also have a ton of people relying on Tailwind. You see a ton of King Gambit out in the field, and this was just no surprise to anybody coming into the tournament. So why don't we go ahead and take a closer look at these teams.
Let's see Giuseppe's squad here with the Mega Charizard, Y, Basculegion, Garchomp, Incineroar, King Gambit, and Whimsicott. Nothing crazy standing out. However, what Scott did mention, Gabby, about the 4-attack King Gambits that are picking up in popularity. They're dropping Protect because they need low kick for either, say, Tyranitards on other teams or Argalodons or something like that, or really for other King Gambits.
Exactly, and if you look at these teams at first glance, you have to wonder just where the investment lies in those stats, you know.
At first glance, we see a lot of Modest, a lot of Adamants, not so much relying on those plus speed natures. But with King Gambit with the Choppleberry in particular, that's going to go ahead and lower any fighting type damage into it. You have to wonder if that's a sign that maybe this King Gambit is going to be on the bulkier side of things. You have Whimsicott that can help ensure that you're always going to attack first. It's the only Pokemon that can set Tailwind up with that priority available to Giuseppe in this matchup. So if you can get that attack up first, your Pokemon can invest a little bit more in that bulk and be a little bit more comfortable on the field.
Yeah, and I do love the Mystic Water Basculegion, especially on the Charizard team, because you're going to need to, sometimes you're going to be mitigating your own water damage, so you might as well boost it up there. Taking a look at Alex Gomez Berna, you mentioned former 2023 NAIC champion, former World Championships top cut trainer, certainly a threat to come away as the winner of any tournament Alex enters.
Yeah, and that Aerodactyl, I mean, that's the first thing that jumped out to me, so why don't we go ahead and talk about it. Yes, it is going to be holding the Aerodactylite, so it can Mega Evolve, but it's opting to run 3 attacks, which is very unique, and that third attack is going to be Ice Fang for some very unique coverage that gives it play against opposing Garchomps. So definitely something to keep an eye on here, as Garchomp is a really good Pokemon into this matchup for both of these trainers, but also Aerodactyl sort of has to come to the matchup, because if you're expecting Tailwind from your opponent, you really have to recognize that with your own Tailwind. You could also maybe bring your Farigiraf and use Trick Room to set up in front of the Tailwind. Roar is also kind of an interesting option here if you just want to force your opponent to switch around and otherwise mess up their strategies. But I think overall there's just so much more utility with this Aerodactyl for Alex, especially given, again, that it has that unique coverage accessible to it.
And the Ice Fang on Aerodactyl is just diabolical, Gabby. That's picking up in the meta, but that shows you that Garchomp is always 40 to 50% usage at all of these tournaments, and Aerodactyl can sometimes struggle if all they have is Rock Slide. So you're gonna drop Protect, like how Giuseppe dropped Protect for his King Gambit. Alex drops Protect on his Mega Aerodactyl for Ice Fang. Let's hop into it. Round 5 of the North American International Championship. Giuseppe Musico versus Alex Gomez Berna. Giuseppe has the Charizard Incineroar lead versus Alex's Aerodactyl King Gambit. That is a Defiant boost from turn 1.
Alex making a great call there, leading the King Gambit and immediately getting that +1 attack boost. And normally King Gambit would be in a tough spot with these 2 fire-type Pokemon staring against it on the opposite side of the field, but it is holding a Focus Sash. Unfortunately, Incineroar with the Fake Out would mean that it could flinch, break the Focus Sash, and then not attack this turn. But still, overall, that's a lot of board pressure that distracts those Pokemon from this Mega Evolved Aerodactyl.
Yeah, Mega Aerodactyl, the perfect teammate to be next to King Gambit, facing down 2 fire types on the other end, because Alex says, fine, you want to go for an attack into my +1 King Gambit? Either of your fire types are going to have to eat a Rock Slide potentially in return. You can also set up Tailwind as well to boost your team's speed, but Aerodactyl will get no such attacks off this turn as it is flinched from Incineroar's Fake Out. Charizard with the Heat Wave, going to bring King Gambit down to 1 HP, but thanks to its Focus Sash, it will be able to endure that hit and be able to respond with a +1 attack into one of Giuseppe's Pokemon. It will be the low kick into Incineroar, bring it down into the red. That's so much damage. That's why you run 4 attack King Gambit, because now Incineroar is in such a difficult position.
I believe Len said it earlier, it's like you're holding 3 berries in one. And now that the threat of Fake Out is gone, you can try and go for a Sucker Punch to deal a lot of damage to the Charizard or potentially pick up the knockout on the Incineroar. But I think more importantly, there's also the option now, like you said, for a Rock Slide or a Tailwind from that Aerodactyl. Alex has a lot of options open to him this turn, and it's because he just left that turn wide open to him previously. Neither of these Pokemon that he led in the beginning had access to Protect, but that almost worked out better for him. He was able to just go on the offense immediately, and Giuseppe is just, he has to respond.
Incineroar swapping out to preserve that Intimidate and Fake Out for later on in this game. Charizard Y will Protect, so no attacks coming out from Giuseppe's end this turn. And it is Tailwind for Alex, doubling his team speed for the next 4 turns. If King Gambit goes for a Kowtow Cleave, it is resisted, but it is +1 attacks. That still does some very respectable resisted damage.
And it gives us some information there as well, because knowing that the King Gambit went for a Kowtow Cleave meant that Alex was confident after Tailwind, King Gambit would have been faster than the Incineroar in that spot. So just things to start noting as we move throughout these turns. Now that Giuseppe has burned his first turn of Protect with that Charizard that turn, he can't necessarily Protect again here. And unfortunately, that means he is, again, on the back foot. You can switch in your Incineroar again, get another Intimidate down on these Pokemon. Will mean you're activating Defiant again, but at least you're mitigating the Aerodactyl a little bit more. It could help you sort of find your way through this turn, but overall, Alex has done a great job of just keeping this momentum going, even though the King Gambit is just at 1 health.
Giuseppe will swap Charizard out into Garchomp, revealing his 4th Pokemon he brought here in Game 1. And Sucker Punch failed, because Sucker Punch will only work if you go for an attack. Both Sucker Punches going to fail here. Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide. Garchomp wouldn't have taken too much damage anyway, but now, and King Gambit resisted as well, so very difficult Rock Slide for Alex there, since it doesn't do much damage and kind of wastes the turn of Tailwind.
Let's talk about those Sucker Punches for a second, because that might look a little bit confusing if you're unsure what happened. So Alex's Sucker Punch targeted the Charizard, which switched out to a Garchomp, so that failed. It attacked first because of the Tailwind, it's just the faster King Gambit. Then Giuseppe's King Gambit Sucker Punched Alex's King Gambit, which had already attacked at that point, so the Sucker Punch had failed. So just something to keep in mind when you see these attacks come through.
And there's no chance at speed ties because Alex is under Tailwind currently. So his King Gambit will always attack first. Garchomp wanting to Protect on this turn is now we're going to hit by a +1 Kowtow Cleave. There's the Sucker Punch from Giuseppe, though. Alex had to try to call the games here. Was he going to continue the Sucker Punch mind games? And yes, Giuseppe wanted just to do 1 hit point of damage to get rid of that +1 King Gambit.
But now you get Garchomp on the field, and it's still under the Tailwind, and it's still in a pretty comfortable spot, all things considered. You have the super effective damage against the opposing Garchomp and the King Gambit, whether it comes from a Stomping Tantrum from your own Garchomp or your Sylveon is in a lovely position to start using those Hyper Voices, or maybe we're going to see some more Hyper Beams. Who knows? The Sylveon's been doing pretty great with them so far.
Yeah, Hyper Beam Sylveon and a Garchomp on the field. Maybe Alex can recreate some magic from those 2 Pokemon. But even though Sylveon is threatened by King Gambit, 1, it naturally outspeeds, and of course Tailwind is up. So any amount of chip damage, a neutral Hyper Voice you can do into the King Gambit, it's kind of twofold, right? You get bring King Gambit down low and hit Garchomp super effectively.
Exactly, and I mean, there is an option here for Giuseppe to try and stall out the remainder of Tailwind, and maybe you can see how these King Gambit and Sylveon's trained, and you can see how that could play through, but it looks like we're just going to see a Sucker Punch to start.
There it is, into the rough skin on Alex's Garchomp. So we're going to take a little bit in retaliation, and the Stomping Tantrum will bring it down to 18. Not enough for a KO because Incineroar intimidated. It's going to be Sylveon cleaning up the battle with a double KO.
And just like that, Giuseppe is down 2 Pokemon in this match. But you get the Intimidate on the opposing Garchomp. That is going to be very valuable moving forwards, as Garchomp, it's holding Soft Sand, which means only those ground type moves are going to be boosted. Can't connect against the opposing Charizard, obviously. It's a flying type Pokemon. And the opposing Garchomp, those won't be super effective. So overall, like, the Dragon Claw is its most powerful attack at this point in time. That's been weakened. Sylveon can't necessarily do that much damage to the opposing Charizard either, as it's going to be relying on those fairy type attacks. So Giuseppe's out at this point is to try to figure out how to maximize the amount of damage that your Charizard can do. So if you can find your way through the remainder of Tailwind, I believe there's 1 turn left, your Charizard can start relying on its Weather Ball to deal those big damage turns, and then maybe, just maybe, you can find your way back into this game.
Sylveon will Protect, keep itself safe. Alex's Garchomp does hit into the opposing one for super effective damage, but it's a bulky Pokemon. Even when it's hit super effective, it's going to still be super healthy after chunk eating on that Citrus Berry, recovering 25% of its HP. Heat Wave is resisted if it goes into the other Garchomp there. And now Alex's Garchomp brought down very low. The Weather Ball, though, into Sylveon's Protect.
And Giuseppe can rely on Earthquake because Charizard is a flying type Pokemon. you can opt to go for those spread damage attacks. You also have the benefit of Charizard having that really powerful single target attack. So yes, you don't have to worry as much about, you know, maybe getting your single target to land here, your single target to land here. You can spread things out and feel pretty comfortable about it. Now that the Garchomp on Alex's side of the field has taken so much damage, you could even consider going for an Earthquake Heat Wave, but I don't think you risk the accuracy here. Like, Weather Ball and Charizard Mega Y does so much damage, especially when the Harsh Sunlight is still active on the field. That's probably its best attack, in my opinion.
And thanks to the Citrus Berry on Giuseppe's end, that Dragon Claw by itself would not be enough to knock out Giuseppe's Garchomp this turn. So that's why Alex goes for the quick attack, because he wants to get as much chip as he can. But this time, Giuseppe's Garchomp moves before Alex is going to get the KO on Garchomp and bring Sylveon down to half HP to allow Charizard to clean up this KO. So now it is just Aerodactyl in the back, and that's a pretty good Pokemon into the Charizard, and it also has Ice Fang for Garchomp.
It does, but it's 2 versus 1, and Rock Slide can miss, so it's not exactly a comfortable spot to be in.
It is certainly one of the, if not the fastest Pokemon in the meta, so you are going to have those chances to hit Rock Slides. Giuseppe can potentially protect as well, and if he breaks through, he can get hit by a really strong attack on Giuseppe's end.
Exactly, and we also don't know how this Charizard is trained just yet. Some trainers have been trying to invest a little bit of bulk into their Charizard Ys to... Never mind, that was just a one-hit KO.
4 times, extremely effective as Pokemon Champions likes to call it, and Giuseppe's Mega Evolution is gone as Garchomp flinches. Garchomp does have access to Rock Slide. That would be a single target Rock Slide.
That would have been, just think about how much damage that would have done to the opposing Aerodactyl. That flinch was absolutely huge.
And there's the Ice Fang into Garchomp. Extremely effective. Alex Gomez-Berna able to claw victory from that Mega Aerodactyl in Game 1. 1 victory away from moving on to 5-0 here in New Orleans.
And it all came down to a flinch and a unique tech on that Mega Aerodactyl to lock in that final knockout. But overall, if you think back to the beginning of the match, Alex Gomez really had the momentum on his side for a majority of the game. It was that end state where the Charizard and the Garchomp were on the field next to each other for Giuseppe with the Intimidate on the opposing Garchomp, where he sort of found his footing back in. It was just unfortunate that that flinch happened, and that sort of gave the game back to Alex.
It still was a healthy Aerodactyl on the other end, right?
Yeah.
So you never know. Maybe
You never know. You never know.
Might need a critical hit. It really depends on how those matchups go, but I really did love this back and forth from these two. Even the King Gambits both having 4 attacks, right? One being Focus Sash.
Yeah.
Focus Sash was so huge for Alex because it allowed it to stay in against 2 fire types. So
Exactly.
now if you're on Giuseppe's end, Gabby, how do you adjust here? You want to have Intimidate for the Aerodactyl, for the Garchomp, for some of these physical attackers, but you might accidentally boost Alex's King Gambit's damage.
Yeah, that call out by Alex turn 1 where he led his King Gambit, again, just forced Giuseppe to make a very tough decision on who you sort of focused on. And I think going into game number 2, you could opt to leave the Incineroar in the back, so you can still switch it in and get a turn 1 Intimidate if you need it. But otherwise, you're not necessarily falling for that trap once again. I don't think you necessarily make a Pokemon adjustment because those felt like the right tools you want to have. And looking at the other Pokemon that Giuseppe has, a Basculegion would be nice here. But at the same time, if your opponent's always bringing King Gambit, you know, that's one matchup that's very Pokemon dependent, that's very board state dependent. And with so many other pieces of this matchup sort of relying on that board state as well, it almost feels like there's too many moving parts to make that work comfortably.
I also really like Alex's decision to use Mega Aerodactyl instead of Charizard, not opting in to the mirror. You have a great option, clearly. Your Aerodactyl can one-hit KO their Charizard, and also the Garchomp that most Aerodactyls struggle with, but he can hit because of the Ice Fang. So we'll see what happens. Alex with the same lead here in Game 2, Aerodactyl and King Gambit, and then it's King Gambit and Incineroar. Giuseppe making an adjustment here, saying, fine, I'll give you the Defiant boost, but I will be able to threaten you with a low kick.
And the nice thing about Giuseppe's own King Gambit is that it's holding that Chople Berry. So we saw the low kick miss the knockout on the Incineroar in game number 1. And presumably with the Chople Berry on Giuseppe's own King Gambit, that should give it enough defense, you'd hope, to take a low kick. So even though we're still in a position where, yes, Alex's King Gambit has +1 in its attack, and this Aerodactyl can Mega Evolve pretty comfortably here, I think Giuseppe has found himself a little more time compared to what he had in Game 1.
Aerodactyl swapping out for Alex. For later, and does make an adjustment here in Game 2, bringing the Farigiraf. Its Armor Tail ability blocks all priority attacks like the Fake Out. So now Giuseppe does not get to stop this low kick going in to the King Gambit. As you mentioned, even at +1 because of the Chople Berry, Giuseppe's still able to tank it, and an Iron Head into Alex's King Gambit does considerably less damage, let's just say.
And I think this is the first time we've also seen these two interact without Tailwind in play. So interesting to note that Alex's King Gambit did move first here. Now that one King Gambit is in the red as well, I think these Sucker Punch mind games are back a little bit. Yes, it would be blocked by Armor Tail, but you have to wonder, do you still try to throw the Sucker Punch to stop the potential opposing Sucker Punch? That might be getting too much into it.
Yeah, definitely a very difficult decision for Giuseppe there. And you know that King Gambit's not going to be around for later on in the game. You might need that Sucker Punch damage into a Charizard or a low health Aerodactyl potentially. Yeah,
the more I think about it, I think the better play here is just throw a low kick, see what happens.
And we'll see the low kick into Incineroar not being enough for a one-hit KO, but does bring it down very, very low. Flare Blitz takes out Alex's King Gambit. That's 1 KO, and Incineroar is going to take a massive amount of recoil. Enough recoil to knock itself out on this turn. Alex does have Thunderbolt if it wants onto King Gambit, but its other attack, Twin Beam, is immune, so this Farigiraf might not be doing a lot of damage. It might not even go for any damage if it wants to Trick Room, but instead will use the Thunderbolt to just deal with those last few hit points on King Gambit, and that's 3 Pokemon completely wiped off the field this turn.
But good trades all around. I think Alex coming out slightly favorable in the sense that, yes, you lost your King Gambit, but Aerodactyl able to get back out on the field for free. Your opponent lost their Intimidate user. They also lost their priority attacking user. And even if that King Gambit was still around, Farigiraf very unthreatened by the opposing 2 Pokemon that Giuseppe brought to this matchup.
Alex's 2 Pokemon could not be further away on the speed spectrum if they tried, Gabby. And both of Giuseppe's Pokemon are sandwiched between Alex's attackers. So it's a really tough spot to figure out how your attacks are going to go in which order.
Exactly. I think the one thing that Giuseppe has going for him right now is the amount of chip damage on the Farigiraf and just how frail Mega Aerodactyl tends to be. So he can go for some really big hits this turn, but in terms of speed alone, Alex's own Mega Aerodactyl will definitely be attacking first.
Yeah, it's for sure the fastest Pokemon. That's why it's so good, because it's super fast. It sets up Tailwind for its teammate, and it also one-hit KOs Charizard, the most popular Mega in the format. But Charizard can wait till later, because Ice Fang's got to claim a one-hit KO into Garchomp.
And you know who else can potentially one-hit a Charizard? What about a Thunderbolt?
Solar Beam from Charizard is going to have to go off first to see just how much damage this will do into either of Alex's 2 Pokemon. It will be towards the Aerodactyl, does over 50%. And this is why Farigiraf run Thunderbolt now to help against the Charizard matchup. And it does nearly half to the Charizard.
So it will take a couple more turns, but we get a forfeit instead.
Alex Gomez-Berna moving on to 5-0 here at the North American International Championships. Absolutely dominant matchup for the former NAIC champion.
And some great pivots in that matchup as well, bringing the Farigiraf
of round 5. So let's take a look. Daniel Marcelo Reyes versus Gabriel Agati. This is our feature match out on the field. This is what all the people out of the crowd were watching here. Incineroar Como versus King Gambit Sneasler.
There's an Azumarill on Gabriel's team. Like, that is awesome. I mean, Azumarill is one of those Pokemon that I honestly think more about Pokemon Go first than I think about VGC.
It does have the Azumarill t-shirt, right, at the regionals?
And it was just very like definitive of their early metagame. So to see it on a VGC team is very exciting. I mean, going into this matchup, maybe not as much because you have a lot of Pokemon that can hit it hard.
I was going to say, you know who's currently not very excited? The King Gambit sitting in front of him, Incineroar and Komodo. Komodo, a really strong Pokemon. It's not going to be topping the usage charts, right? It is a very specific setup Pokemon that can be very good, especially on a Mega Gengar team being immune to Perish Song, right?
Como.
Oh, it took a crit there. So Como, even though it doesn't get to come out to play as often as some of the other Pokemon like Basculegion, Sneasler, and such, when it is on the field, it's a menace.
Yeah, as someone who's been trying to get the Como Professor title for a extremely long time in Pokemon Champions.
That's 100 victories for anyone at home with that Pokemon.
It does very well into these Charizard teams if they leave the Garchomp behind, because the Dragon typing just has really great synergy. Once you're able to get Clanging Scales up and get all those stat boosts, you can usually just start dealing good damage and, you know, just sort of hopefully ride that through the matchup. Unfortunately here, though, given how much chip damage Como just took, I mean, it's not chip, it's chonk damage.
It's chunk, yeah.
And given the fact that that Aura Sphere as well just kind of whiffed into the Basculegion, I don't think this Como is going to get another notch towards that title in this matchup.
Agati Sneasler goes for the fake out into Daniel's Sneasler, but you can't fake out a ghost type. That's why Basculegion's so good. Gets the knockout onto Como. So Gabriel only really getting just a small fake out chip on this turn. Now you can bring the Incineroar back on and don't have to be worried about any Defiant boosts, and that's exactly what Gabriel Agati goes for, because King Gambit's in the back.
Yeah, and Incineroar has a decent spot here. You know, landing the Intimidate against the Sneasler will be good, so it can take a close combat now, hopefully, and you know, the Basculegion as well, that'll be a good Intimidate to hold on to later. But overall, this does feel like it's still Daniel's match to win, as he has a lot of momentum. He's already taken one knockout on Gabriel's side of the field, and also with the Pokemon he's revealed, I mean, you have to assume it's the Gengar in the back for Gabriel, right? So as long as Gengar's lined up against the King Gambit in the end game, that Sucker Punch pretty much ends that.
Yeah, really tough spot
Yeah.
if the Gengar ever finds himself on the field against a King Gambit. But Gabriel going to be swapping out the Sneasler for King Gambit here. You're going to be able to take a ghost hit, potentially way better.
Oh, he didn't bring his Mega at all, actually. That's
that's
really
right. That's his
interesting.
fourth. That's his fourth Pokemon.
fourth.
I totally forgot with the UI, with how the spectator mode works when it highlights the Pokemon there on the right. King Gambit was his fourth, and maybe it makes sense because there's a Garchomp, there's Basculegion, there's King Gambit, right? There's our Pokemon that very much threaten Mega Gengar.
I mean, it's a tough decision to make because if you're just looking at a pure numbers game, you know, the Mega Pokemon, when they gain the 100 stats, when they Mega Evolve, are statistically some of the best Pokemon in the game by that alone. So to leave it behind is a very big decision. Unfortunately for Gabriel, I don't necessarily see this working out type-wise for him, but on the other hand, if you keep doing some chip damage to these Pokemon, you know, maybe some good parting shot Intimidate cycles here with this Incineroar, you could find an opening.
I want to note that Daniel's Charizard is Charizard the sociable, so he's just a happy guy. Wants to have some fun parties here on the battlefield in Pokemon Champions.
I mean, Charizard's certainly having a great time in usage this weekend, so
Absolutely.
they're just all hanging out. They're all being sociable.
They are Charizard. Yeah, Daniel has proved the nickname right, or the title right. Excuse me. Very sociable on the field. You can go for Heat Wave if you want into Gabriel's side, but Gabriel did just swap Sneasler in on his own here, so Fake Out is available into one of Daniel's two Pokemon.
Do you ever like Mark Hunt for Pokemon in Scarlet Violet or in any of the older games?
No, I mean, I think it's funny when it accidentally happens, and I'll take, you know, like a Whimsicott the Whimsy or a Moongus the Sleepy or something like that, but I don't go out of my way for marks.
Okay. I've been trying to catch a White Stripe Basculin in Scarlet and Violet because that's the only game you can get marks on it for, and it's not been going well. So,
is it any particular title you're looking for, or you just want a cool title?
Anything other than sociable at this point.
Basculegion is definitely not hosting dinner parties the way that Charizard potentially.
No, or if Basculegion is going to host a dinner party, I don't think I want to attend.
Yeah, the people invited to that party are not my party people.
But Charizard's dinner party, though, I mean, if this is a weather ball party, probably a good party. Also, if it's a heat wave party, really any party at this point.
I think that Sneasler's been intimidated 2 times
now,
I think so. Right? So that's
Yeah.
that's why that close combat did such low damage, and then now Sneasler with the White Herb going to boost or return its defenses, I should say, back to neutral and boost its speed with its Unburden ability. Heat Wave does not take out the Sneasler, so now Gabriel's, even with a crit into Incineroar, Gabriel's looking pretty good this turn.
It was a heat wave party.
It was not a weather ball party. It was a heat wave party. That's what happens when we walk outside here. That's a heat wave party.
No. That's Pokopia where it gets humid.
Yes.
It's too. We need more like desert for it to be a heat wave party.
I did not put Charizard in a humid environment. I put him just next to a bunch of coal and said,
Okay.
buddy, help me out. I need some minerals.
All right, well, this Charizard probably just happy to keep going for those heat waves, right? Especially if King Gambit comes back in for Gabriel as that swap comes through.
Yeah, close combat, even intimidated. Oh, I was gonna say even intimidated doesn't matter. But Gabrielle shuts me up. King Gambit hanging on with 3 HP. And now Dire Claw, do you get one of the paralysis? 30% chance. Dire Claw, Sneasler back at it again. Charizard does break through paralysis though, so no harm, no foul in theory. Although maybe now King Gambit, how its speed is invested, could outspeed the Charizard. And there's the forfeit.
Well, I guess we'll never know, but hopefully we can get an update on who won that feature match. We got game 2.
Oh, let's go. I'm excited. I thought we were just having.
I know. I thought that was just going to be a one and done.
Just dipping our toes into the feature matches. I didn't know we were going through the whole thing. So
and we got Gengar this time.
Daniel did win game 1, had a really nice victory with the Mega Charizard there. Gabriel Gotti. Hopefully this time around, Como doesn't take 80% damage right on turn 1.
All right, well, hopefully we can see Como accomplish a little bit more in this matchup. Again, it just took so much damage from that initial close combat from the Sneasler. I believe it was a critical hit when we saw it the first time around, but honestly, if you were to like uncritical hit that in your brain, I think it still would have been too much damage to really give Como the time that it needs to thrive in this matchup. So Como not in the best spot in this lead. That being said, with the potential for Gengar to Mega on the field and, trap these Pokemon on the field, you do have to wonder if this is Gabriel just accepting that, Gengar, maybe I just use Como to try to set Gengar up to try to trap these Pokemon in a position where whatever's coming in next can benefit from it.
And so this is the one chance Daniel would have to swap his Pokemon, in theory, if Gabriel did Mega Evolve. But kudos to Gabriel being willing to anticipate those swaps and switch things around. Incineroar intimidating to special attackers, so it doesn't really matter, but we'll have access to Fake Out next turn. Daniel Mega Evolving Charizard Y, setting up its Drought ability, boosting all fire type attacks on the field. Como actually kind of feeling a little bit better now, especially since how the meta has developed. Charizard can't afford to run a flying attack, so you can't get hit super effectively there, and you resist fire and solar beam attacks from the Charizard. Incineroar tanks that hit as well, and Whimsicott on the field, very healthy.
Very healthy. Also has really a lot of stuff it could potentially do here. It could take a Fake Out from the Incineroar, but it could try to go for a Tailwind. It could try to go for a Moonblast into the opposing Como-O, which is exactly why it just tries to get off the field, because it also was threatened by an Encore in that position, given it just used Protect.
Gengar will swap in. Whimsicott protecting, actually, wanting to keep itself safe from a Flare Blitz or a Fake Out on the other side. And the Fake Out goes into Charizard, though, so really no damage going to be coming out here on this turn. Now Gabriel's put himself in that spot again, right?
Yeah.
You want to Mega Evolve. Do you want to force these two Pokemon to stay on the field?
But these two Pokemon staying on the field for Gabriel feel a lot more beneficial, I suppose, because Whimsicott's usually one of those Pokemon that you set up Tailwind, you maybe get a Moonblast or two if it's beneficial, but usually you want it to get off the field so your Pokemon that can take advantage of the Tailwind better are on the field in its place. And unlike some of the other Pokemon that can be encored into Fake Out, Incineroar's natural dark typing means that Prankster can't affect it. So we do see Daniel once again take advantage of that switch turn before Gengar Mega Evolves. So now that it is Mega Evolved, Basculegion would normally be trapped, but it's a ghost type, so it can switch whenever.
It's also, in theory, you're stuck in here with Basculegion because Basculegion threatens to one-hit KO the Gengar. But Weather Ball is going to do most of the damage anyway, most of the HP, bringing Mega Gengar down into the red, and Incineroar will Parting Shot. This is a very common strategy from Gabriel for these Mega Gengar teams. They love swapping in, they love swapping out, but they love stopping their opponent from doing the same.
Yeah, so many of these Megas that are popular right now in the format are just, they're so powerful, but they just lack the bulk to stick around for more than 1 or 2 hits. And it's very interesting to see Charizard and Gengar trade in this position because, it's not necessarily super effective, right? Which is what you'd normally expect to see when you're seeing these big damage numbers. But at the end of the day, it feels like it, you know?
Yeah, I think with 2 turns remaining of Harsh Sunlight as well, the Basket Legion at full HP being not necessarily threatened because you can't get faked out by the Sneasler is what I mean. And the Charizard is Gengar does naturally outspeed it, and Charizard is pretty low on HP. So we'll see how Daniel, who does have a lead, right, did win game 1, will be able to move around, have a little, maybe take more risks here in this game too. We're just gonna have 3 protects and nothing happen though.
Yeah, I think Gabriel just trying to scout out here what the Basket Legion was gonna apparently lock into, as Flip Turn is typically only run on Basket Legion with Choice Scarf. So that's some good information for us because we don't have the team sheets in front of us, so it's hard to say. But now we know Basket Legion's gonna go for another Flip Turn, presumably, which will deal a little bit of damage, but...
Yeah, we'll have the damage mitigated from the sun here on this turn,
yeah,
but it's still a Basket Legion attacking, right? So Gabriel understands that's going to hurt, wants to keep his Mega Gengar out, or save it for later here. Flip Turn goes to the Sneasler. Wow, really does hardly any damage whatsoever. And now it's going to be up to Daniel's Charizard to really chip away at Gabriel's side.
But Sneasler gets to come back in here, and again, it's in that position where it can threaten big damage against the opposing Como.
Charizard will be KO'd from the Dire Claw here, so Daniel finally losing his first Pokemon in this matchup. We know it's Whimsicott and Basket Legion in the back. It is a Choice Scarfed Basket Legion, so you're going to be moving super duper fast. Sneasler's already a super speedy Pokemon, right? You don't have to worry about setting Tailwind up in this match.
No, I'm trying to think what the optimal play here would be for this Basket Legion, because you're running into that point where you have to like pick your final move, right? And Basket Legion's one of those interesting Choice Scarf users where you always kind of want to lock into the last respects, but at the same time, if you lock in too early, then you're not dealing the maximum amount of damage possible, because it gets more powerful the more Pokemon get KO'd. So I wonder here if we're going to see a potential wave crash into the Sneasler as opposed to a last respects into the Como.
There's also the worry of Incineroar swapping in to intimidate both of Daniel's physical attackers, so that I think is in part why Daniel swapped Sneasler out on this turn, so he doesn't go to -1. No damage happens as the attack goes into the Protect here, but now you have Whimsicott on the field, who Como may be immune to Hyper Voice, but not Moonblast, Gabby.
No, and Como is 4 times weak to fairy attacks. Dragon fighting, very cool on paper, right? Like, you just picture, yeah, I like dragons and fighting Pokemon, and then Whimsicott's just a little fairy guy, and yeah, no, it's bad. I don't think it'll necessarily pick up the one-hit knockout on Como here, depending on how it's trained, but it's bad.
Oh, Sneasler actually going to swap out. I was thinking maybe there's a world that Sneasler wants to Dire Claw into that Whimsicott if it leaves itself open to clicking Moonblast on this turn. But no, Whimsicott just protecting. Daniel playing very passive with this Whimsicott. It's a squishy little tiny Pokemon that supports everyone, that's protected 3 times this game. It's really not been able to be too effective while it has been on the field. And Gabriel swaps Incineroar in with his Pasho Berry, tanks that Wave Crash, reducing the water damage, and the Clanging Scales will go into the Basket Legion.
The way Daniel is playing his Whimsicott, it's almost like it's just there to take up space. Like, again, when I was talking about Whimsicott earlier, I was talking about how it likes to set up Tailwind and get out of the way, right? Or how it likes to try and trap Pokemon into attacks with Encore. But the way that he's been positioning this Whimsicott across from the Como-O is more powerful than the Whimsicott actually using attacks on its own. And I think that he's been doing a fantastic job of recognizing that. And that's why you go for the Protect in that position, because there's really not much Gabriel can do in return. And the threat is so big, you can just go ahead and, you know, keep that threat around for another turn, because your opponent has to answer it.
Now the fake out into Whimsicott, finally flinching it. If it did, or if it was holding a Focus Sash, no longer has that available. So either Dire Claw or Flare Blitz would be able to KO it next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately, the downside to Whimsicott is great pressure against Dragon and Fighting type Pokemon. not great pressure against Sneasler, a poison and fighting type Pokemon. But you know, that's the trade-off that you make when you are sort of constructing these teams, is you have to figure out how all the pieces are going to fit together. And I think that Gabriel just was able to recognize as well that was how Whimsicott was being used. And because of that, you can sort of afford to keep Whimsicott around until the end of the game, provided you're also, you know, getting the right damage where you need on the other Pokemon around.
Now the Incineroar will protect. That's one of the, these Parasong teams do have the benefit of usually having space for protect on their Incineroars, or maybe many of the others in the field don't have that luxury, so it's not going to take damage from the Moonblast on this turn, and just the fake out for a little bit of chip.
Yeah, and Daniel as well correctly identifying that the Incineroar is a bigger-ish threat that turn, and sort of, I think, doubling into it there, just trying to remove a Pokemon from the field. You know, yes, the Sneasler is a little bit frailer, and yes, the Sneasler can threaten, you know, Dire Claw into the opposing Whimsicott. But if we were to look at a 1v1 Sneasler versus Sneasler situation, because Gabriel's own Sneasler has a little bit of chip on it, you know, assuming that this would play out, you know, there's no speed ties in play, and it just kind of is, you know, close combat, close combat, close combat, close combat, that would most likely go to Daniel's favor. But there's still a couple of more Pokemon in play here, so it's still going to be a little bit more of a repositioning game for Daniel.
Yeah, both. This is actually a lot of pivoting still available.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
4 to 3 Pokemon field right now, right? It's not like there's been a lot of KOs taken. Ooh, and the close combat goes into the Ghost typing on Gengar. Smartly played by Gabriel there to be immune to close combat. No Dire Claw activation either.
Yeah, and Basculegion able to take that Dire Claw so well because it's able to resist it. And once again now going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field thanks to Choice Scarf.
And if you want to lock into last respects, it's still only one teammate knocked out. It's not like it's that severely high of a base power. It'd only be 100 base power from the last respects. You'd also have Incineroar, who both can intimidate to lower that damage and resist that ghost attack.
But the Gengar does have low health, and the Sneasler is frail. So if I were in Daniel's shoes, you have to think about trying to whittle down the Pokemon account here, because if you are in this positioning game now where you're switching and switching and swapping and switching, the first person who loses their ability to switch ultimately loses that upper hand. So by going for the big hit into the Sneasler, now the Pokemon count is even. That's one less switch Gabriel can make. Ooh. And you're able to just barely hang on yourself.
2 HP. Dire Claw does not get the KO onto Gengar, though. Does not get a potential paralysis or sleep either. So that allows Gabriel to KO Basculegion on the other side. I really liked the Wave Crash because just in case Incineroar swaps in, you're going to get that knockout in there instead, where it would resist last respect. So now Daniel down to his last 3 Pokemon. It's the Sneasler, it's the Basculegion, and Whimsicott. And Sneasler has a really tough time into Gengar.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate that the Gengar targeted down the Basculegion as well, because had that targeted the Sneasler with like a Shadow Ball or something, we could have gotten one more big Wave Crash out of that Pokemon. But, you know, Gabriel just recognizing correctly there that the double target into the Basculegion, either it takes itself out with the recoil, or you have that assurance into that Pokemon that it will be knocked out that turn.
And now Sneasler had its White Herb activated, so it's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, barring Prankster from the teammate Whimsicott, who you don't really want to waste a turn clicking Tailwind since your Sneasler is already super fast. Incineroar does have Fake Out available, though.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in right now. So you can flinch either of the 2 Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, and Gabriel's 2 Pokemon have taken a lot of damage, and the last Pokemon that Gabriel has available to him is the Kommo-o in the back of his party. So there is a theoretical universe where Whimsicott's Moonblast into Kommo-o is the winning turn for Daniel. And to work towards that board state, you'd have to, let's see, like get through the fake out turn somehow, and then you'd have to just outspeed, KO the Gengar, Moonblast into Incin for the knockout. It could happen.
Whimsicott with the Moonblast, but it's into the Gengar. A great protect from Gabriel, tanking both of Daniel's hits, and then the Flare Blitz in response takes out Whimsicott. That's huge. Whimsicott was super necessary for the Kommo-o later on once it swapped back onto the field, but an absolutely perfect turn.
News here that I can't wait to break down because yes, that is a Lopunny on your screen. One Pokemon I honestly was not expecting to see here this weekend, so I'm so excited to break this down. So why don't we go ahead and just jump into it?
Let's do it, Abby.
Because it's funny.
Let's hop in.
Let's hop into it. Yes,
Let's hop into the conversation, Gabby. Let's talk about Mega Lopunny. Surprisingly, it's not, it's not one of the most common Pokemon, but it is one of the fastest Pokemon in the metagame.
It is, and when it Mega Evolves, it has access to the ability Scrappy, which allows its normal type attacks like Fake Out to make contact with Ghost type Pokemon. So it has really great utility in that regard. It can outspeed Sneasler, which is typically, one of those Pokemon that's really fast before Unburden activates, and otherwise can just be a very powerful Pokemon to stare down. Unfortunately, that power comes at the cost of its defenses, as one would come to expect in this format. So when you look at the rest of the team, it really does a great job of rounding it out. You have both Reflect and Light Screen on that Sableye. You have that Pelipper as well, the bold nature or stat alignment, so that it can have that bulk to sort of stick around and support the Lopunny. And of course, Stamina Archaludon, another Pokemon known for its bulk to just stick around on the field to make up for the fact that Lopunny might not be sticking around much longer.
Yeah, I really love Lopunny. I think it's a really fun Mega because it's so fast, can't be intimidated. You mentioned hitting the Ghost types. We haven't seen any Aegislash on stream, or if there were opposing Sableyes, those are Pokemon that don't have to worry about being hit by close combat, except a super effective close combat from a scrappy Mega Lopunny. So excited for Mega Venusaur as well. I think it is a fantastic Mega Evolution here in this metagame, especially, or particularly, I should say, against Mega Scovillain because of that thick fat ability.
It's kind of an interesting spot for Chase to be in because Zachary is going to be running that team we saw do incredibly well in Turin last weekend with the Mega Frostlass and the Mega Scovillain. Now, Mega Scovillain was typically brought to counter Charizard's physical attacker buddies. You'll be able to burn them and redirect any attacks with Rage Powder, a great combination. But in this case, if you think your opponent's going to be bringing the Mega Lopunny, you almost want to bring your Mega Scovillain. Otherwise, you want to bring your Mega Frostlass to be able to handle the Venusaur a little bit better. Maybe have that Aurora Veil to match the threat of the screams from the opposing Sableye. It's an interesting balance for Zachary to be in. The rest of the team, though, is pretty standard to what you'd expect from this composition. Looking at the stat alignments, adamant seems to be the word of the day for Zachary, as Basculegion, Kingambit, Lycanroc, and Sneasler all appear to be more attack-weighted, which, again, is what you'd expect from this composition. What I am curious to see is to get a little bit more information about this Kingambit, as a lot of the Sword Stance varieties have been trained a little bit more bulkier. They want to sneak in that Sword Stance so that those Sucker Punches and then those Kowtow Cleaves can do really big damage.
Mega Frostlass is another Ghost type, Gabby, that's accidentally weak to close combat from the Mega Lopunny, right? Because of its Ice secondary typing. But game one of round 6 of NAIC, Chase Libbert versus Zachary Weed. We have Venusaur Sableye versus Sneasler and Basculegion.
So Venusaur, the Mega of choice so far for Chase. We'll have to see if he locks in that Mega Evolution turn 1. But overall, both these Pokemon in a great spot for Chase, as Sableye has its choice of what move it wants to use this turn, can set up a Reflect to block heavy physical damage from the opposing side of the field, could otherwise just hang out for a turn and wait to encore one of Zachary's Pokemon into a attack the following turn.
Mega Venusaur will Mega Evolve, getting that thick fat ability, reducing damage it would take from fire and ice attacks. And now we're going to take even less from the two physical attackers on Zachary's side because of the Reflect, limiting, or reducing, I should say, physical attacks for the next 5 turns. The Wave Grass Sableye would not have been able to take that hit without Reflect being up here. So now it can either click a Light Screen or go for something else next turn.
Yeah, and Zachary has to respect the threat of Encore, like I was alluding to earlier. That's one of these things that a lot of people are doing now to stop Fake Out users from following up with an attack. Sableye might not go for it. Like you were saying, we could see a light screen here. We could see maybe a rain dance to try and set up for something a little bit different later on. But regardless of what Chase does, Zachary has to respect it, which is why we see the switch.
Frostlass swapping into that position that Sneasler was in, and a double swap actually. Zachary just revealing all 4 of the Pokemon he brought here in game 1 right away on turn 2. Chase will swap the Sableye out into Archaladon, trying to get that ready for next turn. Oh, Giga Drain is resisted into the King Gambit switch, so very safe from Zach, knowing that your Steel type would take way less damage than Basculin.
Yeah, but Venusaur almost heals back all of its health from that fake out. So overall, you get essentially what you were going to get out of that turn. You know, sending in the Archaladon here is nice, as it is going to have some great typing into the opposing Frostlass. It doesn't have to worry about this opposing King Gambit as much because it hasn't gotten a Sword Stance up yet, so it's not going to be doing some big damage. But both these trainers are also sort of stuck in this position where you kind of have to wait a turn to feel things out before you can start going for those big hits.
Mega Frostlass for Zachary, setting up the snow as it's weather, and now you can click Aurora Veil.
Yep.
Who needs to click Reflect, then Light Screen, Gabby, when you can just click Aurora Veil and sets both of them up in the same turn. Now Flash Cannon only does 50%, a little over to Frostlass, so without the Aurora Veil would have potentially been the knockout there. And the Earth Power, King Gambit takes the Earth Power incredibly well. Now looks like it would be able to even endure another Earth Power next turn, and Zachary gets 2 boosts to his attack stat thanks to those Dancing Swords.
It's interesting to me that Chase decided to attack both of Zachary's Pokemon instead of focusing in on one, maybe anticipating the Aurora Veil. As, you know, like you said, it did half. Both those Pokemon could have been knocked out if it wasn't for the fact that Aurora Veil was set up. So I think that Chase wasn't necessarily anticipating Zachary to go for the Sword Stance on that turn. And now that Zachary has gone for the Sword Stance, we're looking at a very different game here. Chase has to be very careful about what Pokemon gets caught. Thankfully, it was the Archaladon who doesn't care as much, but that Venusaur could have been in big danger.
And Blizzard is a neutral hit into Archaladon and neutral to Venusaur thanks to Thick Fat. It takes that like a champ, doesn't even have Light Screen up, and is able to eat both of those Blizzards with a Flash Cannon in response, taking down Zachary's Mega Frostlass. Archaladon really bulky with those leftover recoveries as well. They trained a little more defensively, and Earth Power does clean up the KO. So both of Zachary's Pokemon down this turn.
And that is information about this Archaladon that Zachary can take into the next matchup, as a +2 Sucker Punch plus a Blizzard was not enough to guarantee the knockout on the opposing Archaladon. With that much health left, it was most likely a roll, but you want the guarantee in that spot. So great information for Zachary moving forwards. Now you're still in a okay spot, knowing that you have your Basculegion and your Sneasler. Sneasler can sort of help with the Archaladon, but it's the Venusaur that's the big problem. Neither of those Pokemon can really damage it, and that's exactly why Chase is protecting it this turn. It's the #1 target for Zachary.
Ooh, Sneasler with the close combat into Archaladon. It could have used any amount of HP there to get the KO because close combat was so strong and Archaladon was so low, but you also are going to be able to get rid of Archaladon and activate Sneasler's White Herb, boosting its speed, doubling its speed with its Unburden ability. Last Respects is the attack for Zach's Basculegion here. Is not Choice Scarf. You see it is Citrus Berry, a more bulky Bask, as people like to call it. So it is able to swap its moves around.
Exactly, and that makes me wonder just how much will this Last Respects do once Reflect is reset by the Sableye, as there's nothing Zachary can do to really stop Sableye from resetting Reflect on the field. Because Chase protected the last turn, there's nothing really stopping Zachary from double targeting the Venusaur this turn. And again, knowing just how Venusaur matches up into the Basculegion in particular, I do think that would be the optimal play for Zachary here. Just it's the Pokemon that you really want to target down. But Chase just, again, anticipating another move here, trying to lock the Sneasler into close combat so it keeps lowering its defenses. And it can't attack Sableye.
Into the Sableye. It was definitely going to go for something else there, but because of the fighting type into a Ghost, it's no Mega Lopunny, Gabby. It's not going to be able to hit that Ghost type. The Venusaur will be able to get the Giga Drain into Basket Legion, bringing it below 50%, but it will eat a Citrus Berry. Now Last Respects into the Venusaur. It's so bulky. Venusaur gets so many defensive stats when it Mega Evolves that it tanks that Last Respects like it's nothing.
But hypothetically speaking, if that Last Respects had another 50 base power from a knockout, that looked like it could have been a one-hit KO. So just things to keep in mind as we move forward throughout this game. Reflect would have made a huge difference as well, so you just have to mind where the shields are in this game, especially seeing that Sableye is still available to chase and most likely would be a Pokemon you'd want to keep around going into games 2.
Yeah, as we're getting towards the end of game 1 here, right? A lot of Pokemon very low HP, very much threatened for the chance of being KO'd. Oh, Aqua Jet into the Venusaur, though, is going to bring it down in the red. Sableye gets to click Reflect now, mitigating some of that physical damage Zachary has out here. And it's the close combat that was encored into. You're forced to close combat. Venusaur doesn't care. Chase hanging on with 2 hit points. Venusaur is literally 1v4ing this game.
Mega Venusaur is probably one of the most bulky Mega Pokemon. The only one I can think of besides it is probably Mega Steelix and Mega Tyranitar.
Mega Aggron, too.
Mega Aggron, yes. We've all seen these Pokemon do decently well at the VGC level, but still, Mega Venusaur hasn't really had its moment in the sun yet, but here in this matchup, it is finding the board position that it needs to just stick around on the field. The Giga Drain recovery has been excellent for it, especially from Basket Legion, who's just been sticking around long enough to help Venusaur hang out on the field even longer.
The poison typing is so good for Venusaur. You usually think of it, it's the grass first partner Pokemon, right? You always think about its grass typing, but the poison making it resist close combat helped it endure that hit. Now he's been encored into Aqua Jet, so you can't go for Last Respects. Sableye putting in work here. There's the close combat, and it's nowhere near enough damage for the knockout onto Venusaur, lowering its special, or its defense and special defense by 1 stage. Basket Legion, Zachary's best threat in this game 1, is now taken out.
And another unique mechanic there about priority moves, Basket Legion most likely switching from a priority move to Last Respects, like you mentioned, which meant Sableye attacked first with Encore, which was a priority move, therefore locking the Basket Legion into Aqua Jet and just having it attack at that point in time. So just little things that make a huge difference in these larger games. Basket Legion unable to take advantage of its full power in that end state.
Chase Libbert 1 victory away from securing his position in Phase 2 of NAIC here this weekend. Definitely feeling confident. We check out the replay, Gabby. One thing I was going to bring up during the team preview, when you look at it, besides Frostlass, who the Mega Venusaur cannot hit super effectively, Venusaur with Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Giga Drain hits 5 of Zachary's Pokemon super effectively. And when you set up Reflect, when you're able to support the Venusaur, and when you don't take super effective damage from Blizzard because of Thick Bat, Venusaur can just sit on the field every turn and recover up and slowly but surely win the game.
And that's exactly what we saw from Chase in game number 1, and that's what Zachary's going to have to figure out how to stop in game number 2. And I think we saw the little bits of that plan coming together towards the end of the game. I mean, we saw that Blizzard hit the Venusaur. It still did a lot of damage without light screen on the field. You know, we saw just how much that close combat did. We saw how much Last Respects did. Those big hits are available to Zachary. It's just a matter of lining them up in the right sequence order. And going into this game number 2, I think he really has to put his mind on the field, figure out where those attacks are going to land, assuming that Chase even gives him the option to attack Venusaur at the start of the game.
Basket Legion and Frostlass, the lead for Zachary, wants to recover in this game, wants to force a game 3 against Chase Libbert's Sableye and Venusaur.
What I like about this lead from Zachary is that he led a physical attacker and a special attacker. He also led his Pokemon that can use Aurora Veil to potentially match Sableye's own Reflect or Light Screen. So Zachary really just leading with everything he has available to him and forcing Chase to make a very tough decision here. Do I attack? Do I set up reflect? Do I set up light screen? There are so many different things that Zachary could do in this position that Chase has to respond to. And he doesn't necessarily have the ability to double protect, as Sableye doesn't have protect available to it. So if Venusaur decides to protect and then Sableye's just kind of left,
Takes a lot of damage.
Takes a lot of damage, then all of a sudden that's a critical piece of Chase's approach to game one gone.
No swaps from either trainer here on turn one. Mega Frostlass evolving, setting up the snow here. You can click Aurora Veil while the snow is active, just like Zachary did in game one. Venusaur will Mega Evolve as well. Its thick, fat ability, letting it take reduced damage from what would have been super effective fire and ice attacks, especially the Blizzard that is coming its way this turn. Now, Venusaur takes that very well, not even 50% to in that spot, but it's going to heal up so much as Basculegion brought down into the red immediately on turn one.
And if that Basculegion went for a wave crash here, that's going to bring it right back down to the red after the Citrus Berry recovery.
There is that wave crash, Gabby, into Sableye. Takes it out, though, so no more shenanigans from Sableye in game two.
I think that's a fair trade at the end of the day. Yes, your Basculegion is still, hanging out on the field with a little bit of health left, but that Pokemon that caused you so much trouble in game number one is gone. Your Frostlass is now the fastest Pokemon on the field, can't be encored into Blizzard once again. So if you want, you can match that Reflect and set up your own light screen at the start of this turn, as our Charlodon or Venusaur can't really do anything to stop it.
Yeah, the only option would be if Pelipper is in the back. You can't click Aurora Veil because the rain will be up, but Chase didn't bring Pelipper in game one, so that would be a pretty crazy turn of events if he decides to swap Pelipper in here. Instead, Zach is going to preserve Mega Frostlass for later on. Archaudon clicking Flash Cannon into the Sneasler on the switch in. Actually does some pretty solid damage. Oh, but the Giga Drain is resisted, so Chase was trying to double up the Frostlass spot, which allows Basculegion to just stick around and click Wave Crash, albeit resisted into Mega Venusaur.
So hypothetically speaking, that could have been the knockout on the Frostlass we saw miss in game one, or that could have been a knockout on something switching in to support the Archaudon had the Venusaur left the field. So both trainers kind of waiting to see what would happen that turn. I'm glad that you mentioned sort of the possibility of a Pelipper adjustment from Chase, as I do think that was what was on Zachary's mind that turn. But having the Sneasler switch in for the Frostlass, giving Zachary access to Fake Out here, I think is ultimately more important for his game, as now Chase just has to spend a turn, protecting or otherwise repositioning his Pokemon on the field.
Archaudon swapping out, so now Chase does have to reveal his fourth Pokemon. It is the Choice Scarf Basculegion. Pelipper left at home. Didn't need it in game one. Feels like he doesn't need it in game two. Fake Out from the Sneasler will stop Venusaur from going for any attacks this turn, and then some Wave Crash damage, bringing it nearly down to 50%. But one Giga Drain can bring it right back up.
It can, but on the other hand, Basculegion is staying around on the field and not taking big amounts of recoil damage from its own wave crashes. So Zachary able to buy himself time and not necessarily take a lot of damage when you're switching your Frostlass or whatever your final Pokemon is onto the field.
Now Basculegion on Chase's side is full HP. It does have the Choice Scarf. You know it is going to be faster. Maybe you're not necessarily threatened by a Lash or Specs at this point, since there's no teammates knocked out, right? So more likely to click Wave Crash into that Sneasler slot.
Wave Crash, or you could try and finally knock out the opposing Basculegion. At the end of the day, I think it's more curious to me how Zachary approaches this turn, as he's now on the back foot once again.
Ooh, Protect Aqua Jet. That's the only damage coming out from Zachary's side this turn. And the flip turn on Chase's team wanted to swap back into the Archaudon. Will not be able to, but Venusaur is able to take out Basculegion on Zachary's side. Smart to Earth Power there in case King Gambit's the last Pokemon in the back.
In case the King Gambit, or it could have also been the Lycanroc, right? Because
True.
both of those would have done a good amount of damage to those Pokemon. But you were absolutely right, Joe. It is that King Gambit as Zachary's final Pokemon.
And King Gambit doesn't mind facing off against the Basculegion, right? You can click Sucker Punch, and it's Choice Scarf locked into Flip Turn right now, so there's no way of saying Aqua Jet to get out of Sucker Punch.
You could try and switch the Basculegion out here into your Archaludon, just, you know, normal switching, but then you just leave yourself susceptible to a potential close combat here from the Sneasler. We'll have to see if Zachary called it.
Archaludon does switch, so this is a very simple play to avoid Sucker Punch. Did Zachary not anticipate that? We'll go for a regular priority attack instead of the Sucker Punch. Earth Power, though, into King Gambit does well over 50%, so another one will knock it out next turn if it gets the chance. Snow does stop, so eventually, as Reflect wears off, now Archaludon, Venusaur, and Basculegion, they're going to be taking the full front of these physical attackers Zachary has.
And Venusaur's health is so low at this point. None of the Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field are going to be attacking with attacks that Thick Fat will also benefit it from. So it's just going to be relying on its natural defenses in order to take these big hits. Zachary's done an incredible job throughout these turns, just hitting it with attack after attack after attack to slowly wear it down, which is exactly what you have to do when attacking these bulkier Mega Pokemon. You can't rely on a single hit to take it out. You just have to wear it out over time so that when the moment is right, such as this kind of turn, your opponent's threatened enough that they have to protect, or you're able to just land that final attack to take it out.
Ooh, Sucker Punch from Zachary. Tried to get a little cheeky there, but Chase will not take any damage, and the close combat into the ghost typing, so a very clean turn from Chase. Now you can reset whichever attack you want to choice lock into.
But you're still standing opposite a Sucker Punch from the opposing King Gambit, and that Sneasler still can threaten a close combat into the Venusaur. I feel like Chase only bought himself another turn.
But Basculegion, if you're trying to get your opponent to think about attacking it, you can bring Archaludon in and not get Sucker Punch.
Fair enough, fair enough. We also see the opposing Sneasler go for a Protect this turn.
Archaludon does swap into the Venusaur slot. Ooh, and King Gambit protecting. Zachary being completely safe this turn. Wants to gain information. Wants to see what Chase locks into. And Chase deciding Aqua Jet because it is faster priority, meaning Sucker Punch can never attack Basculegion.
Yep, that was the one thing I was thinking about when Basculegion came out onto the field. These Pokemon are at such low health, it's possible that an Aqua Jet could pick up the KO. And even if it doesn't, that does mean Sucker Punch wouldn't knock it out. Unfortunately,
Aqua Jet, it brings it so low, but it's not enough. Close combat into the Steel type Archaludon, super effective. Down into the red. Archaludon's going to get a chance potentially to attack. Basculegion's going to be able to respond. The stamina boost doesn't help when you're on 27 hit points remaining as Sneasler activates its White Herb. They're doubling its speed. Flash Cannon, though, into the Steel type.
Oh.
King Gambit hangs on at 2 HP. It's able to kowtow cleave the Basculegion. Chase's best chance at damage in this game.
the secret was out. As soon as that Aqua Jet was revealed, all King Gambit had to do was survive the turn to fire back a Kowtow Cleave, and Chase tried. The Archaludon held on. The Flash Cannon targeted the right Pokemon, but King Gambit was able to land the attack to get the knockout to keep Zachary in the game.
We've all heard of 1 HP in a dream, but Zachary believes in 2 HP and the same dream at victory. So close at forcing Game 3 in this matchup, Gabby.
Yeah, there still is the Frostlass in the back of Zachary's party as well, but had that Basculegion been able to stick around and then reset its attack to last respects, we'd be looking at a very different game.
Protect from Archaludon. Sucker Punch does take out Venusaur. No thick fat that helps you against Sucker Punch, as we talked about earlier there. And eventually, at some point, Zach will be able to knock out this Archaludon and force Game 3. Really love those adjustments from him. Kind of baiting Mega Frostlass, right? Baiting the chance that you hear something you might be able to encore next turn. No, swaps it out immediately and goes on the offensive.
Yeah, and taking that Sableye out early was a great call. So going into this game number 3, I'm curious how these players are going to adjust. As you can tell, they're both like thinking about it. Like they have their game faces on, they're locked in.
Yeah, once the Basculegion got knocked out, Zachary had that game locked up. So those last few turns were really just playing it out and anticipating what to do in Game 3. So something we did bring up in that set is obviously the Pelipper resets the rain. It does give the opposing Basculegion more water damage, but Venusaur resists it. Is this a chance, now that you've lost the game, to potentially swap Basque Legion or one of your other parts for a Pelipper?
It's a tough call to make because if you are going to bring the Pelipper, what do you leave behind? You could leave behind the Sableye, but if you're able to get those screens on the field, they are very helpful for you. And now that you know that Zachary's going to target down that Sableye a little bit more aggressively as his adjustment, that's not necessarily something that you can make. If you use Rain Dance on your own Sableye, like you just pointed out, Joe, that's another way you could set the weather up on the field, but you do, again, have to be mindful of the fact that Zachary will be targeting down that Pokemon pretty aggressively.
Yeah, that might be a good middle ground, Gabby, to bring Sableye. That way you still have access to Reflect and Light Screen, but then you can still Rain Dance if you are anticipating Mega Frostlass to click Aurora Veil. Because the Archaludon does do a lot of damage if Aurora Veil is not up. Those Flash Cannons can certainly hurt.
Those Flash Cannons can certainly hurt. Also, Electro Shot would allow the Archaludon to boost the damage in Flash Cannon as well to potentially get around an Aurora Veil.
Our first winning in of NAIC, both Chase and Zachary, the winner of this Game 3, will secure a position in Phase 2 in New Orleans.
And we get an adjustment from Chase. It's actually going to be the Lopunny out of the field as the lead. Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah, Gabby's popping off back here, seeing the Mega Evolution adjustment saying, even though Thick Fat helps against Blizzard, it just wasn't enough. Venusaur is too slow. I'm going to use the super speedy Lopunny as Basque Legion swaps in to the King Gambit spot. But Basque Legion is not immune to close combat or fake out.
It isn't, but this Lopunny's still in danger from the opposing Sneasler, so you have to wonder, there's probably going to be a trade of fake outs here, and by trade I mean Sneasler's probably going to flinch, and we are probably going to see a Reflect setup from the Sableye so that Lopunny has a chance to stick around moving forwards. But looking at its attacks, you know, close combat, U-turn, Mega Kick, you have to wonder, how is it going to land an attack into this opposing Sneasler to knock it out? But then you also have to worry about a wave crash from the opposing Basque Legion. It's not really a comfy spot for the Lopunny to be in.
That last game was a lot of back and forth, but Lopunny is not here for a long time, here for a good time, and it's here to boost Archaludon's defense. You turn into your own teammate to give Archaludon +1 defense behind Reflect, and Sableye comes back onto the field.
I love this play so much because Sableye
combat into a ghost type, a perfect turn from our former and final U.S. national champion.
Unfortunately, Sableye will be taking a lot of damage from the wave crash, but Archaludon on the field, +1 defense. Sableye can set up Rain whenever it wants, if it wants to in this position. What an incredible start to this match from Chase. Zachary really has to think hard about how he's going to respond, because even if Sneasler goes for the close combat now into the Archaludon, with that defense boost, it's most likely going to be able to take a potential double up here.
Chase has to be really careful, though. You're setting the Rain up for your Archaludon to click Electro Shot, a 2-turn attack that only takes 1 if the Rain is set. But you might take 2 attacks in response. The close combat is super effective, but behind Reflect and +1 defense, it doesn't even do half to this bulky Archaludon. White Herb will activate for Sneasler. Doubling its speed, it's going to be the fastest Pokemon, even faster.
It's faster! It's faster than the Basque Legion!
And it's faster than Basque Legion because it's bulky Bass! It's not Choice Scarf, it's not max speed, and it's Electro Shot going into the water fish for super effective damage.
No, it's a Sneasler!
Instead, I was so hyped, I was so ready to see a Basque Legion get knocked out, but instead, it's going to be Sableye taken down.
But Sableye, I think it did what it needed to do. It got the Reflect up on the field. It was able to set the Rain
That's
for
what we said,
Archaludon.
Yeah. Chase needs Rain either through Pelipper or through the Sableye. He can't let the Basque Legion get through. He needs an Electro Shot.
The downside to this position is that as soon as a Frostlass is revealed, the Rain potentially goes away. But the Archaludon did get a +1 in its special attack. And honestly, in this metagame, that's sometimes all you need. That one boost is enough to mess up people's predictions in terms of how much damage they're going to take. And therefore, you know, you could see that Flash Cannon all of a sudden get a KO. You can see the amount of damage just shift into your favor.
Protect from Basque Legion, doesn't want to take any damage, and the Aqua Jet takes out Sneasler, so Zachary losing his first Pokemon of Game 3. Electro Shot, you do not care about Protect, because Electro Shot will give the special attack first and then go into it. So now Archaludon is faster than Basque Legion, and +2 special attack.
This Archaludon has everything going its way.
Oh, and Chase's Choice Scarf, so Basculegion is going to outspeed Zachary's other Pokemon too.
Exactly, and with Frostlass on the field, Zachary has the opportunity to try and get back into this game, but what can you do in this position? You can try and take an attack from the opposing Basculegion, then set up Aurora Veil, but at +2, Archaludon's essentially going to do the damage that we saw it do normally.
And both of Zachary's Pokemon are Ghost types. That would be weak to Last Respect. Sure, it's
Exactly.
only 100 base power because only one teammate has been knocked out, but it's certainly going to be doing a lot of super effective damage, and anything Archaludon clicks at +2 special attack is going to be doing way too much for Zach to handle.
And if you get through all of that, you still have the Mega Lopunny in the back of Chase's party, which should come in, flinch these Ghost-type Pokemon, and otherwise do massive amounts of damage.
Mega Frostlass will Mega Evolve here, setting up the Snow, just like it's done in the first 2 games, but this time around, there's no Sableye to match it later on, trying to match its Aurora Veil. There's the Aqua Jet, though. Frostlass does not go for Aurora Veil. It goes for a Blizzard. It brings Archaludon down to 60 HP. Another stamina boost. I believe it is +3 defense right now. And the +2 Dragon Pulse, Basculegion doesn't even get a chance to touch that bridge.
Chase targeting down the Basculegion, anticipating the possibility of a double up into that slot. I think recognizing that the Basculegion was ultimately the scarier Pokemon for that Archaludon moving forwards. With King Gambit on the field now, Zachary is down to his final 2 Pokemon in the set.
Basculegion is choice locked into Aqua Jet. It will always force Sucker Punch to fail if Zachary wants to Sucker Punch this Basculegion. Does he stay in and do a little Aqua Jet damage, or switch out to reset your choice locked attack?
It's a tough call to make, but at the end of the day, if you're playing towards a potential Lopunny versus Frostlass endgame, where Lopunny should take that at that point in time, you have to find your way to guarantee the knockout on the King Gambit, and at this point in time, you make that switch.
Basculegion swapping, so it doesn't take any damage here. Mega Lopunny has done its job. Let Mega Lopunny take a Kowtow Cleave, take a Blizzard, whatever. Take it. It will not take a Shadow Ball if it went there, but no. Instead, Archaludon has to protect. And Swords Dance King Gambit now at +2 attack. You want to be +3 defense? I'm going to match you with +2 attack.
Here we go. I mean, it's just getting higher and higher stakes here as the mind games start amping up. Lopunny could flinch either of the 2 Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field, but now Zachary threatens his own Sucker Punch into these Pokemon, and you're right that Archaludon, with those defensive boosts, it's going to come out to about even. You do have to wonder just how much the Sucker Punch could do to the opposing Lopunny. It's scary.
It is +2. It is Black Glasses, boosting your dark type attacks by 20% of your damage as well. But with Fake Out available, the King Gambit might not even get the chance to attack this turn.
This turn for sure, but there still is 1 turn remaining after that. So a double protect here is pretty safe for Zachary. But it wasn't a double.
Protect. The King Gambit wants to go all out. Dragon Pulse, though, into King Gambit. Ooh, it does solid damage, considering it has those Electroshock boosts, but not nearly enough. And now Kowtow Cleave. Black Glasses +2 boosted into Lopunny, but it's still resisted thanks to the fighting typing that Mega Lopunny receives upon Mega Evolution.
A great call there from Zachary, but we're still in the Sucker Punch game. Still within range of a potential knockout there, even with that resistance, thanks to, again, like you were saying, the Black Glasses, the Sword Stance boost. We're still in this tough spot where, does Chase switch? Do you try and land another Kowtow Cleave into that spot? We do know that another Dragon Pulse won't be enough to pick up the KO on that King Gambit, though. That is one piece of information we've solved.
Frostlass just protected last turn, so Jace has to anticipate an attack coming out on this turn, and that is why you protect your Archaludon. Sucker Punch failing into either of the 2 slots because it was either a protect or the Basculegion swap. With all these turns back and forth, Gabby, and now with the Blizzard damage, there is no doubting, and the Sword Stance boost. A Sucker Punch landing into Basculegion will KO it. Is Chase willing to trade his Basculegion to maybe get a KO onto King Gambit somehow?
At this point in time, it's a tough call to make, but I think Chase is very, very smartly, you know, trying to buy himself that time to put off that trade as long as possible. But I think more importantly, he's stalling out the snow turns, because as soon as Blizzard's no longer 100% accurate, I do think it changes how Zachary approaches this end game just a little bit, because we saw how much that Blizzard did into the Archaludon that first turn. I think that plus a Sucker Punch is a guaranteed knockout, but that's also a guaranteed knockout onto the Basculesian.
And no protect from Mega Frost Slash. That was a turn that maybe you could try to protect and bait a Flash Cannon into that slot if the Blizzard doesn't take it. But it is single target now because Basculesian got knocked out. The single target Blizzard takes down Archaludon.
Zachary just making another correct call. No Aqua Jet. Sucker Punch able to pick up the knockout on that Basculesian. It's just the Lopunny left.
And that was the last turn of the snow. Chase had to just last one more turn to not have fully accurate Blizzards, and his Archaludon might dodge an attack and be able to clean up this game. Now it's Mega Lopunny and a dream of only hitting one Pokemon at a time. Frostlass will protect. Zachary might also follow up with a protect on the King Gambit here because his fake out into both slots would have hurt.
Exactly, but after this turn of double protect, Lopunny can only target one Pokemon, and that is going to be the King Gambit, it looks like, but we just see a forfeit.
That's the forfeit because Sucker Punch at +2 and the Black Glasses boost was going to be enough. Zachary Weed, one of our first trainers in the Master Division, qualifying for Phase 2 in New Orleans.
What an incredibly close matchup, and what an exciting matchup to watch. I mean,
Weasler instead's pairing a little bit more damage with it, but I think it'll be interesting to watch this matchup because these are both teams that want to use support to let a Mega boost up, and neither one might disrupt the other from just going for those boosts.
At Indianapolis, Dawe was able to get top 64, adding some very valuable championship points to their grand total to qualify for the World Championships versus Justin Ting, who has multiple World Championship invites over with the number of championship points that he has.
Yeah, Dawe just on the line we were looking before the match started and just barely in that top 80. Has done really well so far today, of course, at 6-0 to try to safeguard that, but needs a little bit more as well. And so these are important matches. And going to be doing it with this team focused around Floette to set up, but also some alternative options like the Coil on Milotic, the bulk up on Serial Edge so that you always have the right setup option for any given scenario. We saw in Indianapolis on broadcast the Serial Edge have a lot of success against a Charizard team. With no Charizard on the other side, maybe a little bit less likely, but also does fare very well into both Floette and the Delphox. Because the Slice Shock hits into defense, if you have those bulk up boosts, you can take less damage from them. And of course, you are Flash Fire, so the Heat Waves from Delphox not doing a lot. So maybe still relevant in this matchup.
Especially when you look at some of the other big threats that are going to be on the field. I feel like Sinistra is also going to help out a lot. I think with the Life Dew, that was something that was really potent with these setups. Being able to have that supportive option to give over additional HP, so your Milotic, your Serial Edge, once you've got them set up, can actually stay on the field for a longer period of time.
Milotic, you mentioned, can set up with Coil. It's, of course, going to boost defense and then accuracy. So those Muddy Waters start hitting, but much more frustrating for Justin will be if those Hypnosises start hitting. Can put Pokemon to sleep consistently, can be really a thorn in the side. It's kind of a setup Pokemon that often sits next to the other setup Pokemon, buys time by just threatening Hypnosis successfully. And that can be a big disruption as Justin tries to set up his own Pokemon, the Floette and the Delphox, the focus here. We've seen these pair of setup Megas. And then like we saw earlier in the broadcast, King Gambit, the third option here to also give another physical setup option, just like the Serial Edge on the other side. An option that could be really disruptive into the options on Dawe's side, but the Serial Edge gets, while it is weak to Dark and has to worry about that, also has the Bitter Blade to fight back. So it'd be really interesting to see those two up against each other. Otherwise, very similar options, both players with the Sinistcha and the Incineroar to try to buy time for these setup options.
The Sinistcha doesn't have Life Dew though, so that is a source of healing off the table. Similarly with the Floette, you don't have Draining Kiss as your single target Fairy type move. You've got Moonblast instead, which is going to hit a lot harder, but then you're missing out on that self HP regeneration.
The Quick Guard also might be relevant here. Both players have the double fake out, but only Justin has that Quick Guard to try to disrupt things and get involved. The Shadow Sneak from the Serial Edge also at risk of getting Quick Guarded if that were to come up. You can imagine a situation where Delphox, weak to Shadow Sneak of course, is low enough health that that's a big threat, and maybe that is a disruption against it.
At 6-0 in a field of over 1,000 competitors, Justin Tang and Dawei C have already punched their tickets to play in Phase 2 of Swiss at the North America International Championships. But how much further can they take this? A win here would give them just a little bit of breathing room as they look forward to that next phase. So let's dive into Game 1 between these two incredible trainers to see which one of them can maintain that undefeated record. Justin's going to lead off this series with the Sneasler next to the Mega Delphox, and for Dawei, it's the Milotic next to the Sarah Ledge.
So we don't see the Mega support setup options. Instead, we see the Milotic and the Serial Edge there together, both pretty safe on the field here. Neither that worried about what the other side is going to do to them, and can start to disrupt the Delphox pretty quickly here. You can set up, or you can just start threatening sleep. Instead, now Milotic just out into the back, going to get a valuable Intimidate into this Sneasler on the other side, and resist anything this Delphox can go for.
Delphox only has the option to go for Heat Wave. That's a spread-type, fire-type attack that's going to activate the Serial Edge's Flash Fire. There's no way around that. Sneasler does get the fake out into the Incineroar, and the Poison Touch going to activate here to poison the Incineroar on the switch-in. Delphox has the option to go for Nasty Plot, get that +2 special attack boost, but the Serial Edge can also set up here as it goes for Bulk Up.
All right, so the boosts are there. Both players opting to get their setup in, and Justin more interested in stopping the Milotic from getting set up. Of course, couldn't fake out the Serial Edge anyway. The fake out poison onto Incineroar could be irrelevant. In a matchup where it could end up going quite slowly as both players try to position, and without the Delphox able to threaten the Incineroar very directly, getting the poison there could mean a lot of free damage, especially since the post-combat threat isn't as serious when you're trying to get Sneasler out on the field, try to have your own Intimidate down and fake up pressure on future turns.
As Incineroar comes in from Justin, you're going to bring the Serial Edge's attack back down to neutral, and you're also going to take that side shock from the Delphox. But a second bulk up is going to bring the Serial Edge back up to +1, and this Incineroar takes the Throat Chop. Kind of a pretty null turn here as we see a little bit more damage onto this Incineroar from the poison.
I mean, I'm not sure it was such a null turn. I think Justin makes a lot of really valuable progress there. Gets a lot of damage into Serial Edge at pretty low cost. Dawei must have expected some other switch for the Sneasler slot. Of course, you're not trying to Throat Chop Sneasler. You weren't looking for a Throat Chop into Incineroar, maybe expecting this Sinistcha was going to come in and threaten redirection, and you wanted to be one step ahead of that. Instead, it doesn't find a very good target for it, and Incineroar finds itself in a really great position here. Gets a valuable Intimidate onto both Pokemon, threatens now Fake Out into Incineroar on the other side, which makes it more difficult to just protect Serial Edge, do something like Protect and Parting Shot on this next turn. So I think Justin's in a really strong position.
Another rotating door as Incineroar pops off the field and Sneasler comes back in to take its place. Still has that Focus Sash intact, but it's going to be another Incineroar leaving for the Sinistcha to be revealed as Dawei's 4th Pokemon brought to this first game. Hospitality Healing gives Serial Edge a little bit more staying power as Delphox just protects itself. So can Dawei kind of get a bit more damage down on the board as the Sneasler comes in. Bitter Blade comes out. Great target for the Sneasler to bring it down to that Focus Sash and also get some really valuable regeneration onto the Serial Edge.
This is an absolutely huge turn. Between the Hospitality and the Bitter Blade, you're all the way back to full health on Serial Edge, and so that Psyshock from a turn ago is gone. Instead, now Sinistcha comes into play in a pretty good position here, can redirect for a turn. The Psyshock, even if you're willing to spend the Sinistcha quickly, you can buy an extra turn for Serial Edge, but also easy to just rotate right back out to the Incineroar, get another valuable Intimidate into the Sneasler, not be under that threat from Delphox. This is where the poison from earlier starts to matter, because as you switch Incineroar in, you're going to pay more health for it with the poison turn. But I feel like this takes Justin's strong advantaged position from the previous turn and flips it on its head. And now Sneasler right back out into the back again, has no fake out target, and so instead Incineroar going to hit the field.
Incineroar, another Intimidate drop down onto the Serial Edge as we see Sinistcha do the same. And as it comes back out, this Intimidate drop onto Justin's Incineroar will stick. Kind of nice to get that fresh Incineroar in there. As Serial Edge goes for the Shadow Sneak, this Delphox gets taken down to below half. But it's still going to have to take... Oh, wow, look at this. A Nasty Claw comes out from the Delphox.
Been a couple bulk ups. There's a lot of health in that Serial Edge. You're going to need more damage if you want to break it. So that was the window to get it. But you can see the damage threat is still huge. That's going to be a 2-hit KO into the Delphox on the other side, despite the Intimidates into Serial Edge in the meantime. Both players cycling Incineroar onto the field, maybe threatening Fake Out back and forth into each other. I don't think we've learned the speed relationships of both Incineroars yet. They've been kind of asymmetrical on the field so far. If one player has the speed advantage there to fake out the other Incineroar, that could be pretty significant advantage. But right now, it feels like Cyril Edge just isn't that significantly threatened at +2 defense against these Pokemon.
Another side shock from the Delphox comes out, and the Cyril Edge still takes it like a champ. Cyril Edge goes for yet another bulk up, try to get back some of those attack drops that this Incineroar has taken away. And the throw chop right into this Cyril Edge. Culver Berry going to help make that just so easy. While you do get to drop the attack, you still keep those defense boosts that you've gained from all the bulk ups that have happened so far. And so Cyril Edge really not feeling too worse for wear as it ends this turn, as its partner Incineroar gets that parting shot.
Yeah, the parting shot into Incineroar, likely back to Sinistcha to put more health onto Cyril Edge. The next turn, you can use a Shadow Sneak to suppress Delphox offense, and you can threaten a Life Dew again, and then suddenly all the health is back on Cyril Edge again. It just feels like Justin can't make enough progress on the Cyril Edge. Got some damage, got it healed. Get more boosts so we can get the damage again, and then quickly looking like it's all going to evaporate again. Dalway just barely on the edge of being able to keep the Cyril Edge healthy enough. If you aren't suppressing the Delphox, then you're just at threat of another Side Shock to KO this turn. But Shadow Sneak does a great job of suppressing that. No Sneasler on the field to protect with Quick Guard, and just one turn of bot time will be enough for Sinistcha to heal the Cyril Edge, by space for the Cyril Edge to protect. Again, it's looking like an uphill battle for Justin, but not over yet. That Side Shock was still significant damage. If you can find some extra chip inside of that, then you can make the space. The Sinistcha, though, important to note, also provides a redirection in future turns. But for now, no protect, just Shadow Sneak, KOing the Delphox. Big
KO there as the Mega Evolution from Justin's team is felled. That's going to be one Pokemon removed from the field as you see this Incineroar have to reveal something else that Justin may have brought in the back. It could just be that Sneasler, or it could be a fourth Pokemon in that King Gambit, or that Sinistcha. Unlikely to be that Floette. We saw the Delphox Mega Evolve.
I'm just not sure how much it matters at this point. What is ever going to do the damage to the Cyril Edge at this point? You have only physical attackers, or the Sinistcha, which wouldn't have Shadow Ball, so it would just be a resisted Machagacha. You have +3 defense on Cyril Edge. What is going to find the damage? You would have to be King Gambit, quickly trying to Swords Dance up. But yeah, Justin knows there's nothing to show that damage. It's over. Just allows the Shadow Sneak. We don't even learn what the Pokemon are in the back, or what the Sinistcha was going to do the rest of that turn, because new in Pokemon Champions, you can just concede anytime. Don't have to input that switch in. And so Dalway takes game one. Cyril Edge able to hang on in front of Delphox.
I think it's just so tough, right? Because I think the Cyril Edge really does check both of these Mega Evolutions. Even if you had Floette here, that is a Fire-type Pokemon.
Floette would be even worse, right? And of course, there's also no Draining Kiss on Floette for Justin, so you can't play a exchange of healing back and forth. It'll just be Bitter Blade to heal. This is such an interesting dynamic because we very rarely see this drawback to Psyshock. Usually when you're thinking about Psychic versus Psyshock,
yes,
you're just thinking about what Pokemon in the format are going to do more damage to, and it feels like an easy choice in this format because there's Floette everywhere, and you'd much rather just hit the lower defense stat of the Floette. But the Psyshock instead means that the bulk ups are mitigating the special attack boosts on the Delphox on the other side because you're immune to the heat wave. And so really interesting dynamic that I'm not sure we've actually seen on a broadcast match before, of the Cyril Edge able to boost in the face of the special attacker.
I mean, it was so powerful that Dalway didn't bring a Mega Evolution to that first game and won that game off the back of that Cyril Edge. We're going to see Justin switch things up a bit, not the Mega Delphox in the lead, but the Mega Floette instead next to that Sneasler, as Dalway says, okay, I'm gonna run back. My Lodic Cyril Edge worked out great for me in first game.
Yeah, I really wonder what the plan is for Justin here. It feels like if Delphox was hard to beat Cyril Edge with, Floette is going to be even harder, and you've done nothing to try to force Dalway off of this plan. She's content to just go back to Milotic and Cyril Edge, offer both of these threats of setup once again.
But I feel like at least this time, you do have the ability to Calm Mind. Those special attack boosts actually adding up versus the bulk up defense boosts from the Cyril Edge.
Yeah, but more slowly than Nasty Plot was, and you're resisted the entire time. But at least if you can match boost, you eventually are just going to one-hit KO because there's no special defense boosting on the other side.
Well, there's a Dire Claw that comes out, so maybe this could get the poison activated onto the Cyril Edge, and it does. One way that you can get rid of some of the HP on the Cyril Edge if it starts to take itself out at the end of these turns. Floette has the space to use the Calm Mind. That's going to be a nice boost to its special defense, but more importantly, its special attack, as Cyril Edge matches that on the physical side.
Well, this may be a little unfair to say, but I asked for what Justin's game plan was going to be, and he shows it immediately. Dire Claw into the Serial Edge, rewarded with the poison, and there's a damage answer against the Serial Edge. But of course, the Bitter Blades, the Hospitality, they can undo poison damage really significantly. So you aren't going to be able to just kind of wait around for poison to do the work. But the Floette at +1 special attack probably offers pretty significant damage in the Serial Edge with Moonblast at this point. If you can reach for a KO right now, you're going to be in really good shape. But on the other hand, if Serial Edge just swings into the Floette, gets a bunch of damage with Bitter Blade, and heals a bunch back, it's going to be a problem. I wouldn't be surprised to see Justin rotate the Sneasler into Incineroar to get the Intimidate, make sure that damage is mitigated coming back.
I have a different option for you. What if you protect the Serial Edge, and because your Milotic just got a coil, you just go unleash a Hypnosis onto the opposite side.
Another poison into the Milotic. Hypnosis, definitely a threat here. No switch means that the Serial Edge has not got its attack stat mitigated.
No, but the Serial Edge gets to hang on through this turn. So if it's a Bitter Blade that comes out from the Serial Edge, it's going to heal all of this back up as Bitter Blade launches into the Sneasler, brings it down to the Focus Sash, and does heal up a good majority of the damage just dealt to it by that Floette with Moonblast. Means it's going to stick on through the rest of the turn, and Milotic does land the Hypnosis.
Wow, this is a really interesting turn. Okay, so I think a few things happen here. I believe Dawei was trying to cover for an Incineroar switch. That's why you throw the Hypnosis there as well. Serial Edge, though, because there's no Hypnosis into the Floette, it's still going to be able to attack this turn. And Serial Edge, with the extra bit of poison damage, is, I believe, just in KO range for a Moonblast now, based on what we saw on that previous turn. But Serial Edge also took so much damage. If that had just been Dire Claw plus Moonblast in the Serial Edge last turn, I think it would have gotten KO'd. It got so low off that Moonblast. You can see the lower special defense on the Serial Edge having an impact. And meanwhile, Sneasler takes all the brunt of that a turn. Takes the Bitter Blade all the way down to Focus Sash and the Hypnosis down to sleep, but gets another really valuable poison out of it. The Milotic has less chance to heal, and so it's just going to get slowly whittled down by this.
Now it's time for the Incineroar to come in and get that attack drop, but you do have to give over a competitive boost to this Milotic. Justin hedged his bets, though. Milotic swaps out. Sinister coming in to give over that Hospitality healing, so you don't have to worry about those special attack boosts you just gave over. Floette with the Moonblast now, going to land into this Sinistron. Wow, just a one-hit knockout like that. As soon as that Sinistron switched in, the Hospitality healing is all it gets a chance to do in this game. But that leaves this Floette vulnerable. Another Bitter Blade unleashed as Serial Edge brings itself back up to basically full before the poison.
Yeah, so another really interesting turn. Dawei gives up a really valuable resource. Milotic, with both the special attack boost and the accuracy boost, because need the Hospitality right that moment. She's worried about Moonblast into Serial Edge and wants to get enough health to be able to take that turn. Justin worried about Bitter Blade as well, wants to get Intimidate in and mitigate some of the damage back. But then the Moonblast doesn't go there. It goes into Sinister, like you called out, gets a one-hit KO there, takes away another really valuable resource for Dawei. But in the meantime, between Serial Edge getting Hospitality, being unattacked for the turn, and getting the Bitter Blade off, is back very healthy again. Now, we saw Moonblast do a ton of damage. Moonblast plus Throat Chop might still just be enough damage to KO Serial Edge here. Meanwhile, Milotic not nearly as capable of fighting back in this situation.
I would worry, though, about the Colbur Berry. Maybe one thing that can help to mitigate that damage from the Throat Chop, especially when you know that you have that additional defense boost, and you're going to secure another one from a second bulk up in this game. Incineroar gets the Parting Shot, though, so it's not going to be any damage, but you do drop that attack stat back down. You're still at +2 defense, though. You got to worry about that from the Serial Edge.
You don't have to worry about it for Moonblast, though, and the Floette has shown so much damage with its own Moonblast into Serial Edge. The poison really significant here, as it will lower the Serial Edge's health bar. Milotic getting some recovery back, but missed the Hypnosis, gave up that foil from a turn earlier. But these poison damages are just continuing to stack up. I think right now the Moonblast is probably a threat to just KO the Serial Edge, and the Hospitality should mean that Shadow Sneak is not a threat to KO back the other way. You also have Redirection if you want it from the Sinistcha side, so it feels like a really strong turn from Justin to recognize that doesn't have to immediately press the issue, is able to protect the Floette, and there's not much threat back to the Incineroar on the other side, and so the Parting Shot really valuable again to mitigate offense, to get healing in with Sinistcha. And of course, you can just bring Incineroar back in, Intimidate once again if you want to further mitigate. At that point, the Bitter Blade might not even be a KO back into the flow at the other side, which could buy you time to just Moonblast the Milotic again, continue to take down all of Serial Edge's partners.
As Incineroar comes out, you're giving over that competitive boost to the Milotic, and this time the Milotic is going to stay on the field and protect itself. Not going to go down at the end of this turn by a Moonblast by the hands of that Floette, and Floette was trying to go after that Pokemon, so Cerulege is clear. Bitter Blade once again. So going to miss the KO onto the Floette because of the Intimidate drop, bringing it down to -1, but Cerulege is still getting a lot of HP recovery.
Cerulege is getting recovery, but I think these turns are still working in Justin's favor. You can see the impact of the cycling with Incineroar and Sinistcha. There's a reason that that pair is really common in this format. The Floette able to recover enough, and then the extra parting shot plus Intimidate, further lowering Cerulege's attack stat means that Floette still looks relatively comfortable here. You can imagine going back to Sinistcha and healing it more again, or faking out the Milotic if you want to stop it for a turn, so you can throw a Moonblast somewhere. Really important for Dawei that she stayed at least one turn ahead. Saw the game plan from Justin, which is to mitigate the Cerulege, keep the Floette healthy, and then KO all the partners sitting next to Cerulege. So buys a turn of space against that strategy by protecting Milotic through that previous turn, but that's just one turn of space. Milotic's still very vulnerable to just getting outsped and KO'd by Floette here, and the Cerulege continues to be mitigated to a point where if you just go to Sinistcha and throw a Moonblast at Milotic, the Cerulege is not going to do that much to respond to it.
But you still have to worry about knowing that the Sinistcha coming in is something that you can kind of plan around, right? Because the Sinistcha does make a reappearance. The Hospitality is going to give over just a little more HP to that Floette. And Floette, while it attacks here into the Milotic, okay, gets the KO. That's a pretty good start with that critical hit to boot.
I don't think it matters.
I don't think so either, but hey, you know what? You do you, Floette. You've earned that KO. And Cerulege is going to get that Bitter Blade into the Floette on the other side. I was going to say, you have to worry about that Sinistcha. That's something you can plan around with that Ghost type on the other side.
Yeah, you could just hit with Bitter Blade into Sinistcha instead and try to get more recovery that way, but the issue right now isn't really Cerulege's health bar. Justin's kind of changed the way this game was working. It felt like in the early turns, it was about trying to lower Cerulege's health bar, but as Dawei focused on Cerulege's health bar, Justin just focused on sustain and damage into the partners and said Cerulege can be as healthy as it wants. And so it doesn't matter where the recovery is, where's the damage coming from. The Floette still takes a bunch of damage from that Bitter Blade, but probably is still outside of Shadow Sneak air range, especially since you can easily imagine Incineroar coming right back in again. The cycling next to Floette has been on for Justin this entire time. You know, of course, those are really the only two Pokemon. The fourth Pokemon for Justin is the sleeping 1 HP Sneasler. So it's just those two partners to work through next to Floette, but so far it's all it's needed, but that is damage mounting on Floette. If this continues at this pace and it's just Bitter Blades constantly, then maybe you can eventually get to a KO on the Floette, but the Floette, of course, can just protect itself to buy extra turns of Hospitality as well.
At this point, Cerulege is going to be at -2, and Floette says, I really don't want to take that risk versus a fake out plus that Bitter Blade that could come through. And so you see a bulk up instead, as Dawei's going to try to split the difference. Fake out into the Floette gets stopped, but you do have to bulk up now onto the Cerulege to try to neutralize some of those intimidations.
Yeah, Dawei's doing a great job of keeping some positional hope alive. The protect from Floette very telegraphed there because of the position, so you want to get a bulk up, but you want to make sure you don't just lose if the Floette goes ahead and attacks and doesn't protect instead. So the fake out there covers for that. Cerulege gets a boost, but once again, the poison is really significant here because every time we get this couple turns of cycling where the Cerulege tries to boost to undo the intimidates and parting shots that it's taking constantly so that it continues to be a damage threat, it's taking significant poison damage in the meantime. And at some point, Justin will just pull the trigger and throw a Moonblast there. And if you don't have recovery ready right then at that moment, which Sinistcha's down, Milotic's down, there's no more recovery available, that will just be a KO into the Cerulege and nothing you can do about it.
Let's find out if this is going to be the turn. Moonblast gets launched into the Cerulege and does not actually get the knockout. It's not a Bitter Blade on this turn. Then Cerulege will get knocked out to the poison at the end of it. But finally, Dawei's earned the KO onto that Mega Floette. It's a little bit of HP recovery that maybe you're able to survive the poison recoil. But yeah, it looks very, very close. Cerulege does hang on. Such a small amount left to give Dawei hope to close out this set 2-0.
Oh man, because Cerulege is probably the fastest moving thing at this point as well. The Sinistcha on Justin's side does have Protect, so it's not just a vulnerable target for Bitter Blade. That probably means if you want to stay around, you've got to throw the Bitter Blade at the Incineroar instead, which doesn't have Protect. But if Justin just cycles that into the 1 HP Sneasler, then all you get is 1 HP of recovery, and then the poison will tick down the Cerulege.
Going to be a Protect for the Sinistcha on this turn. And the
Pistol
throw
work as
chop
well.
from the Incineroar is still faster than the Serial Edge regardless. So no berry to save it, not enough HP to survive the throat chop, and so Serial Edge gets felled. Last Incineroar for Dawei. The throat chop is just not going to be able to add up to enough. And Flare Blitz either. So Dawei throws in the forfeit, and we go to a game 3.
I really like that game plan from Justin, recognizing that kind of on paper the match for Floette against Serial Edge is difficult, but really important that one, you can still boost your special attack and eventually achieve enough damage to KO the Serial Edge cleanly, and two, it's so much better at just KOing the partners. The Delphox was going to have a difficult time just working its way through Floette and Incineroar and Sinistcha, but no similar problem for the Floette. Can just throw Moonblast out there and do so much damage. We saw this Moonblast one-hit KO into Sinistcha. That really felt like where it broke it open. At that point, Justin had Hospitality available. Dawei did not. And so as those two boosting Pokemon opposite each other slowly got whittled down, the lack of Hospitality for Dawei meant that this throat chop couldn't be prevented, and the Hospitality for Dawei meant the Floette just stayed on the field for so long.
Great job of cycling to make sure that the Serial Edge also just couldn't get enough HP recovery throughout the game. And I think as well, you kind of limit a lot of its options. Shadow Sneak didn't feel like a really easy attack to weave in at any point either, with the Sinistcha still at HP.
Only because there was so much offense mitigation. If you have enough attack that a Bitter Blade plus a Shadow Sneak is just a KO in Floette, this looks a lot differently. So from Dawei's perspective, I'd be trying to focus on the Incineroar. I don't think it's the Floette that just beat you. I think it's the Incineroar that just beat you. And if you can keep special attack boosts on Milotic, then Muddy Water's a problem. If you can land a close combat with Sneasler, you can answer that Incineroar, but for now, it's just going to be the same beats as the last game for both players. Now remember that a really crucial part of how that game 2 played out was back-to-back Dire Claw poisons from the Sneasler that meant so much extra damage mounting onto both Milotic and Serial Edge. If we don't get that, then maybe the Serial Edge has a lot easier time in this game.
Because Dawei doesn't have to focus so much on making sure that the Serial Edge can survive to the next turn. You get to think more about the long game. Justin's going to use that Mega Evolution on this first turn just to make sure that Floette has all the stats that it needs to progress through this third and final game of the set. But what happens from here? Because Sneasler still can launch out an attack. It's going to be the Dire Claw again into Dawei's Serial Edge. But does Poison Touch activate this time around? It doesn't. So that's going to be a good boon for Dawei heading into the remainder of this game. Let's see if that can be kept up. A Calm Mind from the Floette is going to set it up. A Serial Edge gets to go for the bulk up too. And what did this Milotic go for? Because it could just be boosts all around.
I have to imagine it is Coil, 3 boosting moves in one turn, 3 very different boosting moves, all giving stat boost to a couple of different stats. And now this seems like a much stronger position for Dawei, and its only difference is the lack of poison onto the Serial Edge. Now you're threatening Hypnosis. Of course, the Hypnosis that Dawei got in game 2 was just into Sneasler, not nearly as valuable. If you can land a Hypnosis into Floette, it feels like it might almost be game-winning.
Especially because you know that the double up is likely not going to knock out your Milotic in this position. Floette doesn't even go for an attack though, it just goes for a secondary Calm Mind, but it just has Hypnosis into the Floette to shut it down right here before it gets a chance to attack. Hypnosis is actually going to miss! Even with the +1 to the accuracy from the Coil, Sneasler loves Justin that much to jump out of the way.
Yeah, 1 Coil not enough to make Hypnosis 100% accurate. You need 2 for that, and so it can still miss. It wasn't the Sneasler anyway, and that Calm Mind is huge. We saw the impact Floette Moonblast had in game 2, and that was all at +1. Justin never had the time and space for a second one. Instead recognizes that in that position, there was a chance for a second one and takes it. Those Moonblasts are going to be threatening 1-hit KOs everywhere now.
Well, the Sinistcha comes in, has the Hospitality healing to bring that Serial Edge back up to full, and the Moonblast goes into that Sinistcha's direction. Another one-hit knockout secured for this Floette. As it was, the Sinistcha was there to actually neutralize the close combat, but at what cost? Serial Edge is going to get back quite a bit of HP. Well, it doesn't actually need the HP. It's going to do a lot of damage to the Floette on the other side, but it feels like it's not really the perfect just desserts there.
Really important damage, but it seems like we're going to be back to the same cycle of Intimidate and Hospitality very quickly. Yeah, Justin recognizing that the Hypnosis is the bigger threat to the game plan at this point than the damage from Serial Edge, and so tries to put Close Combat and Moonblast into the Milotic spot. Both Milotic would have gone down there, and anything that could have switched into the Milotic slot, of course, including Sinistcha, which did go down, would have gone down to that double up, Close Combat and Moonblast. And so Justin takes the first KO. So often in these slower games, the person who takes the first KO and limits their opponent's options is at a big advantage. We see a crucial pivot for Dawei. There was no Sneasler in that last game. There's no way to break to move before the Floette and threaten damage there. No way to break the Incineroar on the other side, but now there is. Sneasler comes in and is going to be very impactful through the rest of this game, and goes back to, now you have a Serial Edge with a boost and no damage on it, and now you have the right partner to try to support it.
But Floette is going to protect itself. It still leaves this Sneasler to take this Throat Chop, which is going to break the Focus Sash. Maybe we get a chance to see this Serial Edge finish the job. As Dire Claw comes out from Justin's Sneasler, you do a lot to Dawei's own, but this Serial Edge still gets that bulk up.
I mean, what a brave turn from Dawei. Doesn't touch the Floette at all, is threatening Shadow Sneak as a KO, or Dire Claw into a KO. Goes, you are going to be so worried about this, you're going to protect that Floette. I don't have to put anything there that turn, and instead gets a ton out of this. The extra attack boost makes it really hard for Justin to start that game with weaving in, because he's going to be one turn further behind the entire time, and the defense boost means that if it's not Floette, nothing else is going to be able to get through this Serial Edge.
Right, well, the Floette is going to leave the field. Gives up all of its boost, and Sinistcha comes in to bring the Sneasler back up to full. That actually reactivates the chance for this Focus Sash to work, as Serial Edge does use that Shadow Sneak. Sinistcha's going to have to take that instead. But the Sea Fairy is going to help neutralize some of that damage, but you're still doing a lot. Very safe play there for the Serial Edge to let go. As Sneasler now throw out a Dire Claw, but you can see that is a lot less because of the bulk up defense boost that it got. But a secondary effect of Dire Claw is going to activate, paralyzing this Serial Edge.
Okay, so really important turn here. There's enough pressure in the Floette. It protected last turn, can't safely protect again. You're threatened by both Dire Claw and Shadow Sneak, so you have to get it off the field. It is Shadow Sneak that goes there. We don't normally see the Ghost Resist Berry activate for Shadow Sneak, but you're going to help keep Sinistcha alive. And then the Dire Claw goes into Serial Edge and gets paralysis. This could be really negative for Dawei if we see a couple important fully paralysis, but it also takes away the option for poison. Can't end up poisoned while you're paralyzed. And so despite poison being more likely with Poison Touch, the para might just be protection against that, as long as you don't get fully paralyzed on a crucial turn. But right now it feels like Serial Edge has all of the window to make this work. There's no damage threat against it. No more boat boosts on Floette. +2 defense against these physical attackers. Sinistcha can't do it, and it's at full health. There's nothing there to stop this Serial Edge yet.
Well, Incineroar is certainly going to try, and Intimidate drop very valuable into both of these physical attackers for Dawei, as the close combat is going to come out next. But Sneasler is going to be able to push through that, and Justin's takes a pretty critical defense drop, as the Dire Claw is going to break the Focus Sash. Maybe Serial Edge can finish the job. It goes through the paralysis. Bitter Blade connects onto the Sneasler and knocks it out. We are now at a tied Pokemon game with 3 apiece heading into the final couple turns of Game 3.
Yeah, what was a difficult position for Justin gets more difficult. Was really hoping to get the Sneasler KO there, which would keep Incineroar safe from any future close combats, because you're going to need that tool if you want to try to create pressure with Floette ever again. Of course, that's got such an uphill battle already, and as Floette hits the field, you don't even know whether you needed the KO on the Sneasler to stop close combat or you needed it to stop the Dire Claw into Floette. But for now, the fake out pressure buys you a turn. Sneasler doesn't want to just go down to fake out here, and so is going to need to protect itself through this turn. That may buy you a chance to, for instance, Calm Mind up.
But it can't. Dawei's Sneasler doesn't have Protect.
So instead you'll have to switch into the oh no, just going to leave it around, going to risk just taking a fake out into Sneasler here.
I wonder if you just care more about being able to keep that Milotic a little bit more healthy, since that still has a lot of HP lurking in the back. And so Sneasler goes ahead and chances it. Floette protects itself from this Bitter Blade, but that was a very brave turn again from Dawei to leave this Sneasler on the field.
Very brave turn, and Incineroar doesn't get to attack that turn, takes a Throat Chop and doesn't Parting Shot out. And now the Serial Edge gets kind of a free bulk up there. We talked about how the bulk ups, they're not so much about boosting the defense, there's not so many physical attackers there, but you've got to keep your attack stat high as Intimidates and possible future Parting Shots come in. And yet this continues to get more and more difficult for Justin. You lost your turn of possible fake out pressure, so Sneasler will get to swing this turn and will be able to swing towards Floette, which just protected itself, and so yeah, has to once again switch out. Can't risk a Dire Claw going there, but Justin is quickly losing pieces.
I mean, Sinistcha just doesn't have that much health either, because it already took a huge Shadow Sneak on the switch in. It's going to have to take this Dire Claw too. Well, it's not enough on its own to be able to get the knockout. I mean, it just feels like it's so much worse for wear. We see the Flare Blitz finally knock out this Sneasler after it had just a little bit
Justin
of HP
crossing his
remaining.
fingers. Needs
He's
it.
hoping that this is just not going to be something that gets a KO, but unfortunately the Sinister does go down.
Yeah, I was hoping for the fully para there. Really is going to need a little bit of luck to close this one out. Now down to 2 Pokemon. No more Hospitality, no more Intimidate, no more chance at a win.
So Justin Tang forfeits the match and Dawei C wins the set 2-1.
What a fun view on this team, bringing no megas. Showing why these teams that are built around a couple of boosting megas can have a secondary option for the right matchup and decides that this is the matchup. We're putting all the eggs in the Serial Edge basket and going to boost
It
it.
should match up really well. We get to see a little bit more of that sand mode. Corviknight, which is one of my favorite picks within this regulation, and I'm just really excited to see how it's going to fare going into this match, because apparently in this competition, he's 7-0. It's doing good.
Yeah, it's doing very well so far, so it feels like a great pick from Swoop, but we'll start off with Kareem. We've, like you said, seen this 6 quite a few times because it is just generally that good. There are some variations between the builds from player to player, and we can see some alterations here. There's no sword stance on the King Gambit going Iron Head. Sometimes we see the low kick there, but proving a valuable option. In the mirror in particular, it gives you a good option against the Floette here. And then the Basket Legion, we've seen a million times. You're going to be leveraging the Whimsicott in this match a lot to get that Charizard into a strong position to use those big, powerful fire type attacks boosted by the sun. You've got the Garchomp to also support that, and then that Floette is an alternative Mega with that instant burst damage if you need it.
And this is such a powerful team, but it's not going to be the first time for Kareem to be on a stage of this side. Of course, we talk about trainers being able to start off their Pokemon Champions era right, but in the past, he has been able to find those winning ways as well when you look back at what he's accomplished within the seniors division. I mean, we've gotten to see those runs, we've gotten to see those wins, including an NAIC title. So it's within the wheel kit. We've seen it before, and we could see it here again within the match. I'm getting ahead of myself, but you know, this is a great start to it. I'm so excited to see what he's capable of on this stage of an event with so many players. But on the opposing end, let's talk about Swaroop and this team, because I love this team. There is so many annoying, respectfully annoying pieces on it. Mimikyu is not something that we've gotten to see the most of within this regulation, but that disguise and just the coverage that it has, it can do so much damage, or the Trick Room to set up other Pokemon in this team, and I think that is so annoying to go up against.
Yeah, and I really like the setup options here. So you've got that Sword Stance on the Excadrill. Normally there you would see something like Rock Slide to give that kind of coverage against Charizard that are so prevalent, and especially if you're in the right conditions with that Sand Rush ability, take advantage of it with that Sash to give it a security blanket. But the Sword Stance makes it so dangerous once you get one of those off, and it helps mitigate the Intimidate as well. You've also got the setup on the Corviknight as well with that bulk up. Only one attack there as well, kind of foregoing Iron Head, saying, well, I've got it on my Excadrill, I don't need it there. The Brave Bird's great, and I can roost off any damage that I take. And then you've got Trick Room as an option on the Mimikyu, so that's nice to have with that disguise ability, almost guaranteeing there with the Fairy Feather boosting that play rough. It isn't anything you need to scoff at. It will be hitting very hard. And I think the Scarfed Rotom in particular, really nice for being able to get that speed control if the Trick Room isn't an option, so that Electro Web can lower the speed on things, put things like that Tyranitar, that Corviknight into better, more stronger positions, and then the Scorvillain kind of rounding off the team as an alternative Mega, and does support those setup options pretty well as allowing room for maybe Mimikyu to get a Trick Room up in a key position, or just those bulk ups in Corviknight into a spot where it's just unstoppable going forward.
The dangerous thing with the setup Pokemon is sometimes you're not always allowed that time. So a lot of support on this team. We'll have to see if we go for the setup or some of the pure damage option as the team offers. 7-0 for both of these trainers. Time to see who could be ending off their Phase 1 undefeated as we get into the match. For Kareem, it's going to be Whimsicott next to that Floette. And for Swaroop, well, we get the Mimikyu right away with that Tyranitar.
Yeah, I like this position from Swaroop because you've got the option where in the face of Tailwind, you can say, well, you can go for that. I'm going to set up my Trick Room here and then put my Tyranitar into a really strong position, and then protecting Tyranitar here. You don't really worry about that on-call because if it's Dark typing, you're immune to the Prankster, so you've got the ability to do that here and then get yourself in that spot where you can then go for those big, powerful double-ups maybe with your Mimikyu. It's got that Fairy Feather that's if we see the Floette Mega Evolve, it's going to have a Fairy Aura boost as well. So lots going for this turn if everything plays out. But Sarub not wanting to commit there. Overnight feels a little bit more stable.
Well, especially looking at the potential attacker on the opposing end, as Floette will go ahead and Mega Evolve, something that can resist that just a little bit better, or just make sure you can keep that disguise intact. It will be the Mega Evolution, that Fairy Aura to get the boost to the Fairy type attacks, and a Tyranitar that wants absolutely no part of that Protect on this turn. This allows the Whimsicott, it could have gone for a Tailwind, but instead we're just going for the damage. Corviknight, a good little dunker, all things considered, even though it's not very effective. Oh, thanks to that critical hit. And now we can see a follow-up. Floette, Light of Ruin. Corviknight coming out onto the field. Preventive Swap, it will survive, but that is a lot of damage.
That is huge damage when you consider how bulky Corviknight is, and these are resisted hits, just showing off the power of these fairy types, and a really nice switch there to preserve that Mimikyu, because that Moonblast breaking the disguise, the Light of Ruin would have undoubtedly knocked that Pokemon out, so kind of preserving things here. But are you any further forward in the match? I don't think so. The Corviknight feels like it's in a really awkward spot where even a Moonblast boosted by that Fairy Aura will take it down now, and then a Light of Ruin's got a free shot into the Tyranitar. And do you have the offensive capabilities to kind of get any further forward in the match with just your Mega Tyranitar? It maybe feels a little bit awkward for Sarub now. Might want to try and adjust, or just let the Corviknight go down, try and get some damage onto the board, finally with the Tyranitar, and then try and get something next to it that can, maybe like that Extra Drill. It's going to get that Sand Rush boost to put it in a position to threaten these fairies.
I mean, Tyranitar, the fact that it protected on that last turn, I don't think anything is really safely swapped into a barrage of hits here. So Tyranitar, that is a double KO. Such a commanding lead to this game one coming out from Kareem. Corviknight goes down. Tyranitar going only with 2 Pokemon to try and make his way through this match. And you had already highlighted that a Moonblast and a Light of Ruin and Mimikyu could just take it down.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think if you've got the Extra Drill in the back, it does help out slightly, but you've lost your Pokemon that you want to be megaing in this matchup, right? And then we know that Charizard isn't coming here, so there won't be any way of disrupting this, but you've only got 3 turns of sand left, and is that enough to help you get around things? You've got 2 Pokemon in the back, and if one of those is the Garchomp, you can potentially set up your Tailwind with your Whimsicott and bring Garchomp in, but it is still dangerous to go for that sort of play. I think you need to remove that Mimikyu as soon as possible, so that play of going for the Moonblast, Light of Ruin into that Pokemon really makes things easier to close the game up.
Yeah, there definitely is some possibilities here. Just got to make sure that you're moving on carefully. I mean, the Extra Drill too, when you're like, it will be fast, and it does pack a punch.
It definitely packs a punch. It threatens a knockout onto the Floette here, so you've got the option where you have to kind of Tailwind, right? Or just allow something to get knocked out here. But because that Mimikyu's got no Protect, the double up into it is kind of tempting to do, but you're so far ahead if you're Kareem in this match. I think just getting damage onto the board, breaking the sash on this Extra Drill now, and getting rid of that disguise on the Mimikyu definitely helps out a lot.
So now, I mean, Whimsicott's down, but Whimsicott's kind of done what it's needed to do, and you can safely kind of bring something out onto the field. But we are getting a twist of the dimensions, though, so Trigger is going to be something that's a little bit more useful for that Mimikyu going on forward. So really putting all the eggs in the Mimikyu basket.
Yeah, because it's not really that useful for the Extra Drill, and this scenario, you know, the Extra Drill with that Sand Rush ability doubles its speed in sand. You've still got 2 turns of sand to go, so it's really going to be a bit more of a hindrance to the Trick Room here rather than it being a benefit. And yeah, the Mimikyu's in a good spot where it can potentially get an attack off, pick up the knockout onto that Floette, but now you've got the Basculegion to come in, and now it is going to be in a spot where it can threaten big damage and knockout onto that Extra Drill, probably in Aqua Jet range as well, because it is boosted by that Mystic Water, and it doesn't really care about the field conditions. That's why we're seeing that Protect.
Yeah, knowing that it's not necessarily in the safest spot of Protect, but Basculegion, no Aqua Jet's just going to target with that last Respects down into the Mimikyu. A Trick Room, everything kind of riding on the Mimikyu within this match, and it's now a non-factor. Only 1 Pokemon remaining over on the opposing end, and the Excadrill, Focus Sash broken in Trick Room is just not it.
No, you don't even need to consider the Aqua Jet when you've got Lapse Respect and you know you're slower than everything on the other side of the field. So the Basculegion coming in at the perfect time, cleaning up, and Kareem taking game 1 in a very commanding style.
100%. I mean, it all started with that turn number 1, the amount of damage into that Corviknight when Tyranitar protected. And then we get into turn number 2 and we get a double KO and really quickly just running Swaroop out of options. I mean, there are so many different ways this team can play. There's so many strong Pokemon on it. We've praised so much Charizard, etc. But Floette and Whimsicott, those two did so much work.
So much work, and I think there's an emphasis here really on, you know, if you get your leads wrong in a match and you're on the back foot and you start trying to reposition your board against the threats that are of the nature of that Mega Floette and the Whimsicott with that Fairy Aura, even if you're resisting these attacks, you get punished so hard, and Swaroop just didn't get into a position where they were able to get any sort of handle back on board positioning. Even when the Excadrill came in, the kind of last-ditch attempt from the Mimikyu to flip the dimensions was really kind of one of those double-edged swords where, in one respect, yes, you kind of give the Mimikyu maybe a little bit of a boost, which actually didn't help out overall, but you kind of counterintuitively get rid of the advantage that the Excadrill had in that situation, which, yeah, really didn't give them a way back in. I think they've got to probably go with the Excadrill Tyranitar as a lead here to have that instant pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly it, that pressure, because, I mean, Kareem, I just don't really think at any point in that match felt any, right? Anything that's Swaroop had, I mean, a double up would just KO it, right? You're kind of switching around, you're still taking 1,000,000 damage on that swap in. So if you really want to make use of the Excadrill, you need to have it in just a lot sooner. Things like that Iron Head, I mean, either of those Pokemon would necessarily appreciate it. Kareem could try and go heads up and kind of anticipate that, though. I mean, we didn't even get to see the full game plan coming out from Kareem, right? So we talk about the Excadrill, we talk about the sand, but it is something that I'm sure Kareem could have an answer to. So heading into this game, too, it's first off time to see, do we see an adjustment of these leads? Scoville and Mimikyu instead, though, so Sand, at least not on the lead. We get the spicy lizard pepper thing out instead.
Yeah, we do. The Scoville in a bit of a change-up. It gives a little bit extra support to the Mimikyu that was such a kind of easy target in that last game because of no Protect there. Now you've got the Rage Powder, but a great adjustment again here from Kareem with the Basculegion. It is going to come in. Yes, if you target into that, then there is a potential of picking up a knockout at the cost of getting burned, but is it worth it to get rid of the Mega again? I would suggest yes. You've got the play where you could possibly Dazzling Gleam Wave Crash. So Scoville not in an easy spot either, but Kareem looking like they don't want to get that burn just yet.
Instead, Preservation on the Basculegion, a swap out. Whimsicott hits the field, and Mega Evolution once again for this Floette. It had so much impact in game number 1, and even something like Dazzling Gleam to, I mean, get around any sort of Rage Router and to be able to break that disguise would just be oh so useful. As of course, you see Scoville on the field, you'll see Mega there as well.
Yeah, you will. And now this is going to be, I would be interested to see what the Scoville does this turn. If it goes for, just the Rage Powder, just to protect that Mimikyu. And now this almost forces the Floette to go for that Dazzling Gleam to get around that. You will take a burn for your troubles, but the most important thing is you break that disguise for later on down the line when you're in a position where you can just go after that Mimikyu. And you could imagine the Mimikyu here, and I would like to see it go for a play rough, but it might set up the Trick Room to put everything in a more favorable spot.
Yeah, Disguise is broken, but Mimikyu, that will be the Trick Room. Definitely a lot better position for it this time around, since you're slow, you're not next to a super speedy Excadrill, right? So now it's going to be what responses what and Whimsicott can have.
Yeah, and you've got to remember this Mimikyu does have the Fairy Aura boost now. So those play roughs boosted by its Fairy Feather will be doing a lot of damage. You've got the Scoville in as well that can potentially get the overheat onto the Whimsicott. And maybe the switch out here is because you don't want locked in with the Encore to that Trick Room, right?
But instead, Encore, so playing heads up, you don't want to be locked in, but it's going to be the Scoville that is locked in, so Rage Powder forcing the attacks again to go towards it. And when you're eyeing up again the Floette using the Dazzling Gleam, it made so much sense on last turn, but now you're kind of just stuck. And that, I mean, a lot of damage with the critical hit. Corviknight does make its way onto the field fairly safely, haven't taken too much damage, but it still needs to do so much to make an impact here.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. You know, I think the Corviknight gets onto the field now in a way better position than it did in that game 1. Now it's threatening the Brave Bird. The Whimsicott does still have its Sash, so it's got a little bit of security here, I think, against being knocked out. But the Floette in that position where it probably doesn't really want to take an unnecessary Brave Bird, but you can't give it too much room because it has got the access to bulk up, so you don't really want to allow it to get set up so it becomes a bit more of a threat when Trick Room rooms expire.
I mean, Scovillain, Rage Powder's normally a lot of health and a lot of fun, but kind of forced to switch out if you want to be doing any damage with this Pokemon. And on the same turn, Eye of Deflect could be maybe targeted down a swap out into King Gambit, something definitely a lot better positioned to take something like a Brave Bird, as it instead tries to target down into the Whimsicott. So great protect, great switch coming on out. And King Gambit now hitting the field, I mean, that's a lot of pressure into Mimikyu.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine the King Gambit is feeling pretty safe, right? It does have to worry slightly about the player up, but it's not overly concerned about it. It doesn't worry about that Corviknight at all because it's only got the Brave Bird as an offensive attack. So taking no damage there, then it's going to be able to get at least a very strong attack off into this Mimikyu. In particular, it does carry Iron Head and it will be slower in the Trick Room, so that Mimikyu is not in a safe spot. And the Whimsicott now, it still has its sash, it can potentially stay on the field, but you could just switch it out as well to be in a better position going forward.
I mean, with the Mimikyu being pressured, a swap makes a lot of sense. And when you have this Scovillain in the back to maybe try and tank it instead, a great little switch up. But on court, we'll be going into the Corviknight. So we won't be seeing any Roost. We won't be seeing any, setups. Instead, just going to be pure damage. And if it's going to be a Brave Bird targeting into that Whimsicott, that Kowtow Cleave did a lot. Whimsicott, it will go down to Focus Sash, but it's going to be notably sticking around in the Corviknight. That is going to be a lot of recoil coming on through. Not quite enough for the KO. But again, when you're eyeing up King Gambit with Sucker Punch.
Yeah, it's very close. And you would say now, I think one turn of Trick Room left, so you're probably safe here to just protect with your Whimsicott. You could switch back into maybe Basket Legion here. It's kind of risky in front of the Scovillain, of course. Or you could just use your King Gambit to attack, because I think a Kowtow Cleave is going to do decent damage, so you probably don't want it to get burned, and Rage Powder feels like the optimal play for Scovillain now. It's back on the field in this scenario to allow Corviknight a little bit of room, but you do see the switch out. It's going to stick around for later as the Tyranitar comes out.
All right, Tyranitar comes on out. Sand is here. Scovillain goes down with help of that critical hit. So, of course, leaving a parting gift on the King Gambit of that burn. As one Pokemon goes down on the turn, Whimsicott, though, again, notably no protect, will get a hit into this Tyranitar on the swap in, and still a good amount of damage. At least, though, for the Whimsicott, the Sand is here. The Whimsicott does go down. Something at least gone from Kareem.
Yeah, it's a nice switch to Tyranitar there. I think getting the stand up so you can guarantee getting the knockout onto the Whimsicott. So when this Trick Room does expire, then Tailwind isn't an option for Kareem to use any longer. We know that the Floette is in the back that comes out now. It's going to be a real good position because now the disguise has been broken. We talked about this earlier, how important it was, the Floette in the position where it will be able to knock out that Mimikyu before it can set up a Trick Room. And then the King Gambit as well is in that spot where it can just go for the Iron Head, even burned. It's still going to be doing good damage onto that Tyranitar to just get it closer to the point of knocking it out, setting it up for maybe the Basket Legion to come in a little bit later on and close this one up.
I mean, yeah, looking at these Pokemon and the fact that, again, the Tyranitar took a good amount of damage on that swap-in, and the Mimikyu doesn't have the disguise, and I'm just looking at that pure power of the Floette here and the Trick Room being done. It kind of just seems like there's just going to be that out damage potential here. And Tyranitar, I mean, kind of just has to protect, but if you're thinking that Tyranitar is protecting, you can just target down into the other Pokemon. Moonblast brings it down to 12 HP. Flare Up, not enough to take down the Floettes either. And Iron Head will follow up, take Mimikyu out of the equation.
Yeah, it's good targeting here from Kareem, just saying, if the Moonblast gets it, then the Iron Head will revert onto the Tyranitar, but if not, I'm covering just in case it does survive, and that's exactly what happens, preventing the potential Trick Room. Taking Play Rough in the meantime, but that does surprisingly a lot of damage. You can see the value of that Fairy Aura there, but things are slipping away slowly for Sarup, and it just feels like the resources that Kareem's got left with the Basket Legion in the back, just a little bit too much at this stage with the Corviknight. Solo health. Floette going to be easily able to pick up a knockout there. The Corviknight, unfortunately, doesn't have a way to protect itself, so it's an easy Dazzling Gleam Iron Head play here, and it feels like this might be the game locked up.
I mean, a Pokemon KO, 2 Pokemon burn, but the Corviknight has really much to it. Sucker Punch, though, attempt into the Corviknight will fail. A little indication of what it tried to go for, but the Dazzling Gleam is just more than enough for the double KO. And what a commanding set coming out from Kareem. I mean, that was just fantastically played. He has been an NAIC champion before within that seniors division, and he's going to be ending off phase 1 of the competition here today undefeated. What a victory coming out.
Yeah, flawless victory here from Kareem. What a showing in how to pilot this team against what on paper looks like a really tough matchup. I think, Sean, you know, you mentioned that they were previously a senior champion in the NIC at this event. So taking that experience, they know
some really important players. This is a win-in scenario. This is also one of the most historic players of VGC history, Shoma Honami versus Sean. I'm going to say Worcester. I know, like, the Massachusetts people are going to say Worcester.
I was just about to...
We'll call him Sean. Shoma versus Sean. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No Worcester pronunciation battles here this weekend.
Like you said, only one of these players, we won't spoil it, but only one of these players has moved on to round 9. This is a match to stay alive that includes our 2015 world champion, and in kind of a mirroring match, both players using Charizard, using some of the most common Pokemon in the format. I don't know, if I was Sean, I think Sean was about the one player I wouldn't want to see on the other side matching me with the 6 most used Pokemon. Of course, won the World Championship, win that entire top 8 was using the Chalk archetype in a format that was dominated by a big 6.
Exactly. You have to assume that the trainer who won one of the hardest World Championships with one of the best teams, I think, constructed in that format would be very comfortable playing in mirror matchups like this. And we get some information here. We see one Whimsicott move first, and now we see the Garchomp outspeed, bring that Whimsicott down to its focus sash, and you have to wonder if that was a speed tie, or if you look at the HP on those Whimsicotts, it does look like Shoma's is a little bit more bulkier. Could have been a speed tie, or could have just been something else.
There's a wave crash back into Garchomp. Does not get the one-hit KO, but that's a lot of damage. Len, my heart always like stops when you see a poison jab into Whimsicott, because there's the chance at poison, but then also you're like, please don't poison. I don't want a better sweeper in the back to come in for free.
I don't know though, here Whimsicott's still threatening like a Moonblast into Garchomp is a little bit of damage, and it is a 30% chance to poison. So pretty likely that you get that poison, get the full KO into Whimsicott, not just the focus sash, but doesn't get it there, and then Basket Legion almost gets the KO back.
There's also the threat of an encore into the opposing Whimsicott if that was faster, but at the end of the day, you know, the Moonblast into the Garchomp looks nice, maybe also an Aqua Jet then to the Garchomp too. Like, there's options for Sean. It's not over.
Yeah, I mean, Sean looks like he's in the better position, right? Has his choice of ways to KO the Garchomp that either one will move before the Garchomp on the other side, like you called out, could even threaten Encore as well.
Oh,
but no, it's going to be Shoma going for the Encore.
Yes, Shoma now moving first before Sean's Whimsicott, which means they are, in fact, speed tied. Basket Legion with the Aqua Jet gets the KO there.
We don't necessarily know it's an Encore. It could have been, or speed tie. Could have been a Moonblast.
He could have
yeah,
one side.
That's right.
Totally,
Yeah.
Great call. Great call. It could have went for the Moonblast or a regular attack. Great call. Also, the shiny Whimsicott comes out better in that trade.
Yeah, we end up, like Abby was calling out, get confirmation at the end of the turn because of when the attack went off, what the input was, and so yeah, just a Moonblast there.
It's always tough with the Whimsicotts too, because like you know that you have trained your speed for a very specific reason, your Garchomp for a very specific speed, but you don't know if your opponent is thinking along the same wavelengths.
Right, you can only, like, you know, if you're max speed, you know you at least have a 50-50 shot. You don't know that you have a 100% chance, but you can feel like it's pretty likely. You know, the Whimsicott speeds have really ranged. So many Pokemon in this format are ranging in speeds really significantly. But it feels like this weekend, we've seen the speeds all go way up.
For sure, and Sean, I think, just really wanting to knock out that Garchomp. So just going for the double attack there to ensure that regardless of what happened, it would go down. Unfortunately, that does mean that Shoma now gets the Floette in what feels like a pretty comfortable position. I mean, that just looks like a Dazzling Gleam KO, right?
Yeah, this feels ideal. You have the Whimsicott on the other side locked in. You have the speed advantage with Floette. Very difficult to switch into this. Like, do you really want to bring in your ordinary Charizard and take a bunch of damage in this position? King Gambit, Garchomp, Floette would all be disasters as well. So yeah, it feels like a huge advantage for Shoma despite being down 3-4.
Shoma swapping his Whimsicott out for King Gambit, revealing his 4th Pokemon here in this Game 1. And the Mega Floette, such a dominant force we've seen throughout all of Phase 1, and we're certainly going to see it continuing later on this weekend. The Tailwind, he's stuck. Unfortunately, Sean just has to keep clicking Tailwind, and it's not really working out there. Aquajet's only going to do just more than I thought, but not enough to stop this double dazzling gleam.
Do you think AZ knew just how powerful his floette was, and that's why he kept it from us for so long? Or is this just like a happy accident?
I think he had a lot of other stuff going on in his mind.
That's
I don't
fair.
know if AZ was real focused on the Regulation MA metagame.
I had to ask. Someone has to ask.
It's a fair question.
Yeah, I was waiting for like a true emergency to pull out Mega Floette.
That's why he waited 3,000 years for it, because it's so good.
Well, it's so good, you just have to do it twice, right?
Yeah, I'd expect, you ask for mirror matches. It doesn't get much more mirror than this. King Gambit facing down King Gambit, Floette facing down Floette. Both players have Tailwind up. It is fully mirrored out. Just a little bit of damage advantage for one side, but also a whole Pokemon advantage of the Whimsicott lurking in the back to set up a second Tailwind
exactly,
someday.
huge that you have a Pokemon advantage, but it's also Whimsicott, you're saying, at the end of this turn when Tailwind expires for both of these teams, Shoma at some point will be able to get his Whimsicott back in to give his team the speed advantage.
Speed advantage might not be so important if it's about the King Gambits. I don't think we know the full movesets for these King Gambits. That is a piece that varies a lot with these big six teams. We've seen 6 different moves used across King Gambits this weekend. If one has low kick and the other doesn't, that's a huge advantage in this position.
That is a good point to bring up, though. Like, I think in the past, Big Six has always been like associated with a specific six, but this is the first time I've heard it used to sort of apply to just whatever's in vogue, if you will.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not necessarily 6 Pokemon. It may feel like 8 or 9 that are usually going to be on your team of 6, but that Light of Ruin into King Gambit, oh my goodness, massive damage. That's supposed to be a neutral hit, guys. It took itself out on the part of the trade, though, I guess.
It's really interesting. We saw a Light of Ruin into a King Gambit earlier on today that only did about 70%. Just showing the range of how you train your Pokemon. This King Gambit may be a little less bulky. This Floette may be a little more offensive, and we just see the one-hit KO.
Yeah, there's the forfeit there. Sean knows, excuse me. You can just bring Whimsicott back in and eventually get the dub. So then we're moving on to game 2. Shoma 1 win away from making phase 2.
And what do you know? We're looking at same leads, I believe.
Well, King Gambit.
King Gambit, right.
Out on the field, no Garchomp this time, and makes life a little bit awkward for Basket Legion here.
Sean's facing a world champion. He's got to be wary here. You can't just, it's not the normal Whimsicott mirrors here.
No, and I mean, very difficult position to play because you don't want to do anything with Basket Legion, and you could just lose it here.
I was going to say, I mean, this could be like the same Whimsicott mirror on paper, but you're not necessarily playing the team sheet, right? You're playing the mind of a world champion. That's intimidating. But not the ability to intimidate, it's just...
Which, yeah, King Gambit doesn't really care about.
Yeah, there's layers here that you got to work through.
It's like, bring on the intimidates, make me a +1 attack here, and, at least Basket Legion is going to be fast. With Tailwind, but it's never going to be faster than the Sucker Punch if you're not locking yourself into Aquajet. So maybe trying to bait a Sucker Punch into that now Garchomp slot. And no Tailwind from Sean, going for the offense with a Moonblast, looking like it'll be a 2-hit KO. Shoma responding with a Moonblast of his own, doing relatively close to the same amount of damage. And now King Gambit with the Iron Head. Now Sean can't get Tailwind for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Moonblast traded a piece, but I think a pretty big advantage to just get a Whimsicott up here.
Yeah, I think so. Shoma correctly identifying that if I'm the only one that can use Tailwind, that's already a huge board piece in my advantage. So doubling into the Whimsicott, Sean trying to pivot to maybe get an advantage against the opposing King Gambit eventually, but just didn't work out.
Red 4 kind of forces Basket Legion off the field, wants to pick up some damage. I think we probably saw the same attempt to get Moonblast into Whimsicott in game 1. Gets it this time, but still only does about 50%. And now things get really awkward. Like, you want an Earthquake, but your Floette would have to protect on that turn. What do you risk Moonblast coming out alongside Sucker Punch and just KOing Garchomp before it moves? Like, maybe you don't have to go for Tailwind here. There's nothing safe for Sean this turn. You're gonna, whatever you click, you gotta know that you're fearing one particular input from Sean.
Yeah, your back's against the wall, so it's not necessarily like I have to make the safe play, I have to make the hard read, right? You just have to think of something that Shoma will not be prepared for, or will not just immediately result in a double KO or something like that.
You do have to wonder, though, if Shoma is thinking more about this immediate turn, or if he's going to be using Whimsicott more to try and position the Pokemon in the back with something like the Tailwind.
There is, yep, going to double his speed for the next 4 turns. Now King Gambit, depending on how it's trained, now it does outspeed the Mega Flow, and that's a clean one-hit knockout. This is why, if King Gambit, I think, was like 46% usage on phase 1, when we go into tomorrow, it's definitely going to be up there 60% with how strong it is.
Yeah, this is the risks I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
Sean, in retrospect, would have loved to click Protect plus Earthquake and picked up quite a bit of damage and lost nothing on the turn with the Floette, but doesn't know what the input's going to be. You would have risked Moonblast plus Sucker Punch, and so instead lets that Iron Head happen and becomes kind of irrevocably far behind in this game when you give up Floette as Tailwind goes up. And like you mentioned earlier on, Joe, not always great to just let Tailwind go up and then immediately KO the Whimsicott, give a free entry for the Floette in the back.
I mean, these are the mind games, though, that make up Pokemon. Like, how do you weigh these different options when you are playing someone as strong as a world champion?
Was it to be looking for kind of what are the least bad worst case scenarios? What input can you make? And I think in that turn, Sean doesn't find the least bad worst case scenario, because that was a worst case scenario that was devastating. But I think that, you have to be a couple turns before that, because either way, one of those worst case scenarios is kind of terrible and instantly game losing. And so you just have to take a swing.
Because at that point, especially in a win-and-in scenario, right, you're kind of trying to recoup from a difficult turn 1. You're really trying to mitigate a try not to lose instead of a play that will help you try to win the game against Shoma.
Exactly, and now that these trainers are in this position with the Mega Floette on Shoma's side, with that King Gambit threatening down the Basculegion, yes, there will be a little bit of damage on the field, but Shoma is just looking in such a dominant position right now.
Oh, there's the Rosalie Berry. I think we saw the footage earlier, Gabby, that was somewhere like 12 to 15% usage across all of the in-game stats on Pokemon Champion. So pretty relatively common item for Sean to be breaking out here on the Garchomp. Counts out Cleave into the Basculegion. A clean one-hit KO, and that's why you go for the Aqua Jet, right? Because you're not getting really any more damage off for the rest of the game.
All right, well, Floette gets knocked out. That's something.
It's a trade, but you don't want to trade when you're behind. I mean, this just puts Shoma in more of a controlling position. At this point, has a 2-to-1 advantage against a low health Garchomp. You don't win those.
Tailwind up.
Yeah.
I think that's just how you got to play. Like, if you look at this matchup, like, we talk a lot from Sean's perspective because he's a player trying to come back, right? But if you were to rewatch this match as Shoma, you could feel, okay, this is how you set your win conditions up.
Yeah, once you're ahead, like that turn 1 of this game too, you want to take as many trades as you can get.
Yeah. For sure.
Critical hit just for the fun of it. Congratulations, Shoma Honami, moving on to phase 2 here in New Orleans.
It's exciting to still have a world champion in the running. And I say a, but there's actually a couple of world champions still in the running, as Wolf Glick is one of our undefeated players moving on to phase 2. That being said, we actually have another feature match ready to go. And Len, you're going to be so excited because this is going to be a match featuring a Tyranitar Sand team. And I know this is your favorite kind of team to talk about.
This is my favorite kind of archetype. Alberto is a player I love watching, of course, also a SoCal player, so near and dear to my heart, both the team and the player here. So I'm going to be rooting. I got a little bit of a vested interest here. Apologies to Julio on the other side.
If it was just Alberto, it's one thing. If it was just a Tyranitar team, it's another. It's the combination of the two that makes it such a tough factor. And Julio, a top Italian trainer, absolutely went crazy during the Players' Cup era. If you remember those tournaments, Top cut a bunch of those Players' Cups as well. So Julio is definitely a big threat in this match.
It's interesting, though, to see the dual weather here with, the Tyranitar and the Mega Frostlass. I imagine the Tyranitar can play, though, without necessarily Mega Evolving.
Yeah, it doesn't always have to Mega Evolve. This has actually become the most common secondary Mega with Tyranitar. We saw quite a bit of it in Indy. We saw it earlier on in this tournament as well. So, yeah, pairing that works well together. This Frostlass really helps cover for Garchomps on the other side too. Kind of Tyranitar's #1 enemy, especially when it's top 6 in usage, so you love to have the Frostlass to answer it.
That seems calculated for Frostlass to hang on at 7 HP. That was definitely, Alberto ran some numbers there.
And we've seen some pretty good training. I think in Indy we saw a bunch of Frostlasses hang on just barely. It has a surprising amount of bulk when the snow is up.
For sure. Sinistcha coming out onto the field now, bringing with it some hospitality to heal that Sneasler right back up. But here comes that Aurora Veil now, happy to boost Alberto's defenses.
I wonder what the New Orleans version of Sinister would be, like a hot gumbo instead of a hot tea or something. Still use a matcha gacha or like, you know, a variant of the
gacha?
burning people. Gumbo gacha.
Oh, that missed opportunity for Alberta there. Imagine that had been a blizzard. As Sinister comes in, it's probably enough damage to just KO the Sneasler, but doesn't think the opportunity is there. Wants to just get the Aurora Veil in the meantime. Gives up Frost Blast, but it could have been a game-swinging turn if you just land the blizzard into both of these Pokemon.
I mean, I'm assuming you have experience with this team because when I think of you, I just assume you try every Tyranitar team in the world.
Well, I did focus a little bit more on Michael Zhang's after Indianapolis,
Fair enough.
which shared most of these same pieces.
Okay.
But I think quite a bit different because Alberto loves his Choice Scarf Garchomp.
Of course.
We haven't seen confirmation that this one is Choice Scarf, but usually that's the play for Alberto, and it was in Indianapolis.
But surely you have experience with Mega Frostlass deciding between Aurora Veil and Blizzard. So I'm curious how you would have read that turn.
I think you kind of had to Aurora Veil there because King Gambit was on the field going into the turn. You don't want a Blizzard if you think you're just going to get Sucker Punched. It's very easy to scare and makes it a lot more safe to bring in Sinister. Oh, this coaching is fascinating, though.
Yeah, time for practice. Attack and defense increase on Sinister to take less damage from the Dire Claw. And the Brave Bird super effective, but your +1 defense is actually going to take that really well. Is Julio going for Trick Room here?
That would be one way to get around the fast Sneasler for sure.
I think that's the first time I've seen coaching used to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, usually it's to help your physical attacker do more damage, right?
That's really cool.
Recognizing the opportunity there to get Sinister defense boosted up, recognizing the double target was pretty likely to come in, or you don't mind the defense boost even if the Brave Bird's into Sneasler and you're losing it on that turn. Maybe even better if Sneasler goes down because then you have Trick Room next to King Gambit and you have the defense boost. Now the Sneasler's pretty awkwardly positioned because Brave Bird is imminent and sped up because of the Trick Room.
Yeah, when I think about Alberto, I think of Corviknight. I remember him getting second at OCIC with his Terra Dragon Corviknight that he was setting up and destroying every other opponent along the way. So I think he's very comfortable being in Trick Room right now with his trusty Corviknight.
Of course, the one thing you do have to worry about with Corviknight is that if it does get burned from the Matcha Gacha, then that's one thing not in your favor, but Sinister just gets knocked out after that second Brave Bird.
So now the Dire Claw out from Alberto, technically underspeeding now that we're in Trick Room, just does get a status condition, gets the sleep! Now Sneasler is going to have to take that guaranteed first turn of sleep. We don't know what it clicked. I'm not like, I mean, maybe just close combat for the most effective damage into Corviknight. I don't know how much that changed the turn here.
I mean, but at least skipped a turn, and now Corviknight can just go after Sneasler. Kind of opted between two very juicy Brave Bird targets, and then kind of gets a buy one, get one free deal when the Dire Claw lands the sleep there. And a lot of novel things. I'm not sure I've ever seen in Trick Room one Sneasler outspeed another Sneasler and Dire Claw at the sleep. This is a very unique game we have going on.
I wish I knew how these Sneaslers were trained because I do know there's been more bulky Sneasler as of late, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw one in Indianapolis that was Jolly, so a plus speed stat alignment, and yet was slower than the Garchomp on the same team.
That's my favorite.
It was just bluffing. It was actually an inefficient stat spread just to show Jolly on their side. So a lot of them going bulkier. Like I mentioned earlier on, this weekend, one of the stories for NAIC for me has been how much all of the Pokemon have sped up. So many Jolly. Garchomp, we saw Timid on Wolf's Charizard earlier. Pokemon are speeding up. We're getting out of the bulk window from the last few weeks. Yeah.
Body press.
Ooh, okay. I think this Corviknight, it's living the dream for Alberto right now. Gonna it's not boosted obviously, but it's still super effective, even with the Chople Berry bringing it down to under half HP. And then you just have the Sneaslers yet again. Alberto's going for the close combat and taking Julio down to the Sneasler. And then he hasn't revealed his fourth Pokemon yet.
Making sure to fully capitalize on the snoozing Sneasler on the other side. Don't bother with it if it's just going to take a nap.
Yeah. And that's the kind of prioritization that you would need.
It did actually wake up, though. And now Sneasler on Alberto's side goes down into the red, and they're both going to get the speed boost, right?
Do they both have White Herb? No, I think this
Is that Poison Touch?
Oh, it didn't activate a White Herb either. So I think
Alberto had White Herb.
Yeah, Alberto had White Herb. So this is what I was going to call out. So
slower.
now he was moving first in Trick Room, but now has unburdened himself, presumably, and so will be moving second in Trick Room. But of course, Floette would have moved before the Sneasler in Trick Room anyway, and we've seen Corviknight won't have Iron Head is not threatening a KO back into this Floette, so now suddenly Floette looks okay in Trick Room here, but do you ever have the damage into Corviknight? Like, let's see what this Floette can do.
I was going to say, like,
work cut out for it.
If it's Light of Ruin, I don't even know if that would two-hit knockout.
I was going to say, yeah, we saw Shoma Oko King Gambit, but that's a very different scenario than trying to Light of Ruin Corviknight.
And a neutral hit, not a resisted one.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly here. So you can argue Alberto burdening himself with the unburdened activation there, making himself slower, but Corviknight takes out Sneasler, so it's only going to be one attack from Julia, but what an attack it will be from this Mega Floette. Corviknight's still incredibly healthy, right? Oh, go for the Calm Mind boost. I wonder, but how many times can you set up Calm Mind before Trick Room expires and then the unburdened Sneasler can Dire Claw?
I mean, I think you have to swing now, but you did a really good job of taking advantage of the Protect on that last turn. Couldn't have got the KO on Sneasler anyway, get a boost in the meantime. Now you know it can't protect itself, so you're either going to get damage into that Sneasler, or if Alberto doesn't like the matchup for whatever he has in the back versus Floette, you're just going to get to hit into that while the Sneasler resets itself to come back in and threaten a Dire Claw against Sneasler, against the Floette in the future, but it's still a lot of damage you're going to have to deal with. Future Dire Claw, whatever this Corviknight does right now, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and if you do opt to go for the Dazzling Gleam here as well, that's more chip onto the Corviknight, which means when you do go for that big swing into it, you're more likely to knock it out.
There's the Brave Bird, bring it down.
Okay.
Oh, you'll go back up to full HP. Hold on a second. Alberto had to sacrifice the Garchomp there to keep the Sneasler around. I don't know if this Corviknight, if we saw it bulk up earlier or not, but when Sneasler is coming in on the field, he has access to Fake Out. So if you can set up with Corviknight, right, like this could be a free turn to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Corviknight carries bulk up. It didn't in Indianapolis, so that would be an adjustment if Alberto actually has that. I think it was just Tailwind support there instead. So we'll see if it takes an opportunity. But yeah, meanwhile, the job kind of done for Floette. They're able to get the KO onto the Garchomp and also get crucially back to full health.
Julio has to protect on this turn to avoid getting faked out, and that's exactly what Alberto goes for. The question is, what does Corviknight do? Oh, it's just a roost, which is, I think, just as equally viable as if it had set up. You're going to go back up to full HP. It just feels nearly an impossible hill to climb to get rid of this Corviknight.
I don't know that it does. Like, if you take a Dire Claw, you can just Draining Kiss the Sneasler. Corviknight's, then you get Brave Birded. If you can Draining Kiss enough to kind of withstand the Brave Birds. Oh, that's so much damage.
That's a lot.
That's so much damage.
Damage from the
And the fully parry. We're not even going to see the Floette move again. It's just going to be Brave Bird.
Oh, Alberto with two. Alberto brought us back to Reg H if you close your eyes, getting the Dire Claw sleep and the Dire Claw paralysis there. Would have been, I think, my only worry there, like even with Julio, if he does get the KO and Draining Kiss, is you're only recovering off of 25 total
we're jumping
HP,
into it.
right? So at that point, the Brave Bird might still get it.
Yeah, you'd have to probably boost up and hit the Corviknight. I was expecting the Dire Claw to do a lot less. We've seen some Dire Claws into Floette do significantly less than that, but of course there's no Intimidate there, and the Floette maybe a little bit more aggressive and so less able to take that Dire Claw. But yeah, right into a game 2 and some big pivots.
Yeah, your friends on the field. I see Tyranitar.
And Garchomp, I love them.
Garchomp.
They're out there on the field. We'll learn a little bit about their movesets here in a second, but I'm not sure either of them love the position that they're in. Tyranitar fearing that Sneasler on the other side, and then Garchomp has to kind of choose if you want to try to lock into Earthquake, you won't be doing anything to this Aerodactyl. I don't know if it has Ice Fang. We've seen a lot of them with Tough Claws, Mega Aerodactyl with Ice Fang. It's immediately a threat to Garchomp. But for now, Aerodactyl into the back. Intimidate, not great for these pair either. And Tyranitar just got to get out of there.
Yeah, you can't risk the close combat. Corviknight taking close combat neutrally, obviously a lot better than Tyranitar would. And you want to preserve the drama for Len, because we got to wait to see what happens.
All right, there it is.
For Garchomp.
We just saw that in round 8 too. The Fake Out Poison Touch is just so clutch.
Yeah, in a format that feels so much about trading damage and trying to get just over the edge, Poison Touch can be so valuable. We saw that earlier on in the day.
It's fascinating, too, because Unburden has been so meta-defining for so long. Seeing this shift into Poison Touch and actually seeing it make a difference is fascinating.
Now Aerodactyl coming back in, still hasn't revealed if it's the Mega or not, but you can assume most likely it is just because how strong the Mega can be as an option. And you're able to chain these fake outs to not allow the Garchomp to move, but it doesn't stop Corviknight from clicking Tailwind.
Or Garchomp has only taken 2 fake outs so far and has lost half of its health bar between the 2 turns of poison and 2 relatively high attack stat fake outs. But Aerodactyl gets Tailwind in the or rather the Corviknight gets Tailwind in the meantime, finally opens up some space for Garchomp to attack. It's -1 Garchomp. It's only got 1 Earthquake targetable Pokemon on the other side. This really isn't a great position. And I don't think there's Iron Head on this Corviknight, so you can't really chase down the Aerodactyl either. And if that's Body Press hitting a Sinistcha, this starts to look bad for Alberto quick.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Incineroar was going to stay in, anticipating because it was -1 on the Garchomp. Like, hey, maybe I'll just tank the Earthquake, be able to parting shot, do something afterwards, but doesn't want to lose any damage, or any health, excuse me, on the Incineroar. Stomping Tantrum into a Grass type at -1. Really tough for Julio on the turn. And no Tailwind to match, instead just going for the Rock Slide flinches. The only one that you can flinch would be Corviknight here, and we're not going to have that. It's Brave Bird into the Sinistcha swap.
That Intimidate, though, paying off in dividends. That Sinistcha is going to be able to hold on. But for how long with the Sandstorm chip?
Yeah, 1 more turn of Sand Chip will do it. A really good cover from Alberto there.
Yeah.
You want the Incineroar, and you want Brave Bird will be extra good damage into Incineroar, but you know that both switch targets, because the Pokemon have been revealed, and you can imagine a Sinistcha back there, Brave Bird's going to give you a lot of extra damage. And you throw a Body Press to try to finish the KO Incineroar, a lot riskier. So it gets the safer option, gets really valuable damage into Sinistcha, but I'm worried about these health bars kind of chipping down. If Garchomp and Corviknight go down, and you are left with Tyranitar to fight Sneasler in a long end game, like that isn't necessarily a position you want to be in. So it gets a lot out of that turn, but I feel like the macro, the bird's eye view of this game is still not looking great for Alberto.
And remember, just like our Shoma match, feature match we just showed, this is a win-and-in scenario for both Julio and Alberto. So even though they weren't on the main stage, they still have the extra pressure of being a feature match where all the mistakes might end up ending your tournament here. Mega Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide as Sneasler switches in. So Alberto has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon finally in this game. It does make Corviknight healthier thanks to its Citrus Berry, and Roost is going to bring it back up to full HP.
Yeah.
Now the Machagacha is...
Yeah.
Really, if you get a burn on, especially as a Corviknight, right? Oh, you got it off the Sneasler. That's pretty huge for your Aerodactyl on your side, since close combat's neutral. So that's gonna. Oh, it's a double burn!
A disaster.
Julio is on fire, if you will, with these double burn Machagachas.
And even more of a disaster when you consider that Alberto could have just swung with either Pokemon into the Sinistcha and denied that attack on that turn, but takes a more passive turn, maybe thinks that Sinistcha will switch in order to preserve hospitality for the future, and doesn't try to throw any targets in there and gets hugely punished. Sneasler switches in, shows itself in the match for the first time, is already below half health and burnt. Corviknight with no way to boost up, that burn really neuters its damage output for the rest of this game. I mean, things were kind of looking bad in the bird's eye view for Alberto before. Now they look terrible.
My other thought initially, if Alberto playing passive that turn, not targeting it. Oh, goes for the close combat.
Really wants to switch.
Anticipating Incineroar swapping in, you got to respect that he went for the call. My thought was he thought Sinistcha either swaps, like you said, or clicks Trick Room, or does anything and then knocks itself out to the Sand Chip at the end of the turn. So trying to leave it alone, let it KO itself. And now with the Life Dew and the healing from the Machagacha on the last turn, this Sinistcha will not go down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, also, like, the burn is going to make it Sneasler can't go after this KO and Sinistcha. Brave Bird probably, no, I'm not sure it is actually. After we saw the damage earlier, it's going to be close, but Burnt now, the Corviknight might have the damage. Sinistcha having a huge impact in this game. And you know who else is having a huge impact? That Aerodactyl has put out so much damage while we're focused elsewhere.
I know. It's like Alberto
Another
has
one.
to focus in on that Sinistcha because of how much of a threat it has just by cycling in and out, in and out. And while that's happening, Aerodactyl's just like, hey guys, I'm just going to click Rock Slide. It's what I do best. And it's already having such an impact with Alberto down to his final 2 Pokemon.
I will say Alberto did get 2 Dire Claws in game 1, so the 2 Machagacha burns feels like it's evening out.
All right, so we'll look for game 3 most likely
yeah.
to even out the luck here, because this looks like such an uphill battle at this point.
Yeah.
Aerodactyl just getting to free fire for so long with Rock Slide. The Tyranitar back on the field. but now you have Sneasler in the back.
Yep.
Corviknight, Tyranitar, and Garchomp are all in close combat KO range.
Yep.
Sneasler is going to get a chance to just take the KO it wants in the future, and I'm not sure how Alberto forces Sneasler out onto the field. We have an uphill battle to even get to that point.
Yep. 4 fully healthy, I mean, Sinistcha's at half health, but relatively fully healthy entire team on Julio's side. And how many turns we're into this game? In fact, we still have 4 Pokemon, and a lot of them are, hardly even touched.
Yeah, because it feels like Tyranitar is going to have to go after Sinistcha. That just needs more time for Aerodactyl to attack.
Yep.
Ooh, Sinistcha does swap out into the Incineroar if they went for the Tyranitar went for a knockoff or something that's going to be resisted, and it's also intimidated, right? Incineroar intimidating itself thanks to Corviknight's Mirror Armor ability. It's not like Corviknight's doing much since it's burned anyway there. You don't care about the non-attack drop because your attacks are already mitigated from the burn. Terra on Tyranitar, mixing up my letters here in the name Mega Tyranitar coming out and goes for the Rock Slide, but this Aerodactyl, it just keeps vibing, Len. It just keeps sticking around every turn.
Just hangs out. I mean, does finally catch Incineroar with a super effective move on the switch in, takes a passive turn and uses it to heal up Corviknight, so it's out of close combat range. So that's like
It's
undoubtedly
something.
a positive turn
Yeah.
for Alberto. Man, the macro still looks bad. That
I was
bird's eye view is like,
gonna say.
what do you do with this team? I mean, Incineroar now has fake out pressure into Tyranitar that buys you more space to just keep rock sliding with Aerodactyl. The Incineroar isn't going to be 2-hit KO'd by rock slide, it doesn't look like.
Like in these situations, I feel like what I always look for is like, okay, well, what's in critical hit range? Like, where are the big damage shifts possible? And I just don't necessarily see
There's
it.
a critical hit.
Sorry, Alberto. I don't necessarily see it, It seems like as long as this Aerodactyl can just keep using Rock Slide, as long as those chips keep adding up, I don't necessarily see the tides changing.
Oh, I really like that Tailwind. I think that what it's going to allow is for Incineroar to parting shot into Incineroar or into the Tyranitar before Tyranitar can Rock
Yep.
Slide. Then you get back into Sinistcha, that damages off of Aerodactyl again. Things just
Yep.
continue to get more and more impossible for Alberto. But at least these two Pokemon are staying healthy for now.
I had
Yes.
totally forgotten that Corviknight set up Tailwind because I was like, that's the fastest Tyranitar I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, okay, wait, I understand now. I understand how he outspent Aerodactyl.
Now the Tailwind has switched sides. The winds
Yep.
have shifted. They're now coming from the west. And the Incineroar able to move first if it wants. But for now, just Hospitality and Incineroar got to spread the love a little bit.
And
I
most
like
of that Rock
that.
Slide damage was recovered from Hospitality.
Yeah. You're keeping the Intimidate around for later on. I like that. Like, Aerodactyl is really powerful, yeah, but the Intimidate has really been doing dividends for Julio.
Now back up to full HP for this burned Corviknight. Oh, no parting shot on the Tyranitar. Instead, just a super strong Flare Blitz into that Corviknight spot.
You do have to find the damage into the Corviknight at some point, otherwise it's kind of risk of being a win condition against you despite being burnt. Aerodactyl's never really going to get there. You're going to have to rely on some flinches to get past Roost. Close combat, if you drop your defense and then you take a Brave Bird, like that could be a KO even if the Sneasler, even if the Corviknight is burnt, especially if you've had to throw a close combat at Tyranitar or Garchomp already. So, good to get some damage in there, but also you gave up a lot of health on this turn, and then Corviknight may just roost it all right back off again.
Maybe it's not as, from the bird's eye view, maybe it's looking a little closer and closer as it goes on. Just a few turns ago, we said, wow, look at how much HP Julio had
that
on
could
his
be huge.
entire team. And then the Matsugasa misses the Tyranitar, so it hardly does any damage to the Corviknight. It's already burned, so you're not going to get too much healing off the Matsugasa either. Now it's in order because of the Tailwind, going to be moving super effective into Corviknight. It hangs on at 6. Does it go for a Roost and go back up to effectively half HP? And no, we're going to find out after the Rock Slide, which does connect. Finally getting rid of Incineroar. No more Intimidates. No more parting shots. It's so important. What did Corviknight click? It's
Okay.
Had to hold our breath there.
I know, the suspense was like right there.
Alberto, slowly but surely, then, kind of clawing his way back.
Certainly clawing his way back. I mean, I still worry about that Sneasler. It's always felt like it was the thing lurking in the back. It was the actual win
Well, now it's in the
condition
front.
here.
There it
Now
is.
it's finally going to hit the field, but it is a little vulnerable. It's a single targeting Pokemon that's going to drop its own defenses as it does that. I mean, you want to be checking the Tyranitar, but you can like cycle into Garchomp to drop a defense, get a lot of some recoil back with Rough Skin, and undo the Intimidate off of Tyranitar as well, because you probably need Tyranitar's damage to beat the Aerodactyl in
Yeah.
the long term.
I was going to say, after what, like 2 close combats, the Corviknight's damage should be like it wasn't burned, roughly-ish.
This is the last. Is this the last turn of sand as well? Yes, the
last turn of sand.
If you cycle into Garchomp right now, you also get sand back to get some extra chip into the Sneasler in the future. So, you know, if you can get there, if you can keep Corviknight healthy and make one Brave Bird a KO into Sneasler, this game's not over.
I mean, this is kind of what Corviknight does best, though. I feel like every time I've seen Corviknight claw a win away from an opponent like this, it just has been allowed to sit on the field forever.
Oh, Tyranitar protecting, not going for the free swap into Garchomp there. And Julio doesn't. Close combat into T-Char's protect. He goes for Corviknight. It's not enough. Corviknight's able to retaliate with the Brave Bird, knocking out Sneasler.
All right.
Yeah, -1 defense, just enough to do it.
And now Scarf Garchomp's able to come back onto the field when the Tailwind and sands everything over, but the Tailwind on Julio's side has expired.
Yeah, crucially, Tailwind gone there, no unburden. And Sneasler gone off the field, but Snish is going to come back kind of irrelevantly, going to heal back an Aerodactyl that's pretty healthy. And then where's the damage against Tyranitar at this point? Tyranitar is going to get a lot of attacks off. You didn't get your close combat into it, and so that should be it.
And your Hospitality healing a relatively healthy Aerodactyl, right? Probably not as valuable as the heals that were on the Incineroar throughout the game.
Yeah. No, Alberto just having confidence in that Corviknight, being able to either get the knockout without the defense drop or making enough damage in that situation, or just confident enough to take that close combat.
Yeah, I wonder if the close combat had just gone into protect, how much better of a position this is. Because you don't get the defense drop, then the recoil comes back into Corviknight, then it's definitely in close combat K range, or maybe even in Rock Slide K range.
Rock Slide hits on both, so Sinistra can't even try to burn Tyranitar anymore at this point. It's just Aerodactyl clicking Rock Slide. Garchomp is poisoned. I'm not sure the exact number on my head if it's going to get KO'd at the end of this turn or barely hang on. But the knockoff follow-up, it's Aerodactyl. I don't know how Alberto did it, but he did it.
Well, okay. There's still some rock slides. Let's not get carried away before we see that we don't get like 4 consecutive rock slide flinches and the most tragic comeback ever. But yeah, I mean, Garchomp does kind of tragically go down to nothing but rock slides, fake outs, and poison damage.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All from fake out poison touch, by the way.
It does do all of the damage that it needs
that did more than I thought.
Yeah, that could be
Is there a flinch?
Okay, no, we got it.
There's no flinch. Alberto Lara, never back down, never give up. Poisoned, 2 burned Swiss today, right now. Swiss round 9, the first round of phase 2. Kosukide, James Parmley.
Kosukide is our 2019 Senior World Champion. He got top 64 here last year. Also has done very well in previous international championships and got top 16 at Worlds in 2022. His current best placement of this season is top 16 at the European International Championships. But of course, as a Japanese player competing over here, he would have to get top 4 or higher to lock in his Worlds invite if he did not already lock it in via the Japan qualification system. That being said, he's running a team that should look familiar to you if you have tuned in before, but if you are just tuning in, let's run it down.
Yes, the team to beat, arguably in Regulation MA here in Pokemon Champions: Charizard Y, Floette, Basculegion, Garchomp, Kingambit, and Whimsicott. Whimsicott is what makes this variant of the top team different.
And what's really unique about Whimsicott on this team is it allows trainers to run it in many different ways. This particular variant appears to have a fast Garchomp with the Jolly Stat alignment, but it's holding a Citrus Berry, so you have to wonder if it's going to be a little bit bulkier than some of the other Garchomps we've seen. There's a Kingambit with the Choco Berry, so maybe that means it also has a little bit of investment in bulk, meant to take some of those big fighting type attacks we've seen throughout the tournament. And of course, you know, Charizard, Basculegion, Floette as well. We've seen these Pokemon trained so many different ways throughout the weekend. It's really going to come down to just what we see in game that's going to tell us how Ko has approached this matchup. Because yes, these Pokemon look the same, but they've just been so different. You can't necessarily prepare for the matchup beyond, I have these pieces, let's hope they work.
Well, James Parmley is certainly going to try to prepare against Ko Tsukide, an incredible trainer. James also 8-0 at the time with his own Charizard Y, Basque Legion, Garchomp, King Gambit, Venusaur, and Whimsicott.
So at first glance, this team reminded me a little bit of the team that Arsal used to win the Indie Regional Championships here in North America a couple weeks back, but it does have some significant differences. You know, that Venusaur with the Aqua Berry, so it takes less damage from fire-type attacks, means that the Whimsicott can hold a Focus Sash and set up Tailwind. Of course, the Whimsicott also being on that team is a bit of an adaptation. I also really like how this King Gambit as well, it's a brave nature, so that will actually lower its speed. So if James were to play against somebody who had a Trick Room set up, for example, that means it's going to be really slow. In this matchup, though, that's probably going to be the slowest Pokemon in play. To balance that out, you have your own Jolly Garchomp, you have your own Jolly Basculesian with Choice Scarf, and a timid Charizard. That is another newer adaptation we've seen throughout this tournament. So even though, you know, you see these pieces that seem to be a little bit bulkier, that King Gambit, at the same time with Whimsicott, timid Tailwind, you know, timid Charizard, Jolly Basculesian, Jolly Garchomp, there are a lot of fast Pokemon in play for James.
James has been one of the few trainers we've seen on stream today actually rocking a solo mega team. That Venusaur is the only change on the teams there because Ko has a mega Floette in that position. Holding the Aqua Berry, you're expecting to play a lot of Charizard mirrors, right? So you want to be able to take a hit. Same as Arsal, not using Giga Drain or Energy Ball, instead using Sleep Powder to try to, you know, flip the turns there. And it's Mystic Water on Ko's side for his Basculesian compared to the Choice Scarf. So you got Timid Charizard, Choice Scarf Basculesian. I feel like the speed's going to be in James's favor.
It absolutely is. And that Sleep Powder as well, I'm really glad you called it out because it's kind of scary to be looking down. You know, it's not known to be the most accurate move at the end of the day, but we've seen so many times in VGC history where someone is allowed to get a couple of sleep powders to connect or get a couple of spores to connect. The Pokemon goes to sleep, and as a result, you're able to get a couple of attacks in while those Pokemon are otherwise unable to move, and then the game shifts in your favor. I think one of the reasons why we saw Arsal do so well with Venusaur, the Chlorophyll ability, and Charizard in particular is because this just isn't a strategy that a lot of people are prepared for. And as a result, you can just open up the board state. You can find those opportunities. We know Heat Wave does a lot of damage. We've seen it all day today. Yes. And it just makes it that much easier to find that positioning.
Ko Tsukide, former seniors world champion. James Parmley, a first-time IRL attender for competitive Pokemon. You can't get more different with the levels of real-world VGC experience, but James is looking to shock the world and start his Phase 2 journey at NAIC with a 9-0 record. But Ko is standing in his way. This is game one. Neither of these players will be eliminated, Gabby. These are both 8-0, so you really want to keep that momentum as one of the only few undefeated trainers remaining.
And both of these trainers starting out with what feels like pretty classic leads for these styles of teams, where you have the Whimsicott and the Garchomp on the field for James, and the Charizard and the Garchomp on the field for Ko. With Charizard and Garchomp on the field together, that allows Ko to just immediately go on the offense, threatening something like a Rock Slide plus a Heat Wave or an Earthquake plus a Heat Wave. You don't necessarily have to worry so much about your partner Pokemon. You can just go on the offense and force your opponent to respond. I like the Whimsicott next to the Garchomp on James's side of the field, though, because this Whimsicott has that board pressure of the threat of Tailwind. It has the board pressure of a potential Encore a couple turns from now. That's going to force Ko to think really hard about his targeting, because you don't want to get locked into a move. You don't want to automatically be slower than your opponent when it is going to be a powerful Pokemon like a Garchomp.
The other thing that can help James with his Whimsicott is both James and Ko have Jolly Garchomp. So if you're feeling, if you're not confident that your Garchomp will outspeed at some point in this match, you can click Tailwind to give yourself the speed there. The Moonblast, though, goes into the Charizard for some okay damage. Here's an Earthquake in response, hitting both of James's Pokemon, and of course, not your own teammate there. Critical hit Whimsicott, so that does more than it should have without the crit. And a Rock Slide! Charizard hangs on with 4 HP!
That is a Charizard that has invested in some bulk, able to fire back this Heat Wave, lock in the KO on the Whimsicott. That was an clutch survival there from that Charizard.
And these are some of the things that can teach you how to play matchups with Open Team Sheet with stat alignment now on it. Ko is modest, Charizard. James is timid, so now Ko can anticipate that as modest, you maybe invest more in your bulk. You're more likely to endure a Rock Slide than a timid Charizard.
And on top of all that, the Jolly Garchomp on James's side as well with the Citrus Berry, not the maximum amount of attack you can invest into that Pokemon. So if there was a chance of that Charizard surviving that turn, this was its best odds.
That's a great call by being Jolly instead of Adamant. If it was Adamant Garchomp, the Rock Slide gets the KO.
Exactly. That's 10% more damage, and that's definitely 4 HP more of damage. Now, that all being said, Venusaur is out on the field under the sunlight. Its chlorophyll ability is activated, and as a result, it should be the fastest Pokemon on the field, regardless of any other field conditions in play. So it should be able to target down the Charizard for a KO if it wants. It could just go straight for that Sleep Powder, though, and it connects.
I was wondering, would you rather KO Charizard, or would you rather put Garchomp to sleep? And that's exactly what happens for James. 75% accuracy, and it lands first try. Ko has lost his Mega Evolution here in Game 1. Dragon Claw takes out Charizard.
So a little bit of a risky play there if you're worried about the Sleep Powder missing, but we saw the opposing Garchomp go for the Earthquake the previous turn, and we saw how much damage that did. If you think that you're going to be able to connect it, or if you think that your own Garchomp can take that Dragon Claw and you can guarantee the KO, it doesn't feel as risky.
And now with no Whimsicott remaining for James, the speed advantage potentially is on Ko's, and Whimsicott cannot be put to sleep as a grass type, and Garchomp has a chance to wake up now from this Sleep Powder. James having to swap out his Venusaur into Charizard. Oh, and then Garchomp's not going to be able to attack yet again. This allows James to go for the super effective Dragon Claw, bringing Ko's Garchomp down very, very low.
And also that switch allowed the Venusaur to avoid being locked into Sleep Powder because of Encore from that Whimsicott. So Charizard just in a much better position than that Pokemon. The fact that the Garchomp on the opposing side of the field does work in this Charizard's favor, provided that James's own Garchomp will be able to knock out the opposing Pokemon prior to it getting to attack. Now, we don't know much about James's own Charizard other than that stat alignment, so it's possible that this Rock Slide could be much more threatening for that Pokemon. So it's a tough call to make. You would assume that you just want to try and get rid of that Pokemon as soon as possible, but it looks like James is sending out that Venusaur, possibly hoping to put it right back to sleep.
And Ko has taken his two turns of sleep. For those who are just watching Pokemon Champions for the first time this weekend, that's one of the mechanic changes. Now, after 2 full sleep turns, you will wake up instead of that third chance that we used to have in Pokemon games. So Ko can be more secure knowing that Garchomp will wake up as it does here. Gets a special attack drop onto the Venusaur as it switched in, and Charizard goes down.
It's extremely effective. I mean, that's 4 times a week. We've seen it do so much damage throughout the weekend, and with both of these Mega Pokemon knocked out really without accomplishing too much in this matchup, it seems like these Garchomp are really the key Pokemon with James and Ko's strategy centered around them. With Venusaur back on the field for James, though, having not used an attack yet, James has a tough decision to make here. If you look at the Venusaur on the team sheet, it does have both Protect and that Sleep Powder, so if James wants to, he could try to go for that Sleep Powder and then follow it up with Protect to avoid the Encore for a couple of turns. But I think this Venusaur really needs to focus in on damage, which is why I love this play from Ko, just scouting out what's going to happen.
Exactly. You know, James is going to have to choose something. Oh, actually just protecting on his own. So you see the players. The players are aligned. They both, as you said, Gabby, understand how important Garchomp is remaining in this game.
And now that those turns of Protect have all passed, the Garchomp...
And the sun's gone.
And the sun's gone as well. This Venusaur is now so much slower than it previously was. The Garchomp on James's side of the field could be locked into Protect if that's something that Ko wants to prioritize. And then all of a sudden, Ko just has this momentum rushing back to his side of the field.
Whimsicott still hasn't taken any damage. It's felt very safe. Oh, James actually going for a double protect, only a 30% chance, and does not get it. Now it's finally time for Ko to click Tailwind with his Whimsicott. Dragon Claw into the other Garchomp. That's a clean knockout. And this Venusaur, who's now slower than both of Ko's Pokemon because the sun is no longer activating its chlorophyll ability, is in a tough spot. Sludge Bomb does barely any damage to the Garchomp.
It's a little bit of a strange play when you think about it, but James recognizing that threat of an Encore and maybe thinking, if you get the double protect, then that just postpones it another turn. Whimsicott's kept busy, and then maybe if you can connect a couple of Sludge Bombs against that Garchomp, if you get a poison during that time as well, and can navigate towards this Venusaur Whimsicott endgame, there's a possibility that Venusaur is able to take that. However, Ko just very smartly able to get rid of the Garchomp instead and bring us to a 2v1.
And now protecting your Whimsicott yet again. Don't want to take any side Earthquake damage is going into the Venusaur, brings it down under 50% remaining. We saw the last Sludge Bomb do hardly any damage, and this one's doing none into Whimsicott's protect.
Yeah, this Whimsicott, it's so funny. It's been such a key Pokemon in so many teams throughout this tournament, and you wouldn't necessarily think of it being so powerful looking at it, as it's just, you know, it's so cute. It's a cotton ball Pokemon, but at the end of the day, the Prankster ability really gives it so much power. It's just so naturally fast as well. Even though this Moonblast is resisted, that's more than enough damage to lock up this game.
Yeah, with the Dragon Claw follow-up, don't even have to hit your own Whimsicott there for Dragon Claw to get the KO, and Ko Tsukide one victory away from moving on to 9-0 here at the end of our first day.
Ko correctly calling, I think, that the Whimsicott was really going to be key in that matchup, and then switching it out, saving it for later on in the game so it could come back and give him that last bit of momentum he needed to power it through. And, you know, I think James had a lot going in his favor in that early game. You know, we saw him get that early advantage. We saw the early KO on the opposing Charizard as well. But at the end of the day, it just felt like he ran out of steam the second the sunlight went down. The Venusaur all of a sudden was just too slow. It just couldn't get the damage fast enough.
You know, Gabby, there's an old adage in VGC that's changed throughout the generations. You'd say the first to Dynamax, usually there often loses. The first to Terrestrialize often loses. And you could apply it to the Whimsicott here. The first Whimsicott might lose the matchup. Ko was able to hold his Whimsicott in the back to win, quote unquote, win the Tailwind Whimsicott mirror, where James led Whimsicott, making it a lot more vulnerable to those heat waves. And I think that was a huge factor for Ko. Whimsicott never even took any damage that game.
Exactly. I do think that James has some interesting play with the weather and chlorophyll that could give him a little bit more outs when it comes to just this weather. It doesn't have to be Tailwind necessarily. I think if there's enough damage on the board, Venusaur could get some KOs between Sludge Bomb and Earth Power that would essentially make up for the fact that Tailwind would not be active. But that's assuming the sunlight stays up, right? So if you're in James's position, I think you have to look at your own Charizard, you have to look at your own Venusaur, and just how you're going to juggle these Pokemon and juggle all these statuses on the field against Ko's team, which, you know, he led a very offensive start with that Charizard and Garchomp, and then just was able to start with big damage and just keep it up throughout the match.
And what can James do in this game 2 to force a game 3 against Ko Tsukide? If he loses this game, it's okay. Still 8-1 going into round 10 tomorrow morning. So there's not too much pressure, but here you're on the big stage. It's your first IRL event. You're facing a former senior world champion. What can you do to force game 3?
Well, we see a Pokemon adjustment from both of these trainers, and unfortunately for James, it's going to be his Basculegion staring down the King Gambit on Ko's side of the field. And we know how this matchup plays out when you are a Choice Scarf Basculegion staring down a King Gambit that knows Sucker Punch. Unfortunately, that is a guaranteed amount of damage, assuming that King Gambit decides to lock into you. So James, I think that was a great idea. You could potentially go for a flip turn into a Charizard if that was the Pokemon of choice, and then pivot and respond to whatever you see Ko lead. Just did not work out in this position.
Basculegion does not swap out, is willing to accept. There's a chance of a sucker punch, and Ko doesn't go for it. He's able to flip turn. It does some okay damage. No groundbreaking amount of damage from the flip turn.
That was a big call, though.
Keeping Basculegion completely healthy is absolutely huge.
That was a very risky play. A big call, and Venusaur now out on the field. Certainly will take a dark type attack a little bit better, but having to take your own Earthquake as well?
Flip turn plus Earthquake is not enough for and you crit your own Venusaur! James's Garchomp, you're supposed to crit the other Pokemon, not your friends. Counts out Cleave, brings Venusaur down into the red before it even got a chance to click a move, Gabby.
At least Venusaur has Sleep Powder, which would still be valuable and not deal damage, so you don't have to worry again about the priority of Sucker Punch. But without the sunlight on the field, the Venusaur will be slower than the opposing Garchomp. I love what James was thinking there. He made the call. He knew Sucker Punch was not going to happen. Unfortunately, that critical hit just meant that Venusaur is hanging on with just too low health to really do too much in this position. Now, of course, you could try and protect. Maybe you can get a Charizard in at some point and set up the sun so Venusaur can be effective, but at such low health, doesn't feel good.
Oh, there's the Sucker Punch. It is going to fail into the Protect, and now they'll have...
No.
Oh, no! Ko said, hey, I like that idea. I like Earthquaking my own Pokemon. He does get 2 KOs for it. You have to respect that Sucker Punch play because obviously that means Ko understands no matter what, it's getting knocked out this turn. I might as well go for some cheeky damage.
Yeah, and respect is the perfect word for it, I think, because had that Sucker Punch connected with the opposing Garchomp, that plus the Earthquake should have been enough to proc the Citrus Berry on James's own Garchomp, and that's a huge tool on James' tool belt that would no longer be available to him. But at the end of the day, you know, trading a Venusaur for a Kingambit, I feel like James got the better end of that trade.
Wait a sec, Gabby. If I'm counting correctly, I see 4 Pokemon revealed on James's end, which means Charizard, his Mega Evolution that's gotten him here to 8-0, is not in Game 2.
That is really interesting. So, we know that James's final Pokemon is going to be that Basculegion that's holding a Choice Scarf. We see the 2 Whimsicots staring each other down. So, hypothetically speaking, if the Tailwinds do match, that does mean that this Basculegion is guaranteed to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And Basculegion's last respects only gets more powerful the more Pokemon that are knocked out.
And with no Kingambit for Ko, you're free to lock into last respects.
Exactly. So James definitely got the better end of that trade, but can he capitalize on it?
Encore into the Garchomp, forcing it to keep going for the Earthquakes instead of Dragon Claws. And a Moonblast into James's Garchomp does take that hit and will recover 25% of its HP thanks to eating that Citrus Berry, going back to about 50% remaining, hitting all the Pokemon. We just love side hits in this game too from our own Earthquakes, but as grass types and Whimsicots don't really care about that damage. And a Dragon Claw from one Garchomp into another now brings them down pretty low. However, Ko comes out way better in that trade because James is in the red and Garchomp on Ko's side is 50% health.
The key thing to keep an eye on here is when do these trainers go for the speed control versus when are these Whimsicots inevitably potentially going to try and encore each other? Because if Ko or James is able to lock each other out of a potential Tailwind with this Choice Scarf Basculegion lurking in the back, that is going to be a win condition, I think, for either of these two. So I'd be very curious if we're going to see a potential Tailwind here.
That's first Tailwind. Gotta see 1 to see 2, and that's exactly what happens here, Gabby. So now that both teams have doubled their speeds for the next 4 turns, that means that neither of them is going to be any faster than they already were. James does outspeed. He's able to trade his own Garchomp to takeout Ko saying, I'm taking you with me, brother. Both of these dragon types are no longer in play for game 2.
We're just trading Pokemon left and right here. I love it too. So now we're down to just that Choice Scarf Basculegion and whatever Pokemon Co has left. And if it's like game number 1, it would be that Mega Charizard, but you have to wonder if there was another adaptation made.
If it's Basculegion, he's in trouble too. Could you imagine neither of these players bringing their Mega
That would
Evolution?
be insane.
No, okay. Co
Okay.
being a little more traditional, respectable, deciding to bring Mega Charizard wide.
All right. So again, this Basculegion is the key Pokemon for James, and the key move is going to be that Last Respects, as it is going to be a ghost type attack and completely unaffected by the weather that can be set up by Charizard.
But if Charizard can tank a Rock Slide, can it tank 150 base power Last Respect?
But could it also take a 200 base power? Remember, there's still the potential of this Whimsicott being knocked out first.
Ooh, this is a really scary turn for both of these trainers. James has to win this game to force a game 3. If not, Ko will start tomorrow 9-0. Oh, there's the encore. He wins a potential speed tie if they are trained evenly, forcing James to be locked into Tailwind for the next 3 turns. Now James with the Charizard takes it. Charizard does not get knocked out and can respond with a super effective 1-turn Solar Beam into James's Basculegion, the only Pokemon that can attack remaining on his team, and James hangs on with 1 HP.
With the opposing Whimsicott now locked into Tailwind, all Ko has to do is double target the opposing Basculegion. It can only attack one Pokemon, but then we might end up with a Whimsicott versus Whimsicott match.
I mean, yeah, James is in a really tough spot.
Yeah.
Since his Whimsicott for at least 2 more turns has to continue clicking Tailwind. This just allows the Charizard or even the Whimsicott to start whittling it down with a Moonblast.
But both these Pokemon on Ko's side of the field have access to Protect. No Protects.
No Protects, feeling confident. The Last Respect is into the Whimsicott, taking it out. And now is Ko going for single target, guaranteed 100% accurate Weather Ball. Yes, does not risk the Heat Wave miss. And Basculegion goes down. A valiant effort from James to hang on through Solar Beam at 1 HP, but it's not gonna be enough as Whimsicott is still encored into Tailwind.
Ko finding the out there, recognizing that all he had to do was target down that Basculegion, guarantee the KO that turn, and Charizard would power his way through this matchup to bring him into tomorrow undefeated.
A sigh of relief from Ko Tsukide, one of our few undefeated trainers remaining going into round 10 tomorrow morning.
But what an exciting end to that game. I mean, both those Pokemon just holding on with